it does better when it's grays. So
Well, imagine that.
yeah, yeah. Has a special little place for it in my heart.
Yeah, yeah. Well, this is also one of the, I'm going around to all over the state, visiting my offices that I haven't, and people I haven't seen for 18 months or a year, 2 years now with the
Yeah.
COVID. So using it as an excuse to get out. Was down in Ashland 2 weeks ago surveying for bumblebees.
That's great. Well, you're sure welcome to stop by. I'd love to show you this place.
Okay, well, maybe we'll talk offline if we could.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
And it
I
does looks like we're streaming now, just so everyone knows.
Okay, thank you. I hosted the Oregon FFA board a few weeks ago. It was their first time that they'd been back together as human beings, It was ridiculous. They were so happy. I could hardly get them to stop visiting with each other. And this is kind of what we did, but it's a great thing. I'm looking forward to October here.
Yeah.
Maida, we have quorum today.
You're on screen. Yeah.
Great.
We do. We are just
This
at
is my
quorum right now. I think we have one more person who's going to be joining us, voting member. But we are right now, looks like we are at quorum.
Thank you.
Great. Well, it is 8 o'clock. So it's good to see everybody's faces this morning. I think Liza Jane, we'll go ahead and get things kicked off and start off with a welcome. And so I want to welcome everybody this morning to our July 27th board meeting. And this may be one of the last virtual meetings that we are having. It looks like we are planning to have the next meeting out in Liza Jane's country. So that's exciting. I do want to say that there are several of us here that I think it's bittersweet that this will be our last, tomorrow will be our last board meeting. So for me, I'll be stepping down tomorrow. Alan Henning will be retiring off our board after a long service, and just appreciate all of his work. And Ron Alvarado will also be stepping down after this meeting. So there'll definitely be some change coming up. And I just want to say what a privilege it's been to not only be a participant in this board representing tribal interests, but to help chair such a diverse group of board members. I've learned so much over the last 4 years, just working with each of you, and really appreciate the great work that this board has done and will continue to do as we move forward. So thanks everybody for joining us this morning. Liza Jane, anything to add?
Oh. You're on mute, Liza.
Sometimes that's better. Thank you. Jason, I have so much to say to you. I'll save that for a little bit later, but at this time, I think I'll move forward into our looking for someone to try and fill those shoes. And since our creation as a state agency, OWEB board has chosen to operate with a co-chair leadership model. Unless there's an interest in revisiting that decision, the practice of having co-chairs with staggered annual elections will continue. Jason Robinson's seat is open for consideration, and Barbara Boyer is interested in continuing to serve as co-chair for a 2-year term. At this time, I'd like to ask for a nomination for Barbara to serve as OWEB co-chair.
Chair, I'd be co-chair, McAllister, I'd be very happy to nominate Barbara Boyer to serve as the co-chair for OWEB. With great thanks to Jason.
Thank you, Jamie. The board accepts that nomination. Is there a motion to elect the co-chair as nominated?
Liza Jane, this is Jason Robinson for the record. I will make the motion to elect Barbara Boyer as the co-chair.
Thank you, Jason.
Second.
And that was seconded?
Second, yes.
Thank you, Randy. So the motion is to move the board to elect Barbara Boyer to serve as OWEB co-chair for a 2-year term. That's been seconded. Is there any discussion on that motion? If not,
Vice Chair, if I just may say, one of the things that I've greatly appreciated from Jason's service as co-chair is a real priority on recognizing the importance of incorporating tribes and tribal issues into OWEB's priorities. And I warmly support the motion with the understanding that Barbara will continue that focus and effort, making sure those voices are part of the critical conversation and priorities for OWEB.
thank you, Jamie. Any other discussion? Very good. So if not, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Wonderful. Barbara, motion passes. Welcome. I look forward to co-chairing with you. Thank you for accepting the nomination and position.
Thank you for your trust in me. I will continue the conversation with Jason as the years to come and be better versed in tribal communications.
And Jason, you'll find somebody, right?
I know that Maida is working through that process right now, and we have
Right.
some, there definitely has been some good discussion around that. So I'm looking forward to seeing that voice continue and continue moving forward.
Thank you. So at this point, we're up to agenda item A, and we have board member comments. Randy, could I start with you this morning?
Well, thank you, Liza Jane. I don't really have anything to offer to the board. I'm very discouraged about the steelhead counts on the Columbia system and all up and down the coast from Alaska, British Columbia, Oregon, Washington, California. I just hope that the ocean conditions can go into a better cycle and help these fish make their trip around the North Pacific. And I'm glad that we're going to be meeting in person in Enterprise in October. I'm really looking forward to that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Randy. It looks like you're in Wallowa County by the background. Is that correct?
This is Northern Wyoming. Those are the bighorns.
Oh,
I'm
are you
going to be back next month.
okay. All right. Were you evacuated, Randy, from your place in Troy?
Well, I wasn't there at the time, Liza Jane. This is the second wildfire we've just narrowly missed
We lose audio.
being obliterated by due to the change of the wind direction and the terrific work of over 450 firemen down in Elbow Creek Fire. So feel very blessed for that. And we're still there if any of the board members want to come down in October and fish in the river or see the remote part of northern Wallowa County.
Thank you, Randy. Stephen.
Hi, everyone.
Good morning.
Steve Brandt, and I represent the Oregon State University Extension. And I just have a few brief items. The extension program is run by a vice provost and who's also director of extension. And for many years, some of you may know that Scott Reed held that position. He retired a few years ago, and we've had an interim head of extension and vice provost for extension and engagement. The university has now nearly completed a search for a replacement. And that process, they've interviewed 3 candidates, and there should be an announcement within about 2 or 3 weeks on who the replacement would be, and that person would be in charge of the entire sort of division of extension and engagement at Oregon State. That's an effort that's about $75 million and has 600 employees, and with of course extension faculty and throughout the state. So I'll let you know when that individual's finalized. The second item relates to the budget, and in terms of the legislative approved budget this year, all of the 7 public universities had about an average of about 7.5% increase in the budget, which is certainly a positive thing. And in terms of the Oregon State University's statewide public service programs, so that includes the agricultural experiment stations, extension service, and the forest research lab, they received about 156 million, which is an increase of about 6%. So that's all good news. There was also approval of monies to support sort of several statewide research initiatives, and I'll just list some of those. The Engineering Technology Sustaining Fund, the Fermentation Science Program, the Marine Vessel Program, the Institute of Natural Resources, which I know some of you are familiar with, and the Oregon Climate Change Research Institute. There was also some money approved to fund an OSU testing lab to assess the impact of wildfire smoke on wine grapes, orchard fruit, and other crops, and some money for supporting OSU wildlife research and mapping. The third item is just I wouldn't say it's a fun item, but it's a funny item. It's talking about a report of the invasive species, the invasive jumping worm that has entered Oregon. I don't know if you've heard this story, but it came out in early July, and it's called the invasive jumping worm. And the jumping worm is basically like a regular worm, looks like a night crawler, but it literally is an invasive species. Came in the United States in about 1920s, but now it's migrated here, not by crawling here, but by being transported in, usually in cocoons, in soil of plants and so forth. And this worm it looks a little bit different than a night crawler, but it actually jumps if you hold it in your hand. It's sort of like a jumping bean kind of thing. It's entered the Central Valley right now, and it's being transported primarily by cocoons that come into plants that you buy that has soil attached to it, and they're embedded in the soil of those things. And it may sound like, who cares, but it's actually this worm is a voracious eater, and it eats about 3 to 5 times more than a regular worm. But what it does is that it eats regular worms sort of get into the soil and loosen up the soil and help circulation of nutrients and so forth. This worm is on the surface, and it eats the mulch and debris on the surface. It eats it ferociously and can actually cause soil to just go bare. And so that really restricts the nutrient flows. It creates barren soil, which other animals can come in and invade as well, other plants. So it is something of reasonable concern right now, but there's some stories that came out in July. So if you hear about it, you can learn a lot more by just searching it on the web, if interested. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Jumping worms. Paul, Alan, you had your hand up. Ellen, do we still have you? Was that waving goodbye?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
I had lost my audio, and I was wondering if that was universal, and it happened to be my system, so it was fixed.
Okay.
And I lowered my hand, hopefully.
Okay. Would you like to give an update since we have you?
Sure. There we go. At the national level, we're seeing lots of climate change and environmental justice initiatives developing. And they're going to be, the different initiatives are going to be developing at the program level, which is really, really good. But that's the focus nationally right now, is to get climate change programs going and get infuse environmental justice into those programs. Regarding the new budget, the rumor is that EPA is going to get a big bump this year, and it's kind of exciting. And the thought is that that bump will probably focus on replenishing staff that we've lost over the last 8 or so years. Our ranks are way down. And so that will be a very good thing to get a lot of young people back into the agency. At the regional level, we are hiring right now. And it's been a long time since I could sit here and say that we are hiring, but we are bringing people on board, and it looks like that's going to continue to happen. And I think that part of the issue is just that we are getting those additional resources. We certainly have a favorable administration, but we're also seeing a lot of retirements happen. And so we're trying to fill those positions as people rotate out. And probably the last thing is locally, back in 2015, excuse me, EPA and NOAA disapproved the state's coastal non-point program. Their non-point pollution program didn't meet muster in 4 different forestry areas, one of them being legacy roads. And right now our forest team is taking another deep look at legacy roads to see if there's an approach that can be taken or a plan put in place that can help address legacy roads in Oregon. And maybe that helps address one of the 4 issues that caused us to disapprove the state's coastal non-point program. And so hopefully we'll make some good gains there and move forward, and then eventually tackle the other 3 issues and get restoration on the full funding through 319 Clean Water Act. So that's kind of it in a nutshell for right now.
Thank you, Alan.
You're welcome.
Brenda, good morning.
Morning, Liza Jane. Thanks. Yeah, a few updates from the Board of Forestry and ODF. There's been a lot going on, so I'll try to cover it briefly. As you probably know, the state forester stepped down a few months ago. We have an interim state forester, Nancy Hirsch, who stepped in to fill that role until we hire a new state forester. The board approved the position description for the new state forester at its last meeting just a few weeks ago. So that position will be floated, and I will get it out to all of you once I have it, so that you can help find someone who can fill that role for us in the future. This is a really pivotal time for ODF. There are a lot of challenges in place, but there are also a lot of opportunities. So really hope that you can all help find a good candidate for us. We're hoping to have somebody identified by September, October. So it's going to be a pretty quick turnaround. Other news, I don't have to go into the details of all the fires. You probably are aware of the fire situation. And we get weekly updates from Doug Graff and his team on the fires. And the bottom line is it's going to be a long, hot, dry, smoke-filled summer. And so just want to wish all of the folks who are working out on the front lines on those fires well and to stay safe. It's going to be a tough one. In terms of budgets, legislatively approved budget for ODF actually did quite well. There are a number of new positions that were approved, largely around fire. And some around finances. There was a review done of the financial situation for ODF by an external firm, and they provided a whole series of guidelines, and now ODF is beginning to work their way through those guidelines and actually have done a great job trying to bring money in that is owed by other agencies, federal agencies, largely FEMA. And so things seem to be getting back on track from the financial standpoint for ODF. The big piece of legislation that came through was Senate Bill 762, which provided funding for many of those people, but also provided the board with an opportunity for four pieces of rulemaking. One is to update the wildfire risk map for the state of Oregon, which will be led by OSU, and the current fire risk map is on Oregon Explorer, which is managed by INR. And so that will be led, I'm pretty sure, by Chris Dunn in the College of Forestry. The legislature also is asking the Board of Forestry to finalize a definition of the wildland urban interface. And so there'll be a multi-agency effort to do that. The board will vote on that. There will be a rulemaking around prescribed fire and the establishment of a rule for a certified burn manager program. So that will be happening over the next few months as well. And then finally, rules regarding how to provide protection for lands that are currently not under ODF protection or federal lands. And so that also will be moving forward. In state forests, the proposed HCP is now in the NEPA process and is moving forward. Really not much more news than that on that one. And on private lands, the Private Lands Division, Kyle Abraham, is working with DEQ to try to understand how to provide better alignment between DEQ's oversight of TMDLs and the Board of Forestry's oversight of the Forest Practices Act. So a lot happening. It's a lively time for the Board of Forestry, but those are some of the highlights from our last meeting and over the last few months. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brenda. That was a really great report. There is a lot happening. Good morning, Meg. What do you know?
Good morning, Liza Jane, and all the rest of you board members. It's great to see your faces. The Water Resources Commission and Department, well, yeah, it's no news to anyone that water conditions are atrocious this year. 22 counties have drought declarations in place. The northwest corner and southwest corner, Curry and Josephine, are the only counties without drought declarations at this point in the summer. More than half the state, according to the U.S. Drought Monitor, is in extreme or exceptional drought conditions. But like I said, that's not really news to anyone. It's getting all kinds of coverage nationally and locally. But with respect to other issues for the department, the budget news is also really wonderful for the Water Resources Department this year. We don't have a full breakdown yet because we are meeting in August, so we haven't met as a commission since the legislature adjourned. But the news is very good. A lot of new positions, money into groundwater studies, which are really desperately needed, and other areas, water management, surface water management, generally, all sorts of areas across the agency. So they're working on sorting out implementation, but it was a good year for the department and the legislature. The one thing I wanted to talk about from our last meeting has to do with groundwater conditions, and historically, concern is mounting about the state of groundwater in Oregon, and the department has not had the resources to conduct the kind of full-scale groundwater studies that would really give us a good profile of exactly what is happening in all of the groundwater basins in the state. But the department recently went with a different approach, which was they did a statewide survey. And for this particular survey, they focused on agricultural use because it's by far the largest sector using groundwater. But they took existing data that the department already has and kind of crosswalked it in order to give a picture. They literally created a map that produced the categories that it produced were areas of significant concern, which, where levels are at a certain degree of concern, and then areas of concern, areas of yield limited wells, and no data indicating an area of concern. Those were kind of the four categories that they ended up with. And the data that they used included groundwater declines that we are aware of and have data about, permits where there are specific conditions in the permit that say that sets a level below which the groundwater can't decline. And so they looked at permits where that decline level has been exceeded. They looked at groundwater restricted areas in the neighborhoods that they were neighborhoods in a broad sense that they were examining, state scenic waterway flow levels, groundwater application review findings. So when an application comes in for a new groundwater right, the agency conducts a review and factors in the information that it has and makes a decision based on that. What it knows. Sometimes the findings will suggest that the agency believes that there might be a problem, but they don't have the solid data that they would need to back up a no decision. So they looked at that information. Availability of hydraulically connected surface water is something else that they looked at. Is there water available in it? If the well is hydraulically connected, is there surface water available in that connected water body? Low yielding wells were the last kind of general category that they folded in. And this, I think this is a promising development for management of groundwater, because the agency won't really be able to make specific application decisions based on this data. It's not the kind of data that is anticipated for decision making on individual applications, but it does identify areas of concern, can facilitate a discussion, can raise the profile, can maybe create other opportunities for getting a handle on groundwater before every single groundwater basin has a full-blown study in place. So I'm enthused about that. The whole commission was very enthused about that, and I think the agency will be doing more of it going forward. And I think that is all I've got to report from the Water Resources Commission. Great to see everyone.
Thank you, Meg. Good morning, Jamie. Can we hear from you?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jamie McLeod Skinner. I serve as an at-large member of the OWEB board, live in Central Oregon, and hope everyone is safe and well, especially with the wildfire and drought that my colleagues have all spoken of. I've been working the first 6 months of the year in Southern Oregon on wildfire recovery in a more urban area, and got back home to pack our go bags with a potential evacuation from a Central Oregon wildfire. So that very real aspect that I know that Oregonians across the state are facing. And as the thoughts that are really on my mind reflect a lot of the comments my colleagues have made about the wildfire and drought that we're struggling with, because it's, of course, exacerbating conflict. And we're seeing some of that grow really across the state and potentially here in Central Oregon. I'd like to just comment on briefly. Of course, the limited water creates conflict between the environment and needs for the environment and for environmental resources, as well as for fire suppression resources. I mean, that was part of the conversation that was going on with allocations from the legislature. Thanks to them for recognizing this a priority, but that the limited resources that we have make have a fight between the environment, fire suppression, of course, also ag. Here in Jefferson County, where I live, ag has junior water rights, and so there's that constant challenge between what's enough, what's available, and that piece of it. The other thing that we're seeing here in Central Oregon, and this is based on something that's come up fairly recently in a meeting at one of the irrigation district boards, and the arrival of an organization that was involved in Malheur during that time of conflict, was interested in getting involved in Klamath, but was disinvited by the regional collaborative there, and is now setting a meeting for mid-August here in Central Oregon, and is looking to engage in a conversation over the recently approved HCP Habitat Conservation Plan that was negotiated over several years and put in place. And I have fears, based on statements, again, public statements that were made at this irrigation district meeting and reported in the Madras paper, about an intent to undermine that regional collaborative effort, the HCP. I think this is a bit of a harbinger of what we might see around the state. And also, of course, we've been dealing with this for many years. And so it really, to me, underscores the importance of investing in relationships, bringing together those who have traditionally been in conflict over limited resources, but also really bringing non-traditional partners to the table. And that's a lot of what we talk about in our DEI work, how we incorporate, and it's one of course, the goals of the board, is how we bring folks who have not traditionally been part of the conversation on natural resource investment and stewardship to the table. And I really think it adds that strong argument, the business sense or the value added for the DEI work that we're doing. And also, I know there's conversations in our agenda tomorrow about the investments that OWEB's making in regional collaborations, but also those organizations that are working to bring other people to the table and to invest in OWEB's really, really important work that folks are doing across the state. So that's forefront of my mind. And I'm, especially with these growing conflicts, I'm really struck by the greater need to think about how we invest in those relationships, because we won't be able to solve every problem, but if we have strong relationships, we'll be able to bring people together to come up with, whether it's mitigation or actual creative solutions to move forward on addressing the crisis that we're seeing that is climate related, the climate crisis that's in front of us, that's triggering a lot of the issues that we're seeing around wildfire and drought and flooding. So just want to also say then a thanks to those who are championing this. I know staff is doing a great job at trying to work on climate solutions and mitigation issues. Thanks to the committee that's working on that. Shout out to you, Bruce, for your ongoing advocacy, and also Brenda and others, Jason, many people on this call who are on this meeting who are helping, and folks working across the state. Just the challenges we're seeing now, the rising potential conflict is really underscoring the importance of taking meaningful steps in that direction. And then also something else is that, and Meg spoke to it, is that those measurements of how do we see what's happening, how do we address it and bring attention to it. So this is just such an incredibly important work in this time. So really appreciate everyone doing that work. And then with that, just really excited about our conversation the next 2 days, and want to end with, and this struck me this morning because we actually had some rain here in Central Oregon. So wishing you all rainfall during the drought and times of fire, and clear skies during floods.
Thank you, Jamie. Good morning, Molly.
Good morning, everybody. It's lovely to see you all, even if it is still virtual, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in person. It'll be a treat these days, isn't it? So as you know, I am a professor at OSU, but my role here is as the liaison between OWEB and DEQ. And last week we had a DEQ EQC commissioner meeting, and quite a few things happened that would be relevant for OWEB and watersheds and water quality that I can share. So for the first part, with the Oregon Department of Agriculture and DEQ, they're working on a new memorandum of understanding that was approved, that it will help to have ODA approve permit coverages and determine compliance and use their expertise, but that DEQ is also going to be involved to assist in the review of plans and provide the technical and subject matter, particularly for nutrient management and things that will protect water quality, especially for CAFO's that will be wanting to expand and bring on new livestock. So there's a new memorandum of understanding there, which I think is a very positive thing. There was also, similar to the other agencies, this was a good legislative session. So there was a lot of effort and funding going towards particularly the water programs. A lot of money is now put into septic tanks and failing septic tanks, both in areas where there were that were affected by the Labor Day wildfires, as well as moving some money from the state revolving water fund into loan programs that can help rural low-income households repair and replace septic tanks, which I think is a very positive thing, which also dovetails into structural issues that we've talked about on this board, which is understanding that some of these communities might not have the resources, the knowledge in the bank to tap into these funds. So being sensitive and being helpful and using expertise in communities so that they can actually access the resources is something that I think every agency needs to be mindful of. And I think OWEB can play a role in that and, and does through a lot of their outreach and engagement through water and soil commissions. There was about $1 million put into clean watershed plans that will fund 4 positions, which will be a positive thing that will allow for a lot of interaction with OWEB. There was all sorts of good stuff. The community engagement plans for water projects, which we've also heard about in this commission, particularly the one in Harney County, was supported. And so hopefully the progress that they're making in Harney County to reconcile their groundwater issues will be able to move into the next phase and continue, because that is going to be the kinds of efforts that we need to support in order to get more sustainable water budgets in areas. And then, a bunch of other things. So I don't want to just list off all of the legislative rules, but it felt like a really good year. It was a really positive meeting. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to continue for the agencies to work together and improve the water quality. It's going to take every agency in alignment moving forward to kind of deal with some of these issues as we're starting to reach tipping points. So it was a positive meeting. So I look forward to hearing what other ones have been up to. And I got to say, actually, Liza Jane, we made one of the tri-tips that you sent, and it was delicious last night for dinner. So
I'm so glad. Thank you.
It's a treat.
Good. It's my treat. That's awesome. Bruce, how are you this morning? What you up to?
Good morning, everybody. Thanks, Liza Jane. I would like to start by saying thanks to Jason and Alan and Ron for their leadership and advocacy, and particularly Alan for his proofreading. We're going to miss that. Since the last meeting, most of my time has been spent working on climate issues and other things that Mrs. B tells me to do. We will miss I will miss the October meeting in person, going on taking a train trip to New Orleans and driving around Florida. But I thought it was a vacation. Mrs. B had other ideas. So we're going to be spending a day with the Mobile Bay National Estuary Program out of Dauphin Island, talking to them about their programs. They work on a watershed that covers 65% of the state of Alabama. Evidently, the agenda for our discussions have already been set talking about blue carbon restoration, resilience, talking about their CCMP. I was taken by the conversation with their executive director by her familiarity with LCREP and Tillamook Bay and the work that's being done there. So even though I won't be able to enjoy your company in person, I will be there virtually, but rest assured, I will be working on issues related to OWEB instead of fishing as I had previously intended. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Where are we? Paul.
Well, hello.
Good morning.
Howdy. I'm Paul Henson. I'm the state supervisor for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service for Oregon, for the state of Oregon. I guess I want to just say a couple things. First of all, thanking Jason for his service. And fortunately, I get to work with Jason in his day job. So I'll still see him, I hope, every now and then. Of course, Ron Alvarado and Alan, two fellow feds. And I want to say that having joined the board after them and then learning a bit from their example of how to, even as a non-voting member, how to sort of provide great input and support and technical expertise on the issues in front of the board has been really helpful to me, and just want to thank both of them. And I know I'll also see both of them in their day jobs too. So this isn't quite goodbye, but a little bit bittersweet, as Jason said earlier. A couple of things about our organization, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Oregon. We're still working remotely for the most part. Our main office in Portland, as well as our local field offices out in, which are usually co-located with either the U.S. Forest Service or Bureau of Land Management. We're all working remotely, whatever the sort of local conditions and sort of standard operating procedures are during COVID. But we are getting out in the field a fair amount and doing field work, doing surveys, visiting restoration projects, et cetera. And our our offices are partially open, up to 25% capacity at this point. But really, pretty much most folks are still teleworking. Just a couple of recent actions that have gone on involving U.S. Fish and Wildlife that might be a little bit noteworthy. Right now, there is we are revising yet again northern spotted owl critical habitat across the states of Oregon, Washington, California. Some of you might have seen some of the news at the end of the previous administration about some kind of last minute changes and revisions to spotted owl critical habitat. Well, the incoming administration, the Biden administration, has reversed some of those changes. So we're in the process of actually finalizing those. They're in the Federal Register right now, with public comment period, I think, still open for a week or so on that. A couple of positive milestones from a restoration and recovery perspective in the Willamette Valley is we're downlisting Fender's blue butterfly from endangered to threatened because of recovery progress for that butterfly. That was a butterfly that was thought to be extinct back in the 1930s, was rediscovered in 1989, was listed as endangered, and then a lot of restoration work in the valley occurred. And now, it wouldn't surprise me if we actually downlist that butterfly in the next year or two, given the progress that's been made and all the partnerships. And I know OWEB has had some direct involvement in that. And also associated with that, we're delisting a couple of endangered plants, listed plants, Bradshaw's lamatium and Nelson's checker mallow, that are also in the Willamette Valley. And a lot of the partners that we all work with have worked for the last few decades recovering those species, securing habitat, doing restoration, managing invasive species. In a similar vein, this year we had the highest snowy plover counts, second year in a row for highest counts along the Oregon coast. As some of you know, the snowy plover is listed as threatened. And again, it's another one of these management dependent species that, as long as you implement the management and address the proximal threats to these species, whether they're plants, butterflies, or birds, a lot of them can actually rebound quite well. Even in the overarching context of climate change and other issues that are going on with them. We are considering listing and designating critical habitat for a plant along the coast in that same area, a sand dune phacelia, which occurs along the Pacific Northwest. We're working with the federal land managers, state land managers, and a few local landowners who have this rare plant that occurs in sand dunes, but it's also getting hammered by some of those same invasive species. Some of you might have heard that we have been receiving a petition to relist the gray wolf in the lower 48, in part driven, I think, by concern and some in the environmental community about liberalizing hunting regulations in various states, not in Oregon, but in other states in the range of the wolf that will impact the population. And so we're being pressed to reconsider the delisting we did of the wolf last year. And that, of course, will get a fair amount of news so people can track that. As Brenda mentioned, we're working with DSL, Oregon DSL, and ODF on several HCPs in Oregon forests, the Clatsop, Tillamook, and San Ym, the Western Oregon Forest HCP, and then also the Elliott Forest HCP. And they are getting into the NEPA phase, as Brenda mentioned. And the last thing, I really appreciated Jamie's comments and would love to hear from her and others on the Deschutes River HCP, Habitat Conservation Plan, that we recently completed. The Fish and Wildlife Service completed it. NOAA's still working on their part of it. From our perspective, the year, it's the first year of that HCP. These are multi-decade habitat conservation plans. And of course, in that very first year, you've got what amounts to unforeseen circumstances with the magnitude of the drought that we're experiencing right now. I will say, having worked on that since I came back to Oregon in 2008, so for the last 12 years, and then finally completing it this past December and signing the permit and holding it together through this period and negotiating adjustments to it. It is providing for frogs, fish, and farmers as best we can tell. Everyone is suffering though, and so it's sort of, as I think Jamie was kind of describing, how to sort of distribute that difficulty and that pain as much as you can, equitably and fairly and collaboratively. So I'm happy to talk with folks about that. We've got a great team that's been implementing that. I've become pretty close with a lot of the irrigators, really respecting kind of their position and what they need to do, but also the local all the other water users in that basin, which is essentially the size of Vermont. So it's no easy task. So anyway, those are just a few of the items, some highlights and some challenges. Also appreciate Brenda's comment. I've got staff out on various fires working, that are actually in their other career as firefighters. And so we're wishing them the best and thinking of them. But we're also collaborating with the Forest Service, BLM, the state on emergency response, endangered species consultation, emergency consultation during these fires and how they're fought, and then of course post-fire restoration and salvage operations. So I think that's plenty for me right now. Thanks, and I'll stop there.
Thank you, Paul. Let's see, Ron, are you with us this morning?
I am, except I'm having some difficulties with my video, so I'm having to go to the plan B with my video here, so bear with me. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not coming in right, but I don't know what's going on, folks, so bear with me here. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few things about NRCS. As you may have heard, today is my last board meeting, and in order to provide a little bit more consistent attendance on NRCS's side, Corey Owens will be our rep. And I think she's on the YouTube live, and I'm not sure if we're able to see her, but anyways, many of you may know Corey. She's our assistant state conservationist for partnerships now, but she used to be our state soil scientist, leading our soil health effort. And anyways, you'll enjoy her. She's has a lot of energy, a lot more energy than I do. So you'll appreciate working with her. Just a couple of areas that I'll focus on is obviously the drought, and then our irrigation infrastructure work that we're doing throughout the state. But just about a month ago, USDA announced 4 states as recipients of $41 million of drought assistance. Arizona, Colorado, California, and Oregon were selected to receive drought funding. And in addition to that, in the 2018 Farm Bill, there was a new, I'm going to call it a program just for the sake of not confusing folks. It's incentive contracts that incentivize folks to implement climate-friendly, climate-smart practices for longer periods of time, 5 to 10 year contracts. And so that was part of the pilot that we're in the 4 states. But out of the 41 million, Oregon, we received 7 million for the state of Oregon. And for example, practices such as helping with range grazing, let's see, other cover crop type practices that ensure that we're covering the soil. That's what we're focused on in the Klamath, is ensuring that we can try to get that soil covered. Right now, it was a little too late considering the situation Klamath was in. It was just not enough moisture to get the cover crops in. So we're waiting until the fall to see if we can get some cover out there. But that was good news. We received over 400 applications statewide. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough money to get all 400, but we did at least fund the 7.1 million. And I have put in a request for additional funding if funding becomes available. And then I've heard Jamie and Paul talk a little bit about Central Oregon, and most of you may know that our PL 566 program is a program that helps irrigation districts, in our case here in Oregon, modernize their irrigation systems. And we've been at it since 2016. We're up over $120 million of investment. The Tumalo, Swally, Central Oregon Irrigation District have been under construction. Right now we're working on Lone Pine, North Unit, and let's see, in Hood River, it's East Fork. And so we have a great relationship with and partner with the Farmers Conservation Alliance, who's doing the heavy lift on the planning side. We obviously are working with Paul and his team and other organizations to help us through that planning process, but also, in terms of communication and messaging on the benefits of these investments. I concur that with Jamie that these projects are complex, and they touch a lot of different areas in terms of how people view the situation we're in. So it's as part of the planning process, we do go through a public comment period about a month. I extended Arnold's public comment a couple of weeks, but there's a lot of pros, a lot of cons, and there's a lot of folks that are very supportive, and there are some that are not, and it's just a matter of finding that balance of how we not only provide irrigation water to our farmers and ranchers, but how we supply needed water to our streams and rivers for threatened and endangered species. So we're pretty happy about that, and we just look forward to continuing working with everyone. And I'd be happy to at any time visit more about it if you guys have any more questions for me. But just lastly, before I end, I just want to thank Maida and her leadership, and Renee and the OWEB staff and the board members. And I'm not going anywhere. I'll be around. So I look forward to seeing you. I am planning a trip around the state, Liza and Barbara and folks. So I might drop by and see how you guys are doing out there. So I'll keep in touch, and you do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. I look forward to that. I look forward to that. Jason, do you have?
Great.
Yeah.
I do. Thank you very much, Liza Jane. And once again, just want to thank the board for the opportunity to serve as your co-chair for the last couple of years. It's just absolutely been a privilege. One of the things I want to say is that, the work that OWEB does is so instrumental to supporting healthy communities across the state of Oregon. Oftentimes we get focused on the good work that we do from a watershed perspective, but we don't talk about the value that work adds to the health of our communities. And as we can see today with the issues and the topics we've discussed with drought and wildfire, those are definitely rampant across the state of Oregon. We've got climate change issues as well. And we need to pull together in a collaborative effort to continue to work to provide for those healthy communities. And tribes are disproportionately impacted by those communities. So I'm happy to hear the comments provided by Jamie and others, and that's how do we continue to raise tribal interests to the top of our discussions. And I'm hopeful that those will continue to move forward in my absence. I do want to thank the 9 Western Oregon tribes for the opportunity over the last 4 years to serve in this capacity as a non-tribal member and to represent tribal interest in a manner that I hopefully did adequately and that was fair across the board to really bring those interests to bear. So appreciate that. I want to continue to just applaud OWEB staff. I've had several conversations with other state agencies who are looking at that sweet spot and how do we communicate and coordinate with tribes, both on a broader tribal consortium front as well as individual tribes. And I can't say this enough, that OWEB is so progressive and is really leading the way when it comes to communicating with tribes. And I'm very impressed with the staff and what the leadership that Maida has provided. We have taken huge strides in getting tribal interests out there. And I think other state agencies are watching and learning as well. And so there's been a lot of good conversations as of late with other state agencies to really dial in their coordination communication with tribes and really get tribes involved in a much broader level. So that's really good. We talked a little bit about fires and drought. And as I mentioned, tribes are disproportionately impacted. I know Warm Springs has been hit pretty hard. We've had some issues also with Umatilla. We've got the water and drought situation going down in Klamath. And so, those are really challenging and really dynamic issues that we have to face. And that's where the importance of collaboratives come in. And I think there are a lot of great opportunities out there to really start looking at collaboratives and how we start working across jurisdictional boundaries. And for tribes in particular, where they're looking at their ancestral ties to an area, boundaries don't really mean anything. And so there are opportunities. I just want to encourage all the agencies, all of our viewers on the live today to really reach out to your local tribal governments and talk about collaboration, because in order to tackle some of these large scale problems, we're going to have to start looking and thinking differently and be proactive across jurisdictional boundaries. And I see that happening more and more, but I think there's more opportunities for that to occur as well. I wanted to welcome Corey on board, Ron, and thank you for your service on the board. We will continue to work together through our professional relationships, but just thank you for all that you've provided, and welcome, Corey. And then also just wanted to wrap up by thanking Alan once again. Alan has just been a tremendous asset for me as I've come on and learned so much from him. I know Alan's been on the board quite some time. He's gone through a lot of conversations and dialogue. One of the original board members that was involved in the Focused Investment Partnership Program, which I think is a tremendous program. And so, Alan, thank you very much for everything that you've done. Thanks, Liza Jane.
Thank you, Jason. Barbara. Do we have her? Maybe not.
No. Yes. Sorry.
There you are.
I'm doing the dual screen for the first time, so I'm learning my mouse.
Oh my goodness.
So Yes. So thank you, Barbara Boyer, for the record, representing the Board of Agriculture. So Ron, I really appreciated you speaking to the Farm Bill programs and the climate smart agriculture. I came across a memo from April 29th that Director Taylor, Director Lofsgarden, and the state forester at the time, Peter Doherty, wrote to USDA Office of Emergency and Environmental Policy. And it's a 17-page memo, and it is awesome. It just highlights some of the climate smart and forest questions to USDA about expanding the existing Farm Bill programs that offer multiple natural resource benefits, including climate change mitigation and support for early adopters. If anybody is highlights some really great, it has some great points and some great things that the state of Oregon are doing. And so if anybody's interested in reading that memo, ask me and I will forward it to you. But it's really well done. It's very thoughtful. Maida, you guys did a great job on this memo. So I haven't even read the whole thing. I was just excited to get halfway through it. And I was like, I got to share this. And then our board, let's see, per statute, the Board of Ag is to supply on a biennial basis the status of agriculture, the industry. So our board report is out. If anybody's interested in that, it's quite a nice document. Just talks about the workforce and land use and water, are all the things that are hitting agriculture in the state of Oregon right now. And lastly, I don't know if any of you guys ever served with Dan Carver from Imperial Ranch. He was on the OWEB board, and he was also on the Board of Ag from 2003 through 2011, and he passed away last Friday after a fall on the ranch and just did not quite recover from that. So I just wanted to pass that along. I don't know how long he served on the OWEB board. Maida, do you know?
He was on, we were just thinking about that, send a note out to staff yesterday, and we had not heard the latest update, Barbara, so thank you for that. I want to say probably 6 years he was the Board of Agriculture representative. He was on the board when I was on the board.
Okay.
So yeah, a real gem, an amazing ranch in Central Oregon, and they hosted us along with the hotel that the family runs there right in Maupin. So really special family and a pretty neat person. So Barbara, thank you for letting us know.
All right, and that is all I have today. And I'll save my farewell for tomorrow for the 3 outgoing board members.
Thank you, Barbara. I just have this is Liza Jane for the record. I just have a few comments. You've all kind of recognized that Wallowa County is under smoke for a month from the Elbow Fire just north of us. So that's, nerve-wracking. And along with that is the lack of water from drought, but the lack of water in our streams is impacting our fish populations. So we're looking at closures. Currently, most of us, I think, are not under hoot owl, but checking water temperatures daily and our local Fish and Game are staying on top of that, which I really appreciate. On a positive for fish, the last probably 2.5 weeks, the Nez Perce fisheries have been bringing adult spawning Chinook to our OWEB supported restored Wallowa River and putting them in here. And that's, the top of the day excitement for us to see that happening. And we're trying to host them well. And I think I'd like to speak a little bit to some things that folks have said also. As far as agriculture and livestock producers throughout Oregon, maybe there's a couple places that are not quite as severe, but in 40 years of ranching, I've never experienced anything like this. it's just a unique combination of factors of the heat. Our grass, it just didn't grow. It's not growing. So the cattle and livestock don't have pasture to eat. There's no hay to, the hay didn't grow. So there's no hay to purchase at any normal price or even find it to feed your cattle. And then the stock ponds are dried up and there aren't water trucks to be available in the West. So it's really difficult. I think that that's important because other than that being a protein source in food and a lot of other products for people, conservation on working and private lands is going to look really different if these landowners can no longer make a living. And so that's something to really find ways to support that. There are government programs to help support that, and those are great. But I think we need to be cognizant of not too much talking and more and a lot of action. So let's keep that in front of us. And to Jamie's point about community and relationship, Paul spoke to that. It reminded me of my experience on the NOAA Fisheries Columbia Basin Partnership. 4 years working with a crew of like 30 people of completely diverse position or, perspectives. And how everybody came to the table with kind of something to lose. There was the hydro and the hatchery and the harvesters, and everybody had their position and experience, is threatened maybe by giving something up. And I think the process I learned from that is giving people room, an opportunity to express their fear around that, and then figure out you're in it together. And how do you move forward to get that goal? So last night up on Alder Slope, neighbors are getting together and starting to not be quite as neighborly because we're all running out of water, right? And so having that opportunity to say, yeah, I know you don't have your hay, you can't make your equipment. I know you don't have, water for your cattle or whatever it is. And then you go, well, we better get together and figure out how to make this work. And that's really important. And I feel like it's our way through. And that's a part of what OWEB does as well, as being a resource and helping people do that. And we do that on the board. So I'm really appreciative to be part of this. So that's what I have. So Barbara, thank you everyone for your great comments. It's such a valuable part of our time together. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I really learn a lot from these board member reports. So thank you. Moving on to item number B on our agenda, and I'm looking for approval of our March board meeting minutes, please.
I make a motion to approve the March minutes.
Second.
It's been moved by Liza Jane, seconded by Jamie. Any further discussion? All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on down, Liza Jane.
Wonderful. We have time for some public comments.
And we have 3 public commenters today at this time slot: Kelly Beamer, Jan Lee, and Vanessa, Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. I see Kelly is on, and April says that Vanessa is on as well, though I don't see her. And Jan, we hope to have on shortly. So maybe it might be worth it to start with Kelly. And it looks like time-wise, we have time for 5 minutes for each.
Thanks, Maida. For the record, my name is Kelly Beamer, and I am the Executive Director of the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. Good morning, everybody. It's been a long time since we hopped on and provided testimony, and it's really wonderful to see everybody. I want to echo the gratitude to Ron and Alan and Jason for their leadership. I feel like, we are part of the community, and I've had the privilege to get to know you all over the years. And I just can't express on behalf of our community how much we appreciate the dedication of time you've given to the board. So, so thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to wear the Colt hat for a little bit and then switch over to the Oregon Conservation Partnership hat. And I'm glad we're all here to share some things with you today. I'm going to share my screen because I'd like to just share a report. Every year, the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts generates a report called the State of the Lands Report. And it's really our opportunity to pause and recognize the collective impact we had together. And Liza Janes, your word about your neighbors coming together, I just looked at these words, stronger together, and realized this is how we're going to get through this, all of the challenges. And so, my heart goes out to you. And reflecting, the State of the Lands Report is an opportunity to look at our year past and everything that we've accomplished together as a conservation community. The picture here is of John Day, where the Western Rivers Conservancy has protected over 26 miles of main stem river and 12 miles of cold water tributaries. So it's just a stunning picture we're proud to feature. So Coalition of Oregon Land Trust now has 25 members and 5 associate members, and we're all rooted in the same mission of conserving land for fish and wildlife and for people. And thinking about the 2020 year, I think we all are a little ragged and weary for it, but it was amazing to think that collectively we continued to march on, and our members completed 21 new land acquisition projects last year. And our community grew stronger. We have 250 people serving on the boards of land trusts, 5,000 volunteers, and over 274 employees. And this community includes associate members, 5 soil and water conservation districts that also do land protection as well. This is just a little vignette that represents a lot of the hard work that happened and the creativity, masking up, doing pond turtle reintroduction, doing a pollinator habitat project in partnership with the Warm Springs Museum. The Nature Conservancy's gorgeous new building was vandalized, but they put their chin up and hired amazing artists to do murals. Greenbelt Land Trust in the lower right corner did remote a race in Bald Hill Farm, that was remote and safe, and continued to rally their supporters throughout this last year. And the impact was pretty profound. 2 of our members doubled the acres they protected, and you all were a part of that. Canyon Ranch Painted Hills project was completed by Blue Mountain Land Trust. They doubled the acres in 2020 they protected in Oregon. And then Friday Ranch in Central Oregon was a major accomplishment by the Deschutes Land Trust to protect a cold water stronghold. We also can't think about last year without thinking about fire. McKinsey River Trust and Southern Oregon Land Conservancy in particular were in the heart of it. And our report talks about the ways they not only stepped up and did post-fire recovery by planting trees and visiting landowners, but really they pivoted and created a huge volunteer network for getting food, gas cards, community relief. And I just saw how our members, and I know this is true of my colleagues in SWCDs and watershed councils, we show up when community needs us. And so it was really amazing to see the response network last year with the fires. So I'd love to share, we're happy to pop a report in the mail to anybody who hasn't gotten one yet. Just shoot me an email. But I also, before I switch, I do thinking about, Jason, your work over the last year to help raise awareness about the importance of our partnerships with tribes. In 2020, Colt did have our first land back, where a land trust was North Coast Land Conservancy returned land to the Clatsop-Nehalem tribe on the coast. And it was an incredible transfer of land. As a community, we've embarked upon a land justice project where every land trust that has passed a board resolution of commitment is now going through a 2-year learning journey focused on increasing tribal sovereignty, land access, and really listening to the needs of tribal partners. So that was another exciting thing we launched this year. And I know I'm getting on time, so I'm going to put my Oregon Conservation Partnership hat on. and just share an announcement. I'm actually going to show these because they're a little prettier. We're doing 2 summer tours that Colt is leading, and the network and OECD are also partnering in this. This is our chance to lift up and get folks back on the ground. September 8th, we will be up in Astoria. Bruce, I'm looking at you because I know that's just in your backyard, featuring an incredible drinking water protection program. The coast is just going to basically face more and more pressure on their very precarious small water sources. And there are more examples of communities that want to step up and protect their source water. So this is Bear Creek above Astoria. That's a really neat project that's also funded partially through carbon credits. So that's on September 8th. And then August 10th, we'll be up on the Upper McKinsey. And you can see this picture in the lower left. That's the Holiday Farm Fire. Before and after at Finn Rock Reach, which is a land trust property. The land trust and the council are doing a restoration project right now. That's over $1 million of investment to bring back the floodplain at Finn Rock. The story, I was just up there 2 weeks ago, the story of community resilience, of drinking water protection with OWEB, and what's happening post-fire with this restoration project is incredible. So coming up on August 10th, and of course, everyone's welcome. Vanessa will share her tour that she's working on in Bear Creek. But with that, it's good to see everyone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Kelly. Vanessa, are you ready?
Madam Chair, if she's on the phone, I think it's *6 allows one to unmute on the phone.
Oh, there she comes.
Hi, everyone. I'm unmuted now. Good morning, and thanks for letting me join you by phone today. I really appreciate it for the opportunity to comment. My name is Vanessa Green. I partner with Kelly Beamer and with Jan Lee, and I serve as the Executive Director for the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils. As you know, NAUSE's mission is to support the work of Oregon's councils, providing a collective voice and providing useful information, resources, programming, and networking opportunities that make us stronger together. And over the past pandemic year, NAUSE has grown a lot, and I just wanted to share some of our progress with you. Our members are, as you know, on average, small and lean. 6 watershed councils who were not previously members joined NAUSE this year, and we have 59 members. We established a new membership dues structure this year, which included a category for affiliate members, and those can be any interested individual or organization. We learn best together and often from each other, and NAUSE has concentrated on establishing community networks across each of our 6 regions this year, crossing ecological and geographical boundaries. The opportunity to share stories and ideas and struggles made a big difference in reducing instability and turnover, we believe. We began hosting quarterly calls with each NAUSE region, which had not happened previously. And councils shared knowledge and have lent equipment to each other, and they helped each other with grant proposals, and they planned press releases. And also this past year, I was invited to join 16 separate watershed council board meetings and got to know each organization in a deeper way as well. I was so fortunate to inherit a dedicated and engaged board, and our board has helped me to establish 3 committees that are comprised of watershed council employees and directors. These committees have represented their colleagues well, and they each gelled as a group, so we're ready for meaningful collaborations. We have a member services committee, which spent the last year reviewing member benefits, figuring out what do we value, what do we need, what are the categorical gaps, and what needs updating, and what do we want to do next. And the committee worked with a team of graduate students from the University of Oregon Nonprofit Management Program to conduct a thorough assessment. And their data show that NAUSE members appreciated our engagement with state agencies, such as here today. And our Government Relations Committee tracked the progress of dozens of bills through the legislative session and provided a summary of those that passed back to our watershed councils, letting them know what they really need to pay attention to. Our members also value the formal and informal networking and professional development. And our members especially enjoyed the Oregon Conservation Partnership Affinity Groups, which OECD and NAUSE collaborated on as a new deliverable this year. The Tidegates group focused on learning and permitting processes and project strategies. The Aquatic Habitat Restoration Group reviewed literature together on adaptive management and beaver-related restoration. And there is also a group focused on the protection of working lands and easements, and a group on pollinator habitats has just begun. So over the next year, NAUSE members said that they would like for us to provide more support on topics related to nonprofit management, especially because so many of them grew into their roles from a natural resources background. So you'll see some more energy and activities around that front. I also just wanted to say, piggybacking on what Kelly just said about the legislative tours that we have planned for this fall, we are planning a mid-September trip to Bear Creek in Southern Oregon, a different Bear Creek, I think. And it's going to be a tour site that's along riparian corridor between Ashland and Phoenix in Jackson County. And the featured area burned extensively during the Alameda wildfire last year, and it destroyed thousands of homes, and it had a big ecological impact. Our tour host is going to be the Rogue River Watershed Council, and they are conducting restoration work in an area along with several partners. And the goal is to prevent future wildfires in the area. The work they're doing is eliminating invasive blackberries and preparing for better floodplain control and protecting drinking water and source water. There's also a large population of unhoused people in the area, some of them due to the wildfire, and we need to keep their ecological impact and safety needs in mind. So that's what we are up to. And I just wanted to share all of these new things, and thank you for the opportunity to spend some time with you here this morning. I'm going to be listening into your whole meeting.
Thank you, Vanessa. Do any board members have questions for Kelly or Vanessa this morning?
Chair, if I may, not so much a question, but just a tremendous statement of gratitude. I was just working in Southern Oregon, especially along Bear Creek, the comments about not just the need to manage the potential fire fuel, but also the recognition of homelessness and the challenges being faced in Southern Oregon is tremendous. So really appreciate that understanding and that work. It's critically important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. And Maida?
Yeah, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I just want to note, so I had mentioned that Jan was going to be on. She's not actually coming on until the spending plan portion later, so she'll be joining us later. And I do want to call your attention on page 15 of your board book is a written public comment from the Sandy River Watershed Council that ties to the council capacity funding conversation that will be taking place tomorrow. So just a reference, that is where it sits, and we'll be talking about that during tomorrow's conversation, not today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, are we ready to move down the agenda?
Yeah.
All right, so we are
Hey, Barbara?
going down. Yes.
Yeah, this is Alan. I just want to, if I could, I just want to take a second to thank Kelly and Vanessa for all of their work that their organizations do to support our goals and our missions in what we do on a daily basis. They've come together over the years and just provided an incredible partnership with OWEB. And we've heard just a snippet of what they do and what they're involved with. And they help us be successful. And we help them be successful as well. But I just want to express my appreciation to both of them, and hopefully watch that partnership continue to grow over the next years.
Thank you, Alan. All right, so moving on down to item number D on our agenda, and it's going to be committee updates. Jason, you're first, please.
All right, thank you, Madam Co-Chair. The DEI committee is made up of Jamie McLeod-Skinner and myself, a very small committee. We lost our other committee member to retirement, so hopefully he is having a great retirement. We met on May 12th and had a good conversation around success measures for stakeholder engagement, using kind of equity as our lens for how we would interpret that. And then we also got an update on solicitation for contractors to assist with the DEI work that we're moving forward with. I want to refer you to item D, the first committee report. DEI committee is where this is located. And I'm going to go ahead and paraphrase some of the information in that report. So we looked at measuring success for stakeholder engagement. We really talked about how we consider DEI as part of reviewing those grants, and really looking at questions for how we look into that. And so some of the questions we looked at and answers is, sometimes we have to look at success in restoration acquisition project not moving forward because it's really about what we learn in the engagement process. So I think that's something that we need to focus on, is what are we learning? We also noted that a measure of success may be what was additionally, or what was learned from the project, and what is new, what is additive. We talked about the definition of success needs to be broad, and that awareness that's sometimes failing, if we're learning from it, is important. And then really, did the project overall build awareness, understanding, and expertise in the community around DEI? So did the project bring the community together? Did we engage in new partnerships along the way? And then the next question we looked at is, are we okay if a project doesn't succeed, but the grantee took all the right approaches? If so, do the measures of success identified capture the nuance? And really, as we looked at that, we figured yes, and it's really about how the engagement was designed that matters. So if the approach is designed well and impacts improve how we do business or lead to innovation, then that's what's important in that process. We also talked about the lessons learned from a project, maybe the most important part. Once again, what are we learning from this process along the way? And the best learning may come from unexpected outcomes. So we might have an expected outcome, but we find that it's completely different than what we expected. Some of the best learning might come through that unexpected outcome. We need to recognize that the standard process may apply across regions, but demographics are different. So what we talked about here is that we know that in local communities, the demographics may be different. So how we apply standardized process may change slightly depending on the demographics locally. So we have to take that into consideration. And some projects may be more traditional. While it's okay to maintain the status quo in some areas, but we need to have a good understanding of how this applies to the application process. So the other thing that we talked about is just how do we continue to incorporate DEI in the process as we move forward as a board? And really, we want to make sure that there's an intentional process in place for how we bring DEI into our conversations. And really, how do we incorporate that into our success metrics to really determine that we are taking DEI and elevating it to the level it needs to be elevated as we move forward with conversations of the board. So I'm going to see if Jamie has anything else to add.
No, thanks, Jason. Great job.
Oops. All right, moving on down to Climate Committee. Bruce?
Madam Chair, it looks like Maida has a question.
Thank you. I am going to need help figuring out that chat or the raise of the hand. Sorry. Go ahead, Maida.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, I do want to just note one thing that happened since the DEI committee met, and that is that the governor's office, working with the Racial Justice Council, has put together a racial equity toolkit, and they've asked each agency to put forward a program that could go through that toolkit process. And so we just last week submitted back to the governor's office the stakeholder engagement grant program as the program that would be evaluated, looking to see where there might be additional assistance from the Racial Justice Council or otherwise. So carrying on with this conversation from the DEI committee, we have moved that program forward for additional evaluation at the Racial Justice Council and the Equity Toolkit level.
All right, and on that, just briefly on that topic, I know at ODA, they started using the acronym JEDI, and it's Justice, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. I just thought that was an interesting new acronym. So, all right, Bruce, Climate Committee, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, the Climate Committee has been busy, and primarily with the learning and trying to put together the focus to present to the full board at some point on how we look at all of our projects through a climate lens. The largest body of work I think that has been done, it has been the work that Audrey put together for a technical resource document to be posted in our website. It's I believe, a 16-page report, and it's gone through a number of iterations and a number of consultations with members of the committee. And I believe, and maybe Maida can confirm that it is currently, has it posted now on the web page, Maida?
I'm going to defer to Renee. I think it has, but Renee, go ahead.
Yes, it has posted.
Yes, I thought it had. I hadn't looked this morning. So anyway, I would suggest or invite all of the board members to take a look at that document. It is a culmination of a great deal of work. It is still a work in progress, and it will be amended and as new information and new direction is given. I would like to thank the members of the Climate Committee. Not only are they incredibly knowledgeable, but also share a sense of urgency that I think is much needed. It's with all the immediate problems that we face as a board and as a state, trying to stay focused on the urgency of climate action can be a difficult task, but people, the members of this committee, I'm particularly thinking of Brenda, keep our focus laser sharp. So thank you. And at some point, I would ask that Audrey maybe give an update on specifically what is in, how the document is to be used and what is in it. Thank you.
All right, any questions for Bruce on the Climate Committee?
Barbara, this is Liza Jane.
Yes.
Bruce, could you name, just for the record, the members of that Climate Committee for us?
That's just plain mean, Liza Jane. There's no call for that kind of a question to a 71-year-old man. So help me, Jamie, Brenda, Alan, Renee, come on, help me out here.
All.
All, yes.
It's actually listed at the top of the committee report.
And
on page 17.
Even also.
Oh, thanks. Okay.
Good job. Good job. Not intended to be mean. I think it was just a call out for the record because it's great work.
That's the benefit of having really good staff too.
All right, thank you. Moving on to Focused Investment Committee update. Bruce, you're up again, please.
I had actually forgotten I was chairing the Focused Investment Partnership. I am a placeholder, so I would ask that Maida or who should give that report other than me?
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I'll just briefly mention a couple things because these are actually coming up later in your agenda. So the committee received an update about the Rogue Forest Partners Focus Investment Geography Change. That is agenda item N, like Nancy. So we'll be discussing that tomorrow. And then the committee is going to meet jointly with the monitoring committee to plan for post-focus investment partnership reporting. There's time to plan for that since we've got the first cohort of FIPs who are not completing all of their projects until 2023. So there's some time for planning between the FIP committee and the monitoring committee. And then the committee spent some time talking about the 21-23 spending plan at their meeting. Based on the May revenue forecast, we'll be talking about this later. There was the potential to increase the funding for the FIP program, which is pretty exciting given the kind of demand that we've seen. So they talked about that. We'll be talking about that later during the spending plan. And then they previewed the solicitation schedules. So July of 2022 is when the board awards will come for the FIP program. And then applications will be due in October of 2021 for the partnership TA funding.
All right, thank you. So I'm looking at the chat. Stephen, do you still have a question? I can't tell what time that came in.
Yeah, I have a question, but it's for Jason on the DEI.
Go ahead.
I noticed that you may have said this, but in your report, it looks like your focus is on stakeholder engagement grants, and which is probably a good place to start. But stakeholder engagement is, of course, part of all projects in one way or another, particularly at the beginning and end. Is your intent to go beyond that, beyond just the stakeholder engagement grants?
Yes, I will let Maida, I thought your hand was up. I'll let Maida answer that question, Stephen.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, this was a specific request, Steve, that came from the March board meeting to have a couple of committees look at the stakeholder engagement grant specifically. So the monitoring committee and the DEI committee are going to be looking at that and answering the same questions in both committees. So this evaluation is specifically about the grant program. The question had come up, how do we measure success in our stakeholder engagement grant? So at this point in time, that is the focus. I'm glad to have conversations in committees if there are other areas of focus, but I think that would need to come through a more formal committee process. Right now, this one came from the board.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and maybe just to add to that, I know we've had a lot of good conversations about the broader application of DEI across board discussions. So that's still out there and definitely something that the DEI committee has recommended to be elevated in conversations.
All right, thank you for that engagement. Moving on down to monitoring committee, Alan, please.
Thanks, Barbara. This is Alan Henning for the record. Before I get started, I just wanted to let folks know that Stephen will be taking over as co-chair. This being my last board meeting, Stephen will be the chair of the monitoring committee from here on end. With my departure, there's an opportunity for someone to join the monitoring committee, and the monitoring committee is incredibly strong with Molly and Brenda, and Stephen, and then we're led by Ken and Audrey and Renee, and you can ask for better leadership. So the monitoring committee can get into all kinds of mischief with those folks leading us. And so anybody interested in joining the monitoring committee, let us know. Have some fun. The monitoring committee met twice since the last board meeting. As a follow-up to stage 0 workshop that was held in late 2020, we talked about key metrics that should be looked at as monitoring tools, if you will, for tracking successes in stage 0. One of the challenges with the stage 0 projects is that the implementers of stage 0 were, I don't want to say all over the board, but there wasn't a firm set of metrics that all agreed to monitor. And stage 0 is fairly new. Implementing stage 0 is fairly new. And so there's some work to be done on figuring out what are the best metrics that should be looked at. We also talked about OWEB's role as things progress in stage 0 and what that might look like in the future. We always talk about FIPS and how monitoring works into the FIP program. With our new FIPS, we talked about how they'll benefit from the already established monitoring framework that Bonneville Environmental Foundation has put together. We also talked about the fact that FIPS really need in their applications to include a strong monitoring program. One of the points that was raised was about the additional FIP monitoring funds that have been awarded to FIP projects. Our discussion focused on whether or not that monitoring should be included in the FIPS projects without them having to go out and get monitoring money that's probably should be targeted for other projects, other grants outside of the FIP scope. So that's something to keep in mind. We also talked about cross-agency opportunities for developing success stories or telling the restoration stories. We've all seen Audrey's work in putting together telling the restoration stories. They are so important for us to share with the public, to put together, to, you know, for no better way of putting it, they are great tools for us to hand to our legislative supporters because they do show what we're doing. They do really send a message about OWEB's work, and we just have to continue to support that area of work. Another important thing that Ken did for the monitoring group was that he reviewed a lot of the past restoration projects, and he presented an overview of our investments that help track status and trends that can help articulate climate change results. And he identified projects that have a direct connection to climate-related considerations. This is great value. Ken didn't have a chance to look at all of the projects. I mean, that's extensive and unexpected of us to have him do that. But there are a lot of projects that really do have a climate change element in them, and we have to be aware of them, look at them, and see how well they are doing. Bruce, we did ask that Ken send a copy of the list to you. Hopefully that did happen, and you'll see what he was able to pick up. I also provided a couple of passing thoughts as during the last committee meeting, and I think just one thought at this particular point in time. And like Barbara, I'll hold my thoughts till the end of the board meeting tomorrow. But OWEB is an incredibly valued partner in a lot of fronts, and OWEB is sought out to be a partner because they are valued. And while this is good, it's a double-edged sword. And what I mean by that is that we are asked to be partners because we're very successful. And we have an incredible staff, incredible management. And consequently, when we are successful, and we do get engaged in a lot more projects, that means that we are taking a lot more work on. As board members, we have to be aware and cautious about where our new initiatives take us in terms of additional workload we put on staff and management. I think some of our new initiatives are incredibly timely and very important, but we have to find room to do what we want to do with those initiatives, and we have to find space and staff's time. Maybe it's give and take. If the opportunities hold that we get more staff, that's great, but we just have to be aware of that. That was one of my passing thoughts at the end of the committee meeting, and that's it.
Thank you, Alan. Any questions on the monitoring committee report? All right, not hearing any. Meg, we're gonna move on down to you with the Water Committee, please.
Okay, thank you. I think the headline from the Water Committee meeting really is the raised profile of water issues that was evident in the legislative session. You know, we heard a lot of agencies talk about, agency reps talk about their budget this session, and not all, but a lot of it has to do with water-related initiatives and needs. And we've also talked about shortages exacerbating conflict, but they may also have contributed, the coming shortage may have contributed to some of that. But I actually think one of the major headlines or major reasons why the profile got raised was the Water Vision work that Maida spearheaded and that other agencies worked on. It kind of raised the profile around issues that were not so divisive, basically. And I think the outcome is pretty incredible. So we talked a lot about that in the Water Committee. And then we also, and you'll see the chart attached here shows the appropriations that are kind of related in some way to the work that OWEB would be doing related to water work. And we can talk more about that that specific chart if people are interested. But we also talked about a survey that the Willamette Partnership will be doing in collaboration with state agencies to water providers across the state, asking about where they get their funding, how it works, and I guess whether it works, perhaps, to get more information about that. And then also whether they take into account or use natural infrastructure right now, which seems to me has the added advantage of getting people thinking about natural infrastructure. You'll see in the report the draft recommendations that the committee will be presenting to the full board in October. And we, as a committee, talked about these recommendations, which are bulleted on the first page here, and agreed on that these were still appropriate in our view for presentation to the full board. And I'm not speaking here as a committee member. I'm speaking as a board member because I didn't bring this up in committee. But I'm wondering about whether we would want to add reference to the state's integrated water resources plan as well as the vision when we talk about providing examples of what the agency already does and thinking through whether the board might want to consider any ecological priorities related to water for project proposals based on input from the vision, and in this case, perhaps, and from the state's integrated water resources strategy. Just a reminder that is a strategy that has been in place for, I think it's about 10 years because we're coming up on a 10-year review, I think. And the Water Resource Department is the lead, but it involves all the natural resource agencies that have anything to do with water issues. And so it might be appropriate to consider that for inclusion here. So Maida, is there anything in here that I didn't cover, or would anyone have any questions or interested in talking about this chart of funding that is relevant to these tasks?
I have nothing additional.
Okay. All right.
All right. Any questions for Meg? So Meg, Barbara Boyer for the record, I have a couple questions. So on that chart with the integrated water resource strategy, so these figures are what was funded, or do these are I'm trying to figure out what this.
Yeah, these are appropriated amounts.
Okay.
That I made correct me if I get this wrong, but appropriated amounts that are in these categories to the agencies that are listed there.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. And then and under draft recommendations for consideration, has anybody ever talked about kind of like a tri-state approach for federal funding between Idaho, Washington, and Oregon for some infrastructure issues?
You know, I'm only aware of conversations between Oregon and Washington, and not necessarily, well, I guess you could characterize them as infrastructure, for shared basins, basically. But so I don't know. I don't think we've had conversations like that with Idaho, but anybody else on here know anything different that would be useful? And it seems like it could make some sense if we could agree on that.
Right.
Yeah.
I just often thought, coming with a tri-state proposal to the feds could add an interesting level of engagement.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
All right. Any other questions for Meg? Oops, I see the chat box. Hold on. Okay. Thank you, Liza. Liza Jane. All right. So hearing no more questions, it is now 9:48. Do we want to take an extra long break or just take 15 minutes and come back? What's the wish of the board? All right, I'm gonna go ahead.
15 minutes gives us a 5-minute bonus, so I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right, we will see everybody back here at 10:02, please. Thank you.
Board meeting.
Liza Jane, are you back yet? No, we will wait for Liza Jane to begin the next agenda item.
I'm here. I was just pushing the wrong buttons. Sorry about that. All right. We welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lengthy break and are all ready to go for the next section of our agenda, which is our director updates. Let's see. It's in my world, it's on page 86, not 26, if you're following there. And looks like we'll start with Maida and the strategic plan. You have 15 minutes.
Hey, actually, the strategic plan, I think, is just a written update this time. So I am just letting you all know, again, to Liza Jane's page numbers, and I'm just, hold on, pulling up my screen as well. On page 86 and the following pages are the strategic plan update. We provide this as a written update every quarter. You can go through by priority and strategy and take a look at the things that have been accomplished over the last quarter. We are happy to answer any questions about the strategic plan update, but we do not have a specific presentation at this time.
Does anyone have questions about that we could address? I do miss the color chart. I'm looking forward to that maybe.
We found out, Chair, that the color chart is not ADA compliant. And so it is difficult for people who have a vision impairment to follow the chart that we developed. And so this is our new format to make sure that it complies with those who need a reader for a PDF document. This actually fits that style. Our other one just was impossible for the reader to track.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so we learn something new every day.
Yeah, I can live with that. I did have some questions about the carbon sequestration portion of the strategic plan, just kind of what's maybe a little bit more on what's happening there or what has happened, Maida?
And which section are you looking at, if I can?
I don't think you can trust me to go back to that place.
Okay. I'm going to defer. Renee, do you know on the carbon sequestration? So I'll defer to our Deputy Director, Renee Davis, for that.
Thank you, Maida. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. Liza Jane, I'm going to make a guess about what you're speaking about here, which is likely some of the work with the Oregon Global Warming Commission and a state agency team. So a few things, and we'll have an agenda item on this tomorrow, and Audrey Hatch will be sharing an update from the Global Warming Commission work. So this is a focus on a proposed recommendation for a specific goal associated with how the state can address climate impacts via natural and working lands activities. And so there are two pieces to that work. One is work by a state team that does actually also include partners from Department of Forestry, Department of Ag, Department of Land Conservation and Development, thinking across agricultural lands, forested lands, blue carbon opportunities. What are some of the technical aspects that we need to be considering in terms of really leaning into and maximizing carbon sequestration potential on those lands with change practices? So there's the technical piece, which Audrey will talk about some tomorrow. And then there was an extensive outreach piece that both Maida and Audrey were involved with to ensure that as we're thinking about what a specific goal for sequestration using natural and working lands might look like, we're accounting for what are some of those technical assistance needs, what are some of the questions, concerns, challenges facing landowners. So really making sure that we have public input that's grounded in those folks who are responsible for putting a lot of those actions on the ground. rather than more of an academic consideration of what we might do on that front. And so again, we'll walk through the recommendations, the draft recommendations from the Global Warming Commission on how the state really can take some concrete steps to increase and hopefully maximize the amount of carbon sequestration benefit we're getting out of natural and working lands, including properties like yours, and many of the folks that you were talking about earlier.
Thank you, Renee. And so natural working land, or natural land versus working land, natural land would be public land. So public land's included in that chore of carbon sequestration and consideration as well?
So public lands are included overall in some of the technical considerations, but as you know, there are different expectations in terms of management outcomes for different land ownerships. And so that's part of the consideration of the technical team. How does Department of Forestry, for example, think through what they're doing on state-owned lands? What does the coordination look like with federal lands, with Forest Service and BLM and others? Natural lands, though, also include lands like what Kelly Beamer was describing earlier in her public comment. So some of those conservation properties that local land trusts and other partners are protecting and really thinking through how can they utilize those for not only habitat benefit, but also some of the sequestration benefit.
Awesome. Thank you, Renee. That's all I have. So Renee, I think it's you.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Again, for the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. Maida, I would ask you to let me know what page number you're on, because I think my pagination is off. So I don't want to point people in the wrong direction, and we are trying to orient the board to specifically which page we're on. We are on Director's Update E2, and which page, please, Maida?
I have page 104.
Okay, thank you. So this is a relatively brief item, but we do like to provide you an annual update about the status of OWEB's online system. So I cannot believe it's been 5 years since we launched our first online grant application. And the online system really has become foundational to how the agency does its business. So certainly lots of internal benefits that we've seen in terms of our online systems around efficiency for staff, but so many benefits for our partners who are coming into the system, applying for grants, those folks who have received grants, how they're interfacing and tracking their project through time, how the reporting, the back-end reporting is working. So we do like to provide you a brief update every year about what's new in the online system. So if you take a look at Update E2, you'll see a bulleted list that provides a lot more specifics on some of the enhancements within the last year. But the pieces I would really highlight for you is, one, we've continued to ingest into the online system new grant types, new grant offerings that have a foundation within the online application system. You see a few examples here, including council capacity. We've done a number of enhancements to continue to improve usability. So we have within our online system the ability, as folks are walking through a grant application, to hit a button and provide instantaneous feedback to our staff about, hey, I really like this feature. Oh, I'm really struggling with this aspect of the page or functionality. And so each year we have a cross-section team that digests that information to make sure that where possible, we are continuing to improve those systems to make the usability better and better for our local partners. We've had some streamlining of the ongoing streamlining of the grant agreement process, which has really provided a lot of efficiency benefits in terms of a lot fewer touches and really, I think, some time benefits in terms of how quickly things can move through the process. And then you'll see on this list, we do have a number of what I would say are security improvements. Without question, the state in the last few years, and for those of you on other boards and commissions, you may be hearing about this from the agencies whose boards you're sitting on. There's been a lot of attention from Department of Administrative Services and the state Chief Information Office on security issues. So making sure that we're doing as well as we possibly can in terms of not allowing data to be compromised and having, whether it's a hack come into the system or some information be compromised. So despite the fact that we, don't hold information that's quite as sensitive as some of our sister agencies, really wanting to make sure that our systems are as fail-safe and foolproof as possible on that front. So a few key features coming up. So later this summer, we're going to be launching a dashboard that really does help to provide kind of more one-stop shopping for our external partners, our grantees, in terms of what they have in the OWEB system, kind of in the OWEB queue. We've already launched that interface, that dashboard interface internally with staff, have had rave reviews. It's currently in beta testing with external partners. And then we've had some really great progress in terms of scoping the process for online payments, which will be an incredible win in terms of effectiveness and efficiency, really removing some of that human error that can happen and having a lot fewer touches on our payment process. I flagged those because they are upcoming. We haven't been able to move those quite as quickly. We did lose one of our 2 IT staff within the last year. He went on to great things at a sister agency. So we've been flying solo with our lead developer, Cyrus Curry, who still, though, has done an amazing job of continuing some of these improvements that really not only are for the benefit of the agency, but for the partners that we serve every day. So with that, I'll see if folks have any questions. Jamie,
thank you.
Thank you. And I tried the raise hand feature, but then I thought I'd go with the old school. All this is really great. Thank you for that update and those improvements. I'm sheepishly going to raise 2 questions about the what else, and I just want to acknowledge this is follow kind of on Alan's comment before about there's so much great work going, and so it's not at all meant as a lack of appreciation for all the thought and all the work that's gone into it. The 2 things have to do with accessibility, and I'm thinking of some of those, kind of putting on my DEI hat. One is the language and translation, and I know sometimes there are buttons you can click at the top right that can help to translate. Of course, I'm not thinking of having someone, translate every single page that goes up separately. But is there a feature that we can use on our website so that there can be a fairly easy, and these are imperfect systems, but a fairly easy process that someone could get the information translated? So that's the first question. The second question, and this is really, it's just really a flagging thing because it's an impossible question to ask, but is that issue of folks who don't have access to either technology or broadband. And so just some of those other ways that we're making our information, our resources available to those who, and obviously you can't do broadband internet throughout the state. That's not within OWEB's purview, but perhaps some of the steps that we're taking to make sure that there still is access.
Yeah, thanks for those questions, Jamie. So on the translation piece, we currently do not have that functionality within our system, but I think one note that made a side note that made a mention earlier about us at the governor's office request advancing the stakeholder engagement application as one for consideration by the Racial Justice Council, and kind of thinking through from using more of that equity blueprint workbook assessment process. I think, we happen to be a grantor, so in our case, it's figuring out how you make grant programs as accessible as possible. I think that certainly through time, including with the Food Security and Farm Worker Safety Program, there were these needs for translation that have been flagged by us with our grant programs, but across the board. I've seen it in the fire recovery realm too. I think opportunities like that will help to continue to raise that we need an enterprise level solution. In the meantime, we can explore if there is some functional translation tool that kind of gets you close. The challenge that we've seen less on stakeholder engagement, but with more of our other grant types, restoration is a great example. Some of those terms don't translate well. They're terms of art. So really, I think figuring out if we can use the stakeholder engagement opportunity to elevate the discussion of how we get at that. And then for those more complicated topics, having to give more focused kind of individual thought on how we tackle that with a subset of natural resources agencies who may be facing some of the same things. Maida, I don't know if you have other thoughts to share from food security, farm worker safety. And then, yeah, Jamie, on the second piece in terms of technology and broadband, as we were digging into the online system, we actually did a survey of kind of what's the bare minimum in terms of internet speed that is needed to interface successfully with our system. So we feel confident that we've addressed that. We don't have incredibly complicated processes that have to run for our systems, but a few things. One is we've worked to make them handheld device friendly, because we recognize that some people may not be sitting at a computer per se. They might be doing this from their phone. But two, I do think that kind of the question of what do you do when someone just does not have access to technology? That is a tougher one, absolutely, because we have transitioned away from paper and are heavily reliant on. We did use in the FSFS program, we had some other alternatives. We haven't heard from our users that our online systems have been challenging, but I do think that's something we're going to have to pay close attention to as we start to engage more non-traditional partners. Do we need to be thinking about some other mediums or venues for that?
Thank you. And I apologize, just a quick follow-up on your initial response. And this is just really a flag for the future. You mentioned, and the point's very well taken about translation of materials, because some words don't translate, and those little buttons then sometimes make it come out worse than and miscommunicate rather than communicate. The other thing, and this is something that we started to do down in Talent when I was there, is also to provide interpretation. So versus translation of documents, interpretation that gets to that point that you mentioned about communicating ideas and not just the words themselves. And also providing interpretation at public meetings. So meetings such as this one, obviously there's a cost involved. And then also, do you choose one language? Do you choose another? And these virtual meetings provide a really great resource. You can have someone in time. Then someone can just click on the bottom button to really engage more potential stakeholders. But we'll talk about that in the DEI committee and bring something like that back up. I just wanted to flag that. But thank you for all that work and thought. That it doesn't surprise me. You've already put all the thought into it. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee and Jamie. And just to add to Jamie's comment, if you ever need to run that by somebody who doesn't function well in technology, like, getting senior citizen caps off, I really feel strongly about that. So I could have access, but doesn't mean I can work the dang thing. So I volunteer. Alan.
Yeah, the first bullet in this summary identifies 4 or 5 different online applications that OWEB put together. And my assumption is that, well, included in this is Bureau of Land Management. That caught my attention. And my assumption is that that is an online application that we built to handle BLM's pass-through funding that they gave us. And we find ourselves in, is that correct, Renee?
It is correct.
Yeah, and my guess is that we find ourselves doing that all the time when we get pass-through money. Another classic example would be when the IM11 funding comes our way and we play the role that we've agreed to play. We'll find that. Are we the ones who develop that program, that online program for that particular funding base? Or do the entities that want us to play that role develop it and we adapt it? Or are we working with them on that? And do we get compensated for the work we do to build that application for them?
So there are several questions there. I will try to make sure I cover all of them. So I would say, depending on which offering you're talking about, it depends. So I'll use the grant administration role that we have with Department of Forestry on the Forest Collaborative grants. That is absolutely, you know, we are sitting there shoulder to shoulder with the experts at ODF, thinking through what needs to go into a grant application, what needs to go into an evaluation process. In other instances where it is maybe a lighter touch, so if we have NRCS money, I just saw that Ron's hand went up. If we have NRCS funding to help support CREP technical assistance, they've been engaged in our CREP TA process from the outset. So us going ahead and taking some initial steps to develop that grant application and then cross-checking it back with them, because they've been part of building that system over so long. So that's a bit of a different process. I would say, Alan, with the IM11 funding, so this is the Pacific Core funding that folks will hear about a little bit later. I think we absolutely want to think through what's the smartest approach to make sure we're meeting that IM11 expectation for water quality improvements, while leveraging what do we already have in existence in terms of grant application content that we can leverage, so that it could nicely blend into our open solicitation process. So I think what we'll need to do with that is just assess how do we meet those expectations, but still, you know, try to find some of those efficiencies around grant administration that can benefit everyone. And in terms of the cost of doing that, it also depends. So for some programs, we are not able, or I guess I would say, we would not fully recoup the costs of having some of those dollars. We don't receive funding that would help us recoup all of the costs of those dollars coming in the door. In those instances, we try to keep the touch quite light. In other instances, like the IM11 funding, there is discussion about OWEB receiving indirect that would help support staff time to do exactly what you just asked about.
Thank you.
And Ron, you have your hand up.
Yes. I'm just going back to the comment about access to you know, the broadband and, you know, online, an online system to do the any type of application submittal. I'm just thinking out loud here. But you know, we have USDA, at least the NRCS FSA, and in some cases RD. We have a service center in nearly every county in Oregon and across the country. So just kind of, again, thinking out loud, I don't know if this is a solution or not, but, you know, thinking about kiosks that we could set inside some of our service centers that are in some of those most remote locations. We have similar issues where some of our customers don't have access. So having that fill office right there in their community has made a difference in getting them signed up. And in some cases, you know, we have to work with them, and we meet them halfway. And sometimes we're out on the ranch helping them. But just something to think about. We'd be happy to explore, you know, ideas about setting up a kiosk and you know, providing access to our customers across the state. Just a thought.
Thanks so much for that, Ron. Yet another great example of that interagency collaboration that I think has made our program so successful through time.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments for Renee on IT? Okay, seeing none. We get to hear from Eric Williams on fire grant project updates. Eric?
Yes, thank you, Chair McAllister. Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Eric Williams. I'm the grant program manager at OWEB. And this is on page 105 of your board book. This is update E3 on wildfire response grants that were initiated after last summer's extensive fire season. You met in a special meeting in October to authorize $1 million in grant expenditures for covering short-term restoration needs on private non-industrial lands that were impacted by the 14 wildfires that we experienced. And after taking a look at what those fires impacted, one of them, the Thielsen fire, actually did not impact eligible lands. And so the $1 million was allocated to the 13 fire areas. And this was a bit challenging to put together on a short term. And I do want to provide some recognition here for Kathy Leopold, who is OWEB Small Grant Program Coordinator, who, while this was definitely a team effort among OWEB staff, Kathy really picked up the lion's share and the leadership in getting this off the ground in a really short time. And so I wanted to express gratitude to her for that. I know she's not a fan of the spotlight, but she certainly deserves recognition here and embodies the phrase, lead from where you sit. And she did this extremely well in terms of putting together an online offering, communicating with other staff to get that going, having that application tested, and getting the solicitation up and running in less than a month after the board meeting. We had the solicitation open and we're accepting applications for these funds. Following along with the parameters that were discussed at that October board meeting, we wanted to make sure that these restoration efforts were coordinated at the local level. And so we required evidence that the partners that are active in each fire area had communicated and agreed to have a single lead entity to apply for and administer the OWEB funds. And so each application came with that kind of documentation. We also wanted to make sure that the work proposed in the applications was identified as a priority in either federally led assessments through FEMA, BLM, or the Forest Service, or if not available, some kind of similar assessment with some preliminary review from OWEB. We wanted to make sure that in order to get these funds off the ground, we had a limited set of very clear practices that could be referenced in standard manuals of practice that addressed the short-term recovery needs of stabilization in the burned areas. We also wanted to include as eligible practices some of the stakeholder engagement work that these organizations and their partners had to do to make sure that they were reaching the appropriate properties, communicating with landowners and other response agencies. And we also wanted to make eligible for reimbursement anytime that local organizations, watershed councils, soil and water conservation districts spent working with the federal agencies to get those assessments completed. And then one final piece that we added to eligibility, just based on taking advantage of an opportunity and recognizing that it's a pretty straightforward practice, was including log transport and stockpiling for future restoration as an eligible activity. And many of the wildfire grants included that item among their list of actions in their grant applications. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the solicitation was made live in November. We accepted applications on a rolling basis. As soon as groups were ready, we wanted to make sure we can get the funds in their hands. We initially were requiring the funds to be spent by June 30, but then recognizing that in some of the burned areas, more time was needed for the coordination work that's essential to making sure that the dollars are being spent to address the most urgent needs. We did extend that through the end of this calendar year. And also there was one fire area that did not have additional needs where these funds could address them. And so they declined the funds. And then following that, we divided those funds for that fire among the 12 remaining fire areas. So a total of $83,000 was available for each fire area. The staff report here for item E3 does include a summary of each wildfire response grant, including the lead organization and the list of activities that were covered along with the dollar amounts. And you could see almost all of them use the full amount. We did have a couple that did not take advantage of the additional funds. I would just add in closing too that one of the things that we do plan to do here when we get closer to the end of the grant period for these grants is make sure that we're debriefing on what worked well here, asking our applicants to make sure when they submit their project completion reports that they, in particular, articulate any lessons learned. As you'll see when we talk about the spending plan later today, we do have an item that could make funds available similar to this for the wildfires that are happening now or may occur in this year or in 2022. So I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Great work.
I think Barbara's got a hand up.
Oh,
I didn't raise my hand. I did the old fashioned like Jamie. So, so Eric, I see all the money hasn't been allocated. What are your thoughts on the remaining money?
Thanks, Barbara. For the record, Eric Williams. There isn't an awful lot of money remaining, about $26,000. And so that would simply get recaptured into our grant fund and made available for future offerings. We were pretty pleased with the response when we made additional funds available. Most of the wildfire organizations had needs, or grantees had needs that could be addressed with those funds. And so many did take advantage of that. But given that there's only a small amount remaining on the table and not really a lot of time to put new proposals together for an offering that truly was meant to address short-term needs, we thought it best to just simply recapture the excess 25,000 and change.
Thank you. Randy, you have a question?
Yeah, Liza Jane, Randy Labby, public at large member from Portland, for the record. I just want to make a shout out to the staff on this particular item. I think it's a perfect example of how nimble and efficient OWEB is in responding to new initiatives. And this is not a mission creep by any means. It's an important facet to conservation work and recovery from these fires. On a macro level, from a person who's been threatened for our cabin by 2 wildfires, I'm just totally impressed with the state's improvement in communication for these wildfires. 3 or 4 years ago, when the Grizzly Complex fire was racing towards us, we didn't know anything about what was happening or where it was and how we could protect ourselves further. The Elbow Creek fire this year is just entirely 100% different. And it's a tribute to all departments in the state, but I'm just so proud of OWEB for their response. That's all I had.
Thank you, Randy. Bruce.
Yeah, thanks. And I agree with Randy. This is phenomenal. I do have a question, Eric. Do we have a sense of what percentage, and I'm sure it varies by fire area, but do we have a sense of what percentage of our funding was going into stakeholder engagement and planning as opposed to the dollars that went into actual implementation of the projects?
Thanks, Bruce. Again, for the record, Eric Williams. I don't have a specific figure to give you, but I can reflect on the knowledge of what I saw coming in the door. And I would say it was a pretty small percentage. And that's because for many of these grants, the bulk of the cost was in contracted services and materials and supplies. For example, the log transport and stockpiling, those would involve typically contracting with folks to transport them and a place to store the logs. Many of them included stabilization actions with seeding, mulching, weed treatments. Those were purchases of supplies and materials and funds for contractors. So we did, the stakeholder engagement that we saw was basically just to have the conversations with the landowners to make sure that they were comfortable and in agreement with the work that would happen on the land. And that's a component of every project, every kind of restoration project that we do. And so I didn't see a large proportion of those funds going to more general types of stakeholder engagement. It really was mostly the specific kind of engagements that you need to have landowners grant permission to do the work on their property and to talk with them to understand what's going to happen, what practices were eligible, and what could be done to address their needs.
Okay, any other questions for Eric? Right, seeing none, let's move to item number 4 under our director updates with Maida and Renee.
All right, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I'll start on this agenda item, which starts on page 109 of your board books. And we're realizing if the board book copy that you have includes the public comment, it's on page 109. Otherwise, Renee, what's the page number that you have?
I have pages 49 and 50, Maida.
Okay. So that's the difference in the page numbers that we're looking at, is because that piece of public comment came in and it was placed in the board books for some folks when it depended on when you pulled the board book down and which link you're using. So so I'm going to start and give an overview, and I am looking at 2 screens. So I'm going to be peeking over at my screen that has the board book. I'm not looking away on purpose. Just want to make sure I'm tracking all of the details of this conversation today. We have allowed a little bit of time for this. So any questions that y'all have about the budget and legislative update, we do have time allowed for that this morning. So I'm going to start and talk generally about the budget. I'm going to then turn it over to Renee, who is our lead on fire recovery. She'll talk about the fire specific funding, and also Renee was our lead this year on legislative because we were short our legislative coordinator, Eric Hartstein, who is back with us. Renee will be walking through a brief presentation about the bills as well. So we talked about this back in March. The lottery revenues have continued to improve across the state, even with kind of going from March through June with continued shutdowns and reopenings of bars and restaurants. Folks were finding ways to get to those places and use the video lottery machines. What is interesting to me, and we'll talk about this in more detail when we get to the spending plan itself, is that revenues didn't just bounce back; they bounced back and beyond where they were. So I'm gonna edit out 2020 for just a minute, which I'm sure we all want to do in our heads, and just talk about 2019 and 2021. 2019 was a pretty amazing year in terms of revenues for the state, for lottery, for our grant program. We are 10% over 2019 numbers. And so that's just really an astronomical increase over time in lottery revenues that we've seen. And so that has an impact when we talk later today about the spending plan. It has an impact. It has an impact on some of the things that the legislature was able to do at the end of session related to lottery revenues. In addition, general fund revenues received quite a bump. And Renee will be talking about some of our general fund, which OWEB since its inception has never had general fund for the agency. This will be the first biennium that we actually have general fund dollars. And again, Renee will talk about that in more detail. So we did receive in the official legislatively adopted budget, from a staffing perspective, there were a couple of things that happened with the agency. First, and again, I'll leave the fire conversation specifically to Renee, so I'm going to talk about all things non-fire. We did have a redesigned fiscal officer position, and we are pleased to announce, and we'll be sending out more specific details, that we have advertised the position and have Miriam Scher has accepted the job and will be starting with us formally in September. So we have a new fiscal position, and again, we'll be sending out details. She's doing a little write-up for us with some background that we can share out with folks. And in addition to that, we have an administrative support position that was redesigned as well, a combination of a couple of positions that we had before. Because of many of the shifts that we've made to go online, we took basically 3 positions that we had from an administrative perspective and made them into one position at the administrative level that was needed. And then we also reformatted our IT position. Renee mentioned that we had a vacant IT position. We've reformatted that and have a advertisement out for that position as we speak as well. We also got back to limited duration positions that we had last biennium that were not in the governor's budget, because when we proposed the governor's budget, it was cuts at that point in time. And so we have a partnership coordinator and a conservation outcomes specialist position, both of which we had in the past. We did not think we were going to get this session, and we were able, at the end of session, the legislature funded those positions. And then finally, a new position, a water and climate policy coordinator. That position will be specifically focused on being OWEB's point and nexus around water issues and around climate issues, working hand in hand with the other agencies as we are working through those priority issues. They will also be the point of contact, working closely with the board's water committee and climate committee. So we're pretty excited. That puts us back basically at fully staffed and especially with that policy addition, that is a 2-year limited duration position that is also out for advertisement right now. In addition, then at the end of session, there was a huge set of conversations about post-fire recovery from the last set of fires and also looking forward. OWEB was very involved in the post-fire recovery conversations. Renee led an extensive set of conversations across state and federal agencies with our partners at DEQ and the Department of Forestry and other federal agencies. And so now I'm going to turn it to Renee and have her talk about the fire funding. And then after that, we'll stop and answer any questions that you all might have around budget. And then we'll jump to policy.
Great, thanks, Maida. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So near the kind of bottom portion of page 1 of this Director's Update report, you see some bullets that focus specifically on funding that was provided to OWEB, nearly $20 million in funding to address post-fire natural resources recovery needs following the Labor Day 2020 wildfires. So this set of funding went through different iterations. It was sitting in different bills. The dollars attached were different, but at the end of the day, in the end of session bill, House Bill 5006, nearly $20 million was provided, with about 11 million going to riparian and upland restoration, specifically with an eye to areas that could feel the impacts, the water quality impacts from post-fire erosion, and then also consideration of important aquatic habitat areas. 5 million in funding for riparian, or rather floodplain restoration and reconnection projects, and then $4 million specifically to the Eugene Water and Electric Board, OWEB, which was mentioned earlier when Kelly was talking about the Finrock acquisition down in the McKenzie Basin, for some targeted restoration and potentially acquisition along the McKenzie River in key areas, in key riparian and floodplain areas, given drinking water concerns there. So while all told, the natural resources recovery price tag was about $90 million. The fact that this funding came through to OWEB, as Maida said, first time we've ever received general fund for on-the-ground implementation, pretty amazing. In addition, $5 million was provided to Department of Forestry to help increase seedling and nursery capacity. Huge need around the state, given the incredible acreage impacted and work around, for example, carbon sequestration. There's a lot of interest in planting projects now, need to get the nursery capacity up to snuff. And then $1.25 million was provided for Department of Transportation to focus some targeted resources on cultural resources assessment. So thanks to the task force process as part of the state's recovery process, we were able to convene a tribal work group, which made a facilitated and heard about a lot of need and interest from tribal partners in making sure that we really are looking closely and doing appropriate assessments of cultural resource impacts as we're contemplating planning and ultimate implementation of restoration activities. So pretty exciting time, a lot of work to do in terms of standing up a granting offering for nearly $20 million and working with partners around the state in those fire impacted areas. So I think with that, I'll stop before we switch over to the legislative piece and we can answer questions about budget.
Meg, please.
Thank you. Renee, I wondered, the 20 million that's general fund, does that come with any different authorization for the nature of the use than what's already in OWEB's governing statutes? I mean, does it expand in any way what can be done with these funds? Or is it still the same basic structure?
Thanks for the question, Meg. I would say, given legislative intent as documented in the bills leading up to and the Legislative Fiscal Office and analysts recommendation, I think intent is pretty clear and well articulated here. It really is targeted for those 2020 fire impacted areas for specific needs. I think the biggest difference from my perspective is general fund has typically has a shorter lifespan than our 6-year lifespan for lottery funding. And so that we've already flagged as a potential point of discussion with the governor's office, given that I have no doubt that local partners will find projects, critically important projects to put this funding into. Things like planting projects that require some out-year stewardship don't necessarily fit nicely into a now less than 24-month time frame. So in my mind, that's the biggest difference. But in terms of eligible activities, I think there's a lot of complementarity with what we typically see. Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Jamie.
Just following up on Meg's great question. I know we have had some cases where we've talked about things like some of our DEI work and some of our other equity work, that there's been a flag raised. There's some things that we can't do with our standard funding. And to the point of some of the needs throughout the region and also the diverse communities that are impacted, are there additional opportunities this funding may provide to expand, go into some of those areas that we've been limited to otherwise under some of our standard funding?
Yeah, Jamie, thanks for the question. I would say, given legislative intent as documented, the kind of target activities, which really is on the ground restoration, is quite clear with these dollars. One, I think really positive piece I would flag is I just earlier today submitted to the governor's office as part of a big spreadsheet of post-fire recovery funding implementation plans that agencies are putting together. The initial details about the OWEB spreadsheet, one column they have in that is equity considerations. So I think that provides a great opportunity to have the conversation when we're talking about work that needs to be done in the Bear Creek area, given the Alameda fire. How can we be thinking through what are some of those equity considerations? And whether we're talking about Latinx community, whether we're talking about the unhoused community, I think there is space for how can we do on the ground work that does provide community benefit too.
Thank you. I didn't ask my question very well. So yeah, I wasn't taking away from the key point of there is specific legislative intent about what needs to get done. It's expanding those other populations, but you incorporated it into your response. So thank you.
And for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, the other thing that I would note that is pretty cool and is part of the staff report, we talk about the $20 million that is for OWEB. It's part of a $600 million investment. And so actually, Jamie, I'm pretty excited because a lot of the things that you're highlighting and raising actually do fall into some other agency needs and responses. And so we're excited to be working in partnership with other agencies. And I do actually think the legislature did a decent job of thinking about what you're raising, not necessarily in the funding that came to us, but as part of that overall 600 million. There are some really unique opportunities, I think, to reach those communities that you're mentioning, and we'll be definitely in partnership with them on that.
Great. Any other questions from board members? Any more?
Now, Liza Jane, I'll just jump into the legislative session update, and I'm going to actually do a screen share of a PowerPoint, so bear with me. Though I manage IT staff, I'm not always the slickest. So Maida, Liza Jane, can you see this PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I'm using this as a foundation for the wrap-up legislative update because it's a PowerPoint that we used during a few interim updates to the board and staff as we were proceeding through legislative session. So you have some information in your staff report, which I can no longer see, given that I'm sharing this screen. So if there's something in particular that I don't touch on, please ask a follow-up question. So just wanted to let you know where several bills that we had been closely tracking through session ended up landing. So we've been them into water, fire and forestry, and then some equity issues related to climate. So we'll start with the water related bills. And I do want to underscore in the staff report, there is mention of while OWEB received only the water and climate position, there was an incredible investment in water considerations, water needs to the tune of about $530 million, I believe. So some of these things live elsewhere. I don't want you to be concerned when you see if you did not pass on here. So 2251 was a bill that would have had us working closely with Water Resources Department on regional water planning and convening water forums. So that bill did not pass as it existed towards the end of session, but a whole host of activities that were contemplated within that bill were in fact included in the end of session funding bill or Christmas tree bill, House Bill 5006. And some of that may connect back to the Water Committee update and the table within that we touched on earlier. House Bill 2257, which is the Harney groundwater CREP concept that you heard about at the last board meeting. I believe it was just the last board meeting. That bill did not pass, but the staffing needs and associated initial funding support to really launch that concept was included in Water Resources budget. It was the nice thing about revenue forecast coming out before some agency budgets were wrapped up. So there some adjustments were able to be made to incorporate that into WRD's budget, which is fantastic. And then I believe this had already passed by the time we did the last second chamber update. House Bill 3293, which really does focus on those water-related funding programs and the opportunity to more meaningfully engage disproportionately impacted communities through water planning processes, that passed and now is fully executed, has the governor's signature. So then jumping down to fire and forestry bills, there were a few iterations of OWEB being included in the severance tax bill associated with Department of Forestry. One version had 7.5% of those revenues going into the grant fund that you all administer. So that bill did not pass. House Bill 2722, which was, I would call it the alternate version of the omnibus fire bill, did not pass. That had specifically named OWEB as one of the agencies that would help carry out the provisions of some of that forward-looking forest and fire resilience work. But if you note 2 rows down, the omnibus fire bill on the Senate side, Senate Bill 762 did pass. That has no direct effect on OWEB per se, but absolutely is something that many of our local partners are tracking as they're thinking through how do we conduct work with private landowners that really is fire resilient through time, as we're looking at some of those potential climate impacts. House Bill 3160, which would have provided some additional funding through insurance surcharges for post-fire recovery work and potentially some proactive fire resilience work, did not pass, but there were really great and healthy conversations about the need that the state is going to see through time for both fire recovery funding and additional fire resilience. And then finally, House Bill 3127, which is where many of the natural resources needs sat for the 2020 fire recovery, that did not pass in its final iteration, but various pieces of that bill were tucked into certainly the end of session bill 5006, but even other places too. So that hence the nearly $20 million that we just talked about that OWEB is going to be administering. And then finally, in terms of equity, Senate Bill 286, which would have reconfigured the Environmental Justice Task Force to an Environmental Justice Council, and then specifically charged OWEB and several other agencies with convening around climate impacts to impacted communities and developing both strategies and recommendations to address some of those impacts. That bill did not pass. I would say the governor's office definitely has their eyes on some next step opportunities to try to move some of that work. So contemplating, potentially some revisiting of that bill in short session come February of 2020, or potentially even executive order. So this is still very much on the governor's radar. So I would say we'll continue to watch that and update the board. But with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and see if folks have questions or if there's anything that was in the staff report that you would like a more detailed treatment of.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. Maida and Renee, thank you for that report. All of you, Eric. So we have a break scheduled 10 minutes early. So a raise of hands for a 15-minute break. Oh, looking good. Okay, let's see us back here. It's basically 11, so 11:15. We'll get started again. Thank you.
Hey, Maida, this is Megan Kreutzberg. Can you hear me?
We can, Megan. I was just going to send you a note, let you know that I will introduce you all when we come back after break.
Okay, great. I thought you might be on break. Just wanted to check.
Yep, we are on break for you, and Chris and Elaine is going to be joining us as well. I don't see her on yet. Because we're running a little bit early, if Elaine is not on, I might just switch the order, Megan, and start with you and then go to Chris and then do Elaine last. But I'm going to send her a note right now and let her know that we're running a bit ahead.
Sounds good.
How's my sound, Renee?
It's great.
Okay, great, cool, thank you.
Yep, absolutely. So Maida, do you want to just do all three intros? If so, I'll send you Chris's official title.
Chris has an official title?
She does.
Yeah. Send me.
And we're still live on YouTube, so be aware of that.
No, we're live. You're right. We're live on YouTube. We're not recording. So yes, send me over Chris's title, although I'll probably just have you all introduce yourselves more formally. So I think that's just fine.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Thanks for being here, Chris.
Good to see you, Anna Lane. Let's do a quick audio check and make sure your audio is coming up.
Can you hear me?
I can. Great. We are on break right now. We'll be starting back up at 11:15.
Okay.
Guess what? It's raining! Whoop, whoop! It smells so good outside. Oh.
It's rain. Well, it has rained where I am. The deck is wet. I'm very excited.
It's so funny. Since this morning, it's been raining in Central Oregon, out Crook River Ranch, and Liza Jane, I've been thinking about you and wishing rain to you over in Eastern Oregon, but I'm so glad it's over there.
Bless your heart.
Yeah.
In other words, he doesn't realize that if you take this out.
All right, everybody, it's 11:15. I'd want to welcome you all back and heading on down our agenda. Hey, Stephen, I know, who is that? Whose voice am I hearing that's not on mute? Okay, thank you. All right, so we are going to start off with item number F, our spending plan, and I'm going to hand it over to Maida to do introductions, please.
All right. This, for the record, Maida Lofsgarden, Executive Director with OWEB. This is a two-part presentation, and if you're following along in your board book, now that we understand the difference in page numbers, it is either page 111 or 51, depending on which version you have in front of you, is where we're at in terms of the spending plan. If you remember back to March, we had a number of presentations by staff, generally also staff at the Department of Agriculture, about the various items on the spending plan. What we didn't cover in March and that we're going to be covering now in this presentation is the set of items that we are fondly renaming as either governor directed or funds transferred from and to other agencies. And this is a set of funding that OWEB over time has been either tasked with providing as a part of our role within the state enterprise, or funding that comes to us in a grant that then is transferred out for other granting purposes. And so we've got three presenters today who are going to be talking to you, and they've got 15 minutes each. They're going to keep their time so that they've got just a little bit less than 15 minutes to do their presentation. And then after each one, we'll open it up for questions to you all. But just by way of background in these three, the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership is, and Elaine will go into detail, a bi-state partnership. OWEB is the designated agency to provide Oregon's share of the contribution to the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. So Elaine will be talking about that and the work that this great partnership does. And then we have the Sage Grouse Conservation Partnership, which in the past has been a governor's priorities line item. It is now moved into a phase where we understand the long-term need for investment around this work in partnership with folks like the Natural Resources Conservation Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, and others. And so this will be an ongoing funding item at the request of the governor's office. And finally, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, we are the applicant for Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds. A portion of those funds are then transferred over to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. And Chris will be talking to you about those funds. So I'm going to have each of the individuals introduce themselves and their titles directly, but we're going to start with Elaine with the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. We will then move to Megan representing the Sage Grouse Conservation Partnership, and then to Chris representing the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. So Elaine, if you could introduce yourself, and I know we have a PowerPoint presentation to share.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you all can hear me. I'm Elaine Placido, the Executive Director of the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, and I'm so happy to be with you today. I wish I was actually with you today. I know the Zoom presentations have been rather painful over the last year, but it's given us a nice way to still get together. I've been with the partnership for a little over a year. Actually, I was a board member. I took over as Executive Director last July 20th. So it's been 1 year and 1 week today. And what a year and a week it has been. So I have a PowerPoint presentation, and I believe I'm going to be sharing it with you. But I'm going to jump into it a little bit later than I had planned because I don't want to overwhelm everybody with the PowerPoint and let you look at my rosy face for a few minutes before I jump into that. And Maida, did you want me to go ahead and start it, or did you want the other folks to introduce themselves? Or
no, go ahead and start.
Excellent. So as I said, I'm going to jump into it a little bit later. So we'll catch up with that in just a second. And I'm going to go ahead and begin the presentation just talking to you. I think it's not even possible to describe the importance of the OWEB funding to the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership. As all of you know, I believe, we're a bi-state national estuary program, and we use our OWEB funding as a match for our EPA funds. We're able to leverage the EPA funds to accomplish significant amounts of work in the Lower Columbia region. So our region is from the Bonneville Dam out to the mouth of the river. Just in the last year alone, we were able to restore 423 acres at 5 different project sites. And since 2020, we've restored 28,160. So that's a significant amount of work that's happening in the Lower Columbia, and it really would not be possible without the support that we receive from OWEB. We're also able to do some really exciting work using competitive funds from OWEB. We have wrapped up our 10th year of water quality monitoring in Columbia County. So that's been very exciting. And I'll begin showing you the presentation with some slides that we shared last week in a presentation about our water quality work. So at this point, everybody cross their fingers and hope that I can actually get my screen to share properly. Okay, do you guys see that?
We do.
Okay, awesome. So as I said, these are just 2 of the screens that I grabbed from our water quality presentation for the work that we've been doing in Columbia County with the Lower Columbia Watershed Council and some other partners in that local area. So that I sat in on the meeting when my monitoring team presented this work. It was a pretty exciting meeting. We had local public health folks and land use planners really talking about the data and how it's going to inform future decision making and how to, roll out really basic watershed focused work, like working on septic systems and land use kind of thing. So very important, good work that we're doing there. I'm going to talk about 2 projects specifically. The first one is the Fox Creek Riparian Restoration Project. And it's a project that's happening in downtown Rainier, Oregon, which is actually where I live. So kind of a cool project to get to drive by almost every day. It is smack dab downtown, 2 blocks from the Columbia River. And as you can see on the screen, West C Street is 2 blocks from the Columbia, 1 block up from Highway 30. To the east side of the project is a residential area of town. To the west is a church. There's also a little trail that's managed by the Friends of Fox Creek, a local organization that we work closely with. That trail starts at about where the north area marker is on your map and then runs down the tree line. So it's a project area that's well known and well loved and used by the community. And since it's in town, having volunteers come out has been a pretty easy thing. It's really accessible. It's broken into several sections. So the north planting area is an 8/10 of an acre, including a 30 to 100 foot buffer on the west side of the creek. The south planting area is 9/10 of an acre, including a 50 to 100 foot buffer on the west side of the creek. And then the area that's marked as the future planting area is actually an area that we just got approval to work on from the city. We've been working with the new city manager and the public works director. We met with city council in April and they've approved us moving into that area of the creek for this next year. So some of the goals that we have at Fox Creek: establish a healthy riparian buffer along the creek, engage the local community members in restoration. We've been working closely with the Friends of Fox Creek and the city of Rainier. We have been monitoring plant survival for the last 5 years, and our goal is to achieve a 75% plant survival, and control invasive species, including reed canary grass, blackberry thistle, and Japanese knotweed. And some of our accomplishments, and this is a picture of a volunteer from one of the events we had out there last year. As we were getting used to doing volunteer events during COVID, Fox Creek was one of the first places that we attempted to do volunteer work. And so we had just a couple folks spread very, very far apart. And this gentleman came, I think he came out to 4 different events. Anyway, we planted 3,600 native trees and shrubs in the north and south areas, so 1.7 acres. We engaged 385 local volunteers in habitat restoration. We contracted with Ash Creek Forest Management for site prep and maintenance. And our vets work, field technicians, which are AmeriCorps interns, they're veterans that are transitioning into careers in natural resources, have also been working out there to remove invasive plants, including reed canary grass, blackberry, and Japanese knotweed. In the summer of 2020, we monitored the south area and found a 91% plant survival rate, which exceeds our goal of 75%. And as I already talked about, we engaged with city leaders to begin expansion of our project. The second project I'm going to talk about is the Sandy River Delta. Just for a disclaimer, the site doesn't have a dip in it. That is from the fisheye lens that it was taken from. So we have a new 360-degree camera, and we took this picture out there. It gives us some really nice width on the lens, but it kind of makes it look like it's concave. So Sandy River Delta is one of our probably most popular volunteer planting locations because it's located so close into the Portland metro area. And so on the top left picture is a group of volunteers out there, and I believe that was for Martin Luther King Day planting in 2020, so just before COVID started. And then the bottom left is after COVID, so you can see everybody's masks. It is the location that we do our generally have gotten into doing our annual Martin Luther King Day of Service planting out there. And some of what we've accomplished in the Sandy River Delta, we've planted 7,400 plants in the last 2 years. We project to install another 2,000 in the coming year. We're looking at climate resiliency and thinking about what kind of plants can withstand drought and increasing temperatures. So species like Oregon white oak, Oregon grape, and bald hip rose. We contracted with Ash Creek Forest Management for site prep and maintenance. And again, our vets work interns have been working out there pretty extensively during the spring also. We've had invasive plants removed, including reed canary grass, blackberry, and thistle. And we saw some changes out there this year because we weren't able to do that work last year during the 2020 restrictions. So this year we had a little extra work to do getting our maintenance complete. And our estuary partnership field technicians cut dead blackberry canes to prep the area for volunteer plantings. And that's it for my formal presentation. I'm going to stop sharing, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, does anybody have any questions? So I have a comment just quickly to the board. I do not have a hand raise button on my screen, so I apologize. So if you guys could be helpful and probably raise your hands for me, that would be best. So thank you. Liza Jane?
Thank you, Barbara. This is Liza Jane for the record. Thank you, Lane. That was really inspiring presentation. I have a question. I think I heard you say over the last year, 1,000+ acres have been restored.
423 acres last year, 28,000, a little bit over 28,000 since 2000.
Wow. And how do you, and you're monitoring, you have this is a point of now it's restored, or did you do work to restore it? So that's what that means.
Work to restore, we actually do some action effectiveness monitoring to go in and make sure that the work that we're doing, we're hitting our milestones and goals. So we do include that in our acres restored also.
That's great. Thank you.
Sure.
Go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. Brenda McComb for the record. Elaine, that was great and really exciting about all the work that you're doing. So please don't take this question as being critical. It's not. But I was just curious if you or the folks you work with had begun to understand what the greenhouse gas emissions were associated with the project and what the potential was for carbon sequestration and storage from the project.
And Ms. McComb, I'm not sure which project you're addressing specifically.
Well, the latter one, you mentioned that you restored 400 and some odd acres total, so maybe collectively then.
That's a really good question. So we are looking at our at one of our large projects, the Steigerwald National Wildlife Refuge project that's on the Oregon or Washington side, my apologies. And we're looking specifically at our greenhouse gas impact, our carbon footprint at that location, because there's a lot of heavy equipment moving around out there, a lot of earth moving going on. And trying to figure out, exactly what that amount is, and then how do we make our restoration sequester. So we're kind of trying to make it a neutral project. The smaller restoration projects, which is the great bulk of projects that we're working on, those smaller restoration projects, we haven't looked at the specific impact of those, and the impacts again would probably be vehicle transportation to and from the site. We, as a staff, try to stick to carpooling so that we're limiting that impact. I think that will be kind of the next step. The work that we're doing at Steigerwald, looking at our footprint out there and trying to do the carbon sequestration analysis, that's our big first dive into that. So really good question, and I'm happy to follow up and let you know what kind of outcome we get.
That's great. Thank you, Elaine.
Sure.
Any other questions for Elaine or comments?
It looks like Bruce has a question.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Bruce.
Thanks, Barbara. Could you give us a rough idea of the annual budget of your organization, please?
So our annual operating budget is around a 1.8 million just for staff. Our project budget varies from year to year. The programming budget varies from year to year depending on what all, the different projects that we have going on. The last year we had our large Steigerwald project. So we were over $20 million for that year, including all of our programming. But our annual operating budget just for core staff is about 1.8 million.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Thanks for sharing about that Fox Creek project. I really like the urban and involving public works is a unique partnership. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Maida, are you setting the next one up, or am I just going to introduce and then she can?
I go ahead. I think we can just move over to Megan Kreutzberg with the Sage Grouse Conservation Partnership.
Excellent. Take it away.
All right. Hey, everyone. Can you hear me, first of all? Yes? And can you see my screen?
Yes.
On the correct mode. Excellent. Yes. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm Megan Kreutzberg. I'm at the Institute for Natural Resources at Oregon State University. And as mentioned, I'm going to talk about the SageCon partnership. So we're going to zoom from the wettest side of the state to the driest side of the state. So probably many of you, although it's sort of the least populated part of the state, have heard of the sage grouse. It's kind of a wacky bird that lives in a pretty big area across Southeast Oregon, as well as much of the Great Basin. You can see in the map here, those little blobs are some of the core sage grouse habitat in the state. And populations of sage grouse have been declining for quite a long time. This sort of shows our monitoring data from the 1980s to present. You can see that real downward trend in sage grouse populations. That horizontal line there is our population target. We're at about half of that. So there's really a lot of concern about sage grouse populations, and the species was a candidate for listing under the Endangered Species Act. Although it has not been listed, the potential for listing and some of the problems that were driving that, that downward decline have really gotten a lot of attention. And the things that are really driving the decline of the sage grouse are related to its habitat. Juniper trees have been encroaching into areas where historically there was sagebrush and native bunch grasses. Invasive grasses have also been taking over, coming in, displacing native species and creating this sort of invasion fire cycle that's been really negative. So, you know, these threats really affect big areas in Southeast Oregon. I'm going to show you some maps a little bit later. And they also affect the viability of ranching operations. So there's really negative impacts for wildlife and people. And, you know, we're really seeing that this sagebrush ecosystem is really pretty fragile. There's a real risk of a total loss of the sagebrush steppe ecosystem when you go from these native communities, particularly when they get invaded by these invasive grasses and experience a lot of fire. So a lot of concerns there. And in response to all of those issues, the SageCon partnership came together in about 2011 with a really broad group of partners across all levels of government, a wide variety of interest groups. And the partnership really came together around some shared challenges and opportunities. As I mentioned, these changes that are taking place are really negative for, you know, wildlife, for the ecosystem, and for people. So there's really a sense this is very important work. And they also cross these really wide areas, public-private lands, lots of different, you know, agency jurisdictions. And so we really need to work together to solve the problems. So up to 2015, there was a big planning effort that covered a lot of different things, prioritizing investments, creating new investments, a lot of policy around economic development, monitoring progress, all kinds of things. One of those new investments was the $10 million commitment that OWEB made to investing in conservation on the ground in sage grouse habitat and in sagebrush. And I believe that has been exceeded by quite a bit at this point. So a lot of investment there. And now that we're in sort of implementation mode of the plan in the last several years, SageCon's role is really to coordinate across all those different entities, the federal, the state, regional, local levels. There's just a lot going on. And this number at the bottom of the screen here really shows you kind of the scale we're talking about here. More than $78 million has been invested in on-the-ground conservation actions. This is just over a 6-year time window. And so there's really a lot there, and really a need to make sure that we're all staying coordinated and really pulling in the same direction. Okay, so that's the background. Now I'm going to move into talking about some of our ongoing work through the SageCon partnership. So one of the recent highlights is the completion of our SageCon dashboard, which is intended to really provide kind of a digestible snapshot of where we're at with implementation of the plan and the various challenges and threats to, you know, the rangeland habitat, the sage grouse itself, some of the efforts around development and mitigation, as well as the efforts and opportunities that are happening across the range. So I'm going to dive a little bit into this efforts and opportunities side here, and this is online, so you can find it if you're interested. A couple of these, so the dashboard is organized around these indicators, which are the numbers in the bubbles you can see on the right there, to kind of illustrate where we're at with these various components of the work we're doing. You've seen a couple of these before in a couple of previous slides. And I wanted to highlight a couple of other sections here that are really relevant for OWEB investments. So here's some numbers that we rolled up across all of Southeastern Oregon in terms of on-the-ground conservation actions. This is just a 4-year window, and the numbers are pretty staggering. Over 1 million acres treated to address invasive plants, over 250,000 acres to address juniper, over 200,000 to address other threats like fuels reduction, improving diversity of species diversity, things like that. So really, and these are rolled up across, federal, state, private partners, and some really impressive totals there. Another thing to highlight here is these voluntary conservation agreements. You will also see some big numbers here in those bubbles. So these CCAs and CCAAs, kind of a funky acronym, but those are voluntary agreements between either a private landowner or a private entity or an organization to voluntarily enroll lands, address threats to sage grouse, and really be proactive about managing that land to reduce threats, to hopefully avoid the need for any listing under the Endangered Species Act. And when you total all these numbers up, it's close to 2 million acres that are enrolled in these voluntary conservation agreements. So it's pretty impressive. Okay, so a few more highlights in this whirlwind tour here for you guys. One thing that has been sort of a very recent change and recent new technology, there's been some great advances in satellite technology that have allowed us to really get a comprehensive view of rangeland condition over these big areas and also back in time, so we can look at change over time. So the maps down at the bottom, this is sort of the southeastern corner of the state. And the bar charts are showing the same thing over time. Basically, from the left is the 1980s, the mid-1980s. To the right is present day. And so these maps show us basically the green, the light and dark green are kind of relatively intact rangelands. That's what we want. And that was primarily a lot of the range was in this condition back in the 80s. And the other colors are sort of these various threats. So yellow and red in particular are areas invaded by invasive annual grasses. The browns are areas encroached by juniper. So really a lot of threats out there, a lot of decline in condition. And one thing that we're doing now is we're looking at the most recent time windows to try to look at how are we doing on our progress in the last 10 years and addressing these threats and hopefully reversing these negative trends. And so that is some ongoing work where we're leveraging this new spatial data. And okay, another thing to highlight here is the SageCon Invasives Initiative. So this is a pretty exciting and fairly new effort that really has a lot of momentum and focus, I think, right now for SageCon. So this initiative is really trying to take a strategic cross-boundary approach to invasive annual grasses, which is one of those big threats, through 3 sort of focal areas. One is better coordinating funding across land, across ownership boundaries, jurisdictional boundaries. Another is addressing grazing flexibility, which is really needed to get the scale of treatments on the ground that we need. And then the third is this geographic strategy for proactive management. And so I'm showing you another map here. This is a little bit different. But what this map is intended to do is really highlight intact core areas in blue, where we can take proactive management actions to keep those good condition areas good, make sure the invasive species stay out. So this is the proactive component. And then adjacent areas are shown in yellow where restoration actions can be taken to sort of grow that core area outward. We tend to often work really reactively in places that are already in really poor condition. And because these systems are so dry and so fragile, those efforts are often unsuccessful. So we're trying to really incentivize proactive management. And this builds on some regional work that's been done by the Western Governors Association. And then one last thing before I wrap it up, supporting local implementation is a really critical role for SageCon. We have a couple of coordinators for local implementation teams. We're working on getting a third one on board. And those teams are really the backbone of coordinating at the local level. And SageCon has been providing both sort of process-related support and technical support and tools to those local implementation teams. And with that, I just want to say thank you to the OWEB board for supporting much of this work. OWEB's investment in the past, along with the BLM and MRCS, are really what's made all of this happen. So many thanks. And if you want to find out more about the SageCon partnership or see any of those things that I mentioned in my talk, the website is sageconpartnership.com. So you can go check it out. And with that, I will stop sharing, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Megan. Any questions, comments for Megan? Go ahead, Jamie.
Just more of a comment. Great job. I know this has been incredibly difficult work, and the website and the modeling is really impressive. That's often the go-to for folks to be able to visualize it, but just really great work. So thank you.
Oh, thanks so much.
And Paul has a comment or question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, comment. Yeah, first of all, thanks. It's great to see that summarized like that, and it is a lot of great work by a lot of folks. I guess I just want to update the board and Megan too, that within Fish and Wildlife Service across the 11 states and really back to headquarters in DC, we've been having some recent conversations, including kind of a poll that's been out of Denver is being taken of the various field offices like Oregon, Montana, Nevada, et cetera, of what worked, what didn't work in the previous kind of 2 administrations on sage grouse, and what recommendations we might have and my staff might have, for example, to the let's just say the current administration as they gear up to deal with sagebrush, sage grouse, and all those related issues. So I just want to the last few years it's been, I'm going to say, a little quiet in the sense that we've worked locally. And we've been working within Oregon, and focused on Oregon stuff, but and less so at the 11 state level as a team. I have a feeling that's going to change over the next, I'm going to say 6 months to a year, and again get quite regional and supra regional because there's 3 Fish and Wildlife Service regions that constitute the sage grouse range, and that's all over. From my perspective, that's a great thing. That's a good thing and a great thing. So. I just wanted to kind of give a heads up on that. And some of the issues concerned with the BLM land management plans during the previous administration, as well as the continued fire, climate, population trend, other issues that we've been talking about here that affect sagebrush landscapes, are going to drive a lot more interest in the sage grouse listing or not issue. And that will then get, I have a feeling we're going to get a lot more landowners again interested in participating that were sort of sitting on the fence before. So I look forward to keeping Ron Alvarado and you, Megan, and a few others as busy as possible on this. So thanks for that report.
Any other questions, comments? Bruce, you unmuted yourself.
And Randy as well.
Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Randy Labby for the record, public at large. I don't know if you can answer this, Megan. If not, maybe Maida can weigh in. I'm just curious. I can't find from my ebook how we're tracking on our $10 million commitment to the governor in this arena.
For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, and I should have had that number handy. We did report out on it at our March board meeting, and unless Eric Williams happens to know it off the top of his head, Randy, we will get back to you with that.
Thanks.
number. And Eric came off mute. He might have it off the top of his head.
I don't have it off the top of my head. And what I recall, though, is that we had committed to $10 million over 10 years. And we're about 6 years into that commitment, and we're almost there. I believe we were in the 9 million range, the last report. And we'll have that number for you again when we do our open solicitation projects at the October board meeting.
Thanks, Eric.
Any other questions?
Ron has a question.
I just want to comment. First of all, thank you to Megan for that great work, and also this has been a huge effort, as you all know, and it's going to take continued commitment from all of us, because we made strides in the last so many years, we got to look out another 10, 15 to sustain those investments that we made and progress that we've gained. So to Paul's point, we'll continue to work together as a team, and we're looking forward to, thinking ahead so that we don't lose any progress that we made over the years. In some cases, looking at certain data, certain maps, people would question whether or not we made progress, but you got to really dive into the data to understand that this is a complex issue, and it's going to take a long-term commitment. So thanks to all the partners that have been involved in this.
Thank you, Ron.
And Barbara, if I might, that number for Randy is 9.4 million. And we are 6 years in.
All right. Anybody else? I just have one quick question, Megan. You were talking about the 207,000 acres of other threats that you have been dealing with, and you mentioned a diversity of plants. So which plants have you discovered are doing the best in planting?
Oh, man. That's a really good question. And actually getting species to establish is a huge challenge in a lot of these places. It's just dry. You need rain to establish species, to establish seeds. And so, yeah, I'm not up to date on sort of the latest research or sort of what is in all the practitioners' heads that, they know that it's working. But I will say there's a lot of research going on to try to give the seeds that are established a boost, both to get the right seeds on the ground, so the locally adapted seeds, as well as there's things like seed coatings that just give the seeds a little bit extra time and moisture, ability to tap into resources, so they don't, because most of the seeds just don't establish at all. So I don't have a good answer for you, but it is something that people are really working on because it's a really critical question.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll be curious the results. So, all right, thank you very much. All right, Chris,
thank you.
we are moving on to you, please.
All right, thank you, Barbara. Can everybody hear me okay? Great. All right, thanks, board members. It's nice to see a lot of familiar faces here. I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk about ODFW's work that's funded by Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds. For the record, my name is Chris Lorian. I am the Native Fish Conservation Coordinator with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's Conservation Recovery Program. And I'm going to try to start my presentation here, so wish me luck. Let's see. And does that look okay? Great. PCR, Pacific Coastal Salmon We can call it PACSRF or PCSRF, is a significant part of work that ODF&W does. It totals over about $11.5 million of funding each biennium. This past biennium, it was $11.7 million. And it can be divided up into a couple of major pieces. One of them that's about 2/3 of it is for implementation, and I'll describe what that means in the next several slides here. And then we have another big chunk of it that goes into our monitoring programs. There's match on both sides of those that comes from both general funds and lottery funds. And you can see that the match is significant on the monitoring side especially, but we also have a significant match on the implementation side, and I'll describe a little bit more about what that match is. So this is the overall picture of how ODF&W spends PCSRF funds. So what are we implementing? When I talk about implementation, well, we have 9 conservation recovery plans that cover most salmon and steelhead populations across the state, or anadromous salmonids. So these include coho salmon, spring, summer, and fall chinook, summer and winter steelhead, chum salmon, and cutthroat trout. And the numbers you see on the map here are species or life history runs that are covered by plans. And this doesn't include one plan that we have in development for the Rogue and South Coast area in southwestern Oregon that we hope to finish by the end of this year, that will cover ESA listed coho salmon, and as well as steelhead and cutthroat trout. So all the PCSRF funds go towards ESA listed salmon and steelhead populations, or anadromous salmonid populations. And the one exception to that is in our monitoring programs, we also monitor other species that co-occur with the listed species. So we do have a lot of monitoring that covers other species that are not listed, but we still want to get a sense of how those populations are doing, so they're covered with our monitoring. So the implementation piece includes 4 major components that I'll talk about today. One of them is plan implementation and technical support. We have Lower Columbia River harvest management, our Lower Columbia River chum reintroduction project, and then the biggest piece of the pie is fish screening and passage. So I'll kind of go through each of these individually. These pieces of this pie don't correspond to the size of these projects overall, because they all have significant match or other pieces that make them up, but this gives you a sense of how the PCSRF dollars are spent amongst these programs. So plan implementation and technical support includes 3 implementation coordinators that are located in the recovery areas you can see on the map here, and 1 part-time implementation coordinator in the Upper Willamette. So these folks are a key piece of making sure that plan priorities are identified, and that translates into on-the-ground work. And so, for example, they've been heavily involved in development of strategic action plans to guide recovery actions. And then there's statewide implementation and planning staff, which includes myself and several other staff in Salem that help make sure that we coordinate with a wide variety of partners and other agencies to make sure all of our actions are consistent with recovery of these ESA listed species. And then finally, the last piece of the plan implementation and technical support is 3 Western Oregon Stream Restoration Program biologists. So these are folks that work in the Umpqua, on the North Coast and the Lower Columbia Willamette. They're working with watershed councils, with landowners, and a bunch of other partners to actually implement projects to support the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds. So they are the ones that make projects happen on the ground. And they're funded by both PCSRF and general fund match. And so that's where that match in the first slide I showed you about implementing, or about the overall picture and implementation comes in. The next project that's part of that pie for implementation is the Columbia River chum salmon reintroduction, which is part of the Lower Columbia River Conservation and Recovery Plan. And so we have 2 different kinds of plans that we implement. There's conservation plans that are developed under Oregon's Native Fish Conservation Policy, and we also have federal recovery plans for ESA listed species. And sometimes those come together into a single conservation recovery plan. And the Lower Columbia River Plan is a good example of that. Chum salmon were a species that were abundant in the Columbia River, but now their populations are much reduced, and we don't have any functional populations on the Oregon side of the river. And so we've been working on a chum salmon reintroduction project for a number of years, releasing fish into streams, working on habitat restoration, and doing a research and monitoring to help guide that reintroduction effort. And also recently developing some really great outreach materials to help people understand and be aware of chum salmon, which are often underappreciated salmon species. Another big part of the Lower Columbia River implementation is our harvest management program. This program helps implement the harvest actions in several different plans that affect ESA listed salmon that are bound for the Lower Columbia River, the Mid Columbia River, and the Willamette Basin. So this is about managing impacts on these ESA listed species while still allowing these important commercial and recreational and tribal treaty fisheries to continue in the Columbia River. And so they do this through a variety of methods, extensive creel and effort surveys, seeing how many people are out fishing, looking at, age and stock composition of the fish, and then also tracking fish abundance at places like Willamette Falls is the counting station you can see on the right-hand side there. And finally, the biggest piece of the implementation picture is that fish screening and passage program that provides financial and technical assistance for screening and passage projects throughout the state, including a cost share program to assist water users and fish passage barrier owners. The PCSRF funds also help support screen shops that are located throughout the state. We've got screen shops in Central Point, the Dalles, John Day, and Enterprise that are really the hub of implementation of screening and fish passage projects in those areas. And then also we have the bigger design and construction. It's kind of coordinated out of Salem with that project. So these folks implement dozens of major projects throughout the state each biennium. A couple of examples from this recent biennium that are really good examples. One is the Brophy screen in the Rogue Basin in North Fork Big Butte Creek. These are the kind of projects that are really important in working landscapes, making sure water gets to where it's needed, but keeping the fish in the streams. On the right, the Rudio Passage project was a big project done in the John Day Basin this past biennium. Opened up over 5 miles of habitat for ESA listed summer steelhead in the John Day Basin. Another great project that will have long-term benefits. These things tend to be big investments and big long-term rewards for our ESA listed fish. So that wraps up the implementation piece. The other third of the pie that I showed at the beginning is our monitoring, and PCSRF funds are critical to maintaining our world-class organ plan monitoring program, which includes spawning surveys on the coast in the Lower Columbia, as well as juvenile surveys and habitat surveys, also on the coast in the Lower Columbia. It supports our life cycle monitoring sites on the coast, and then also our long-term counting station at Winchester Dam in the Umpqua Basin. So the state also invests a lot of money in this monitoring program through match with general funds and lottery funds. So together, these put together kind of a unique monitoring program that we have in place in Oregon. It's critical for plan implementation. The monitoring results allow us to track status and trend for these ESA listed fish. They help us identify habitat priorities, assess restoration effectiveness, and help us make harvest decisions and hatchery management decisions that are going to be consistent with recovery of these populations. So the monitoring program is a key piece of the puzzle, and wouldn't be possible at the scale we do it without these PCSRF funds. So that is kind of the picture of what we typically do biennium to biennium. There's a couple of new pieces for 21-23 that I thought would be of interest. One of them on the left-hand side, you can see we have some new monitoring that may be supported by PCSRF funds in this new biennium that are passage counts at Bennett Dams on the North Santiam. These are places where ESA listed spring Chinook and summer or winter steelhead are headed for their spawning grounds that we can count at these dams. And then on the restoration side, there's some exciting news for the new biennium that 3 new Western Oregon stream restoration program biologists were funded through general funds for this upcoming biennium. And so this is really going to increase significantly our capacity to get on the ground work done. And these are restoration or these are positions that were previously part of that program and are really going to add to what I mentioned before in that plan implementation and technical support to make sure we're getting the right projects on the ground and getting more of them done. So these folks really do make a big difference, and we're excited to have those 3 positions back. All right. Well, I didn't take much of a breath there, and I ran through that quickly. I know everybody's probably ready for lunch and ready to, but I hope that was clear, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Does anybody have any questions or comments for Chris? Go ahead, Bruce.
Yeah, Chris, thanks. Hey, is the ODFW looking at the expected impacts of climate change and how it will likely affect the projects that are funded by PCSRF?
That's a great question. Thank you, Bruce. We have had a lot of developments on that front in the last year. Our commission passed a climate and ocean change policy in 2020 that's really going to be the overriding guiding document for how we think about climate change and how we use it in our planning and implementation processes. So we've already had several opportunities to really think about how that's going to work on the ground and how we're going to include that in our planning processes. I'll give you a couple of quick examples. One of them is in our development of our Rogue South Coast Conservation Plan that we're working on right now. The climate piece was well integrated into the whole planning process and how we thought about the actions that we consider priority actions in the plan, what the outlook and needs for the fish are going to be now and in the future. So in our planning processes, we're going to have that much more front and center. Another example is that we recently completed a 12-year assessment of the Oregon Coast Coho Conservation Plan that's going to be going and presented to our commission next month. And again, when that plan was written, climate change was certainly acknowledged, but wasn't such a key consideration. And in that 12-year assessment, we have a whole chapter about what climate change is going to mean in terms of the projections we have right now, what it's going to mean for fish on the ground, and then what kind of actions we need to be thinking about to increase resilience for those Oregon Coast Coho populations to make sure that they're able to persist into the future. So that is how we're dealing with it, both in plan review and plan development. We're really keying in on this. And the commission is going to make sure we keep doing that because it's front and center for them as well. A year like this where it's kind of drought and heat is just right in our faces. I think everybody, it just it kind of underscores how important it is to think about these things, both in the near and long term.
Barbara, it looks like both Alan, Henning, and Renee have their hands up.
Well, see, I can't see their hand, so I'm sorry if I'm not connecting you. If
That's
you could
why
actually wave your hand. That would be helpful. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. That's why we're giving them a shout out.
All right, thank you. So Alan, and then who?
Renee.
Renee.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Alan.
Eric, great presentation, Eric. With temperature being a big issue in water quality, how's ODF&W interacting, working with DEQ on getting those waters that aren't meeting water quality standards cooler in the face of climate change? I mean, there's a double whammy there for waters that are already listed for 303D listed for temperature, but the other one is that how are we going to be able to get those streams down even more so with climate change coming on? And to that extent, how are you integrating your plan with DEQ's work?
Well, thanks for your question, Alan.
I'm sorry, I called you Eric. It's Chris. Sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, no problem at all. I'm not sure I can give you as specific an answer as I would like to, and I would definitely like to follow up and provide you some more detail on that. I'm not involved in specific coordination with DEQ, so I don't know exactly what those details are. I can say that my purview is kind of more of the planning side, that we're thinking about, again, the Rogue South Coast Plan is a good example of that, is that in that plan, the actions are really oriented a big portion of that plan and the habitat actions in that plan are oriented towards coordinating with Oregon Water Resources Department and DEQ to make sure we're doing the right actions in the right places and focusing on key actions that are going to address water quality and temperature really in the long term. And in some of these cases, it's a difficult long-term process, but we kind of need to start now and really think about where exactly we want to focus efforts. So I think prioritization is a key thing when we're thinking about species recovery, is we need to do the right actions in the right places. We're not going to be able to cool down water everywhere, but if we can do it strategically in the right places, we can make a big difference for these species. So, but definitely please get in touch with me if you'd like more details, and I can connect you with folks here at ODF&W who can answer your question more specifically.
I appreciate that, Chris. And on top of that, DEQ is actually in the process of having to redo like 13 temperature TMDLs across the state. And those will start popping out. Those will start being completed in 2024 and go through, I think, 2028 timeframe. And so within those will be a host of actions that entities will have to take. And so, again, the timing's really good for collaboration on what you're doing and the work that DEQ is we're doing right now as well.
Couldn't agree more. Thanks.
Thanks.
All right, thanks, Alan. Renee?
Renee, your unmute didn't work.
I think she's frozen.
Sorry, I blame the children and their smoothies in the next room for the double mute. So just wanted to do a quick follow-up to Bruce's and Alan's question. So Chris mentioned the prioritization that's part of the South Coast plan. So we've been in coordination, working in coordination with ODFW staff who are doing a big lift right now in terms of a climate impacts prioritization process statewide to have a better sense of what are we looking at in terms of, in particular, fish, but other aquatic species, and what is upon us now, as Chris just described, and what is coming in the years and decades before us. And so I think, Alan, to your point, when a prioritization such as this that ODFW is working hard on is released, hopefully later this summer, early fall, it will be a great opportunity for us to, one, tap into partners and other agencies who really are the subject matter experts on this, and then pair that up with subject matter experts, for example, at DEQ, as they're thinking through from a water temperature perspective, including TMDL, what does that mean in terms of plans, updates, and then being able to overlay all of that in terms of what you all deliberate on with BIPs, with 6-month cycles, having a better sense of what are some of those key priorities for where to strategically invest, as opposed to locations that may be less strategic investments through time, given some of the climate impacts that are bearing down on us.
All right, thank you.
Jamie has her hand up.
Thank you, Renee. Any? Okay, everybody's frozen on my screen. I'm the only one that's moving. Everybody else is completely frozen.
All right, so we can
So go
still
ahead,
see you.
Jamie.
And then there's Jamie.
Thank you. And I made a comment after Megan spoke, but it applies to all three of you. So I just really want to thank you for your work. And this thought comes to mind of really being legacy work for all Oregonians. I sometimes reflect when you hear about loss of species, the fact that my kids won't be able to see some of the things that I got to see as a kid, and the work you all are doing to really preserve that is really quite profound. And so I just wanted to acknowledge that. It's the kind of boots on the ground, or the lightly stepping boots on the ground, the work you do. So just really wanted to thank you for that work. And then just to say, not really questions for now, but just to highlight future questions that will come up that are tying into a lot of the conversations we're having on the board. One is around our diversity, equity, and inclusion, our DEI work. Or I really like the Jedi reference, actually. But how are we involving, and what are some of the strategies we're using to involve non-traditional partners? So that will be, as now we're reflecting back, but next time you come back to the board, those are going to be questions I know I'm going to be asking. So to flag those things to think about. And then also tying into what Bruce and Renee said, the how do we measure success, and getting your, as you go through your work, if you can be thinking about what that might look like. Is there something that we're missing in terms of our measures? And if you can advise us and offer your insights on that going forward. So I just want to flag those as future conversations. And then also just going back to the sense, the results you're seeing, and you know, I appreciate that sometimes you're there's almost a frustration in maintaining, doing so much work to just maintain the status quo, but that, you know, ideally we've got recovery work or maintenance of healthy systems, but also I was thinking about comments that Eliza Jane was mentioning about experience that Wallowa County is having right now. You know, sometimes success is just mere survival. And we are in such a difficult time right now. So as you know, the work you're doing to kind of keep us through this time so we can get back to a time to be healthy is greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Jamie. Go ahead, Liza Jane. You're cutting into lunch.
Yes, I know. I'll be really fast. I listening to Chris, I just thought of this opportunity, and that's of the story, because when I was watching your presentation, my lower lip started to stick out a little bit over how come it's all on the west side? How come all the efforts over there, and we return all these fish that way, but they never make it back, and wow. And I'm not the only one. That's my east side approach. And so to be able to share that story, to build community and get us all together is, look, we're doing all this work because we recognize this needs to be fixed so the fish can make it back, is really critical. And you have a great opportunity to continue to spread that word. And thank you for doing the work, because we want them back. So.
Right. Thank you. And I'll definitely think about my examples. I tried to grab some from both sides of the state throughout, but I understand that sometimes it can seem really heavy to the west side, where we have those big monitoring programs. We do have big monitoring programs on the east side. They just don't happen to be funded by PCSRF. So yeah, but thanks for the comments. And yeah, I will definitely make sure we highlight our good work on the east side in the future.
Well, thank you all three very much for your presentations today, and keep doing good work. Thank you.
All right.
All right. So we are going to break for lunch right now, and we're going to start back up at 12:40. So a little short of a break so we can stay on schedule.
So Barbara, I think I can save us 5 minutes or so on the back end if you would like to give the 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We'll take 30 minutes. See you back here at 12:45, please.
Welcome back, everybody. Hopefully. We're going to start with a continuation of agenda item F. And I'd like to turn this over to Maida to give us an introduction.
All right. Thank you, Liza Jane. For the record, Maida Lofsgarden, Executive Director, Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board. I have the distinct pleasure today of walking you through our spending plan. This is the final of a multitude of conversations you all have had about the spending plan over the last year or so. And often this seems a little anticlimactic when we run through the spending plan after all of the conversations that have happened and you delegate as much funding as you do and approve the spending plan. I say that because I really want to recognize the incredible work that staff, our partner agencies and others have done throughout this process to get us to the point today where you are approving the biennial spending plan. Again, that spending plan document is on either page 111 or 51 of your board book. And I'm going to jump into a PowerPoint in just a minute, but I have a couple of things to note. First, just to wrap up the last conversation about the funding that is either passed through us to another agency or provided to us and then passed through. There are two other categories, spending plan line items that fit in that category. One is forest collaboratives, and you'll be hearing more about those later today as a part of our conversation with the Department of Forestry. That is funds that the Department of Forestry provides to us. We run the Forest Collaboratives Grant Program on their behalf. So you'll be hearing more about that one later today. And the other is the intensively monitored watershed in the John Day. There's a write-up in your staff report about the intensively monitored watershed. And as we have specific components of that come up throughout the biennium, staff come with specific presentations to you at that time. So just wanted to wrap up those line items of the spending plan. At this point in time, I now get to share my screen. Let's see. And I'll go to present mode. Let's see here. My computer is thinking for just a second. We'll see what pops up on my end and yours. Let's see here. Oh, hold on just a second. I am going to stop sharing and do that one more time. All right, let me try that again.
Peter, just while you're getting that up, I just want to confirm per the agenda, the pre-lunch item was noted as an action item, but this is just a continuation of that, I assume. So there's not an action item we needed to take before lunch. I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct.
Thanks.
Thank you for asking. All right, we'll see if my screen will. I think you're probably seeing a preview page, which is all right. I just want to make sure you guys are seeing my screen right now. Is that correct, Liza Jane? Could you give me a thumbs up if you're seeing my screen? Okay. All right. So I'm going to
Maida, it is in presentation mode.
Yeah, that's,
okay.
I'll just leave it there for now because my two screens are being a little bit weird. So
No
I think
worries.
it's okay.
I know the drill.
Thank you, Molly. So I want to just remind you where we're at in the spending plan. And that is, this is an elevations of influence chart that we've used for quite a few biennia to just really orient ourselves around the different things that are outlined with in terms of our funding. So We are guided by Measure 76, Oregon statutes, Pacific Coast Salmon Recovery Funds, and any other funding sources, the requirements that come with those funding sources. For example, the general fund that Renee talked about earlier. We won't be approving that until October, but it has its own guidelines that come along with it. We then have our agency's mission and strategic plan, the long-term investment strategy that sets the categories for our spending plan and connects the strategic plan and the spending plan together. Where we are at today is in approval of the 2-year spending plan. Out of that, we fund activities, we do grant administrations and processes, and then we have on the ground implementation. All of that work is in support of the things you see on the right that are connected to our funding sources: agriculture water quality management program, the integrated water resources strategy, et cetera. Those different priorities and programs are set by other agencies. So the water quality management program is a Department of Agriculture program. Integrated water resources strategy, as Meg mentioned earlier, is led by the Water Resources Department. All of these are multi-agency efforts. Our job, again, is to be the grant administrator for those programs, working really closely with the scientists and other experts in other state and federal agencies who help determine where those investments should go and provide that information to our local partners for their investment. The spending plan is approved the first July of every biennium by the board, so that is where we are at right now. It is then updated in the second July of the biennium, and that's based on both any shifts in revenues that we see and also any funds that are recaptured. The conversation this morning that Barbara raised about the $26,000 that was left from the forest funding, that's what we consider recapture. That is then built back into the budget, and you guys can redistribute those funds in the second year of the biennium. So just a reminder of the process that we went through. We reviewed the long-term investment strategy back in January. We discussed percentages for open solicitation, focus investments, monitoring capacity. And then we got some feedback on any line items that you wanted to discuss in more detail at our that should have said our March meeting. In March of 2021, we then reviewed each spending plan line item and talked about proposed amounts with you. We got feedback from you all. And then at this meeting, we will finalize the spending plan using the latest revenue forecast, review additional categories that were not reviewed in March. That's what we did right before lunch. And then our goal today is to have you approve the spending plan. Next year, again, we will update the plan. One new thing that I would like to note as we go through this process, I mentioned when we did our budget and legislative update that we had a 10% increase in revenues over the last biennium. When we went through this process 2 years ago, I think it was Bruce asked us if we could outline how we put funds into the spending plan. So this is in your board book. I'm going to go through it at a very high level, but what this shows you is where the different funds come from and how we get to our spending plan dollar amount. Over on the left, a beginning balance, we have about $20 million in lottery funds to start off the biennium, and 2.3 million in Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funds. Our 2021 funding, this comes from our revenue forecast and from the funds we received from PCSRF and salmon plates estimates. That gives us 89.96 million. And then you'll see over on the right-hand side, the 2022 funding of 5.9 million. That's an estimate of the second year of funding, what we hope to get next year in terms of grants from Pacific Coastal Salmon Recovery Funding. We took all of those funds, added it together, and that's how we get this $117 million spending plan that you will be looking at today. So that is the summary that Bruce had requested, so you know how we got to the $117 million number. What is different this biennium is that the revenues have increased enough that we are proposing to hold some funds in reserve, $5.3 million held in reserve, not placed into the spending plan. Couple of reasons for that. One, the increase is pretty big, and we want to make sure that we are making our adjustments to match with the capacity of local organizations to implement. The second is we have a few categories this year that we just don't know right now what the demand is going to be. Those range from things like our acquisitions program, and our focus investment partnerships. So acquisitions, there's the potential that we could get a couple of big acquisitions coming our way. We want to make sure to have some funding for you all to think about if that happens. And then the second piece of that, the focus investment partnership program, we know there's pretty high demand there. This allows some space for the focus investment committee if they want to look at going beyond what's in the spending plan. There's a buffer for them to do that rather than trying to trade around within spending plan line items. The same may be true for the fire grants that are under the governor's priorities. Again, there may be a need based on how crazy this fire season is looking for additional revenues there. So what we are proposing this time, there's not a specific dollar amount you need to approve, but that we would hold those funds in reserve and come back to the board as we see demand in some of those different categories. Again, what we don't know is where that demand is going to lie. And so our proposal to you all is that we don't put it in the spending plan yet. The spending plan itself, the percentages associated with our long-term investment strategy, you see them here, 60% for open solicitation, 22.5% for focus investments, 13.5% for operating capacity, and 3% for other. I am not going to go through this in detail because we did that back in March, but this is the spending plan that is in front of you all today for consideration. Again, in March, we walked through nearly all of these line items. And we have made adjustments based on feedback from you all in March and the increased revenue in the revenue forecast. And then again, today we walked through those funds that are transferred from other agencies. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that changed since March, because that is really the focus of today's conversation, so that you know what's different. As we move into, after this, we'll have public comment, and then we move into deliberations about the spending plan. In March, we talked to you about the fact that we thought revenues were going to continue to increase, and we mentioned a few areas that we thought would be appropriate for increased funding if that was the case. And that's largely what you'll see here. So we are proposing an increase of $2 million. Again, these are all compared to March. So this is not compared to last biennium. This is compared to what you saw in March. An increase of $2 million in the restoration grant program, an increase of $1 million for technical assistance grants, $400,000. This is different. This is funds that will be received from the Natural Resources Conservation Service to support this line item. So we have an agreement working with Ron's agency to receive additional dollars. Those funds will become available for the new this new biennium. An increase of $500,000 for stakeholder engagement, an increase of $500,000 for acquisitions, $500,000 for open solicitation monitoring. Quantifying outputs and outcomes. This is tied to the monitoring program, an increase of $250,000. An increase of $2 million for the Focus Investment Partnership Program, $250,000 for the Focus Investments Effectiveness Monitoring, an increase of $25,000 for statewide organizational partnership. That's the Oregon partnership of the Network of Watershed Councils, Ocean, the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, and the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. Organizational collaboration grants, you'll be hearing more about those tomorrow, an increase of $200,000 there. In the governor's priorities, we are not at this time proposing an increase, but I outlined in the staff report. The legislature actually provided $500,000 for the Harney CREP program. We were the backup, if you remember, for that program if the legislature did not provide funding. So at this point in time, the legislature has provided funding. So we're shifting that from $500,000 to $0, but I'm going to put a placeholder and come back to that. For climate, an increase from $125,000 to $350,000. Fire recovery, I apologize, there is an error in the staff report. The fire recovery is $300,000. We had a missed number in our staff report. It is correct in the governor's letter that was provided to you, but it was not correct in the staff report. And then funding for the Tidegate Partnership, an increase from $0 to $150,000. If you're keeping score, that total is actually $800,000 of delegated funds, not $1 million. And the reason is Harney CREP. This program, the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, is a partnership with the Farm Service Agency. The way the program runs, anybody who is eligible and signs up for the program is approved for the program. So they have to meet all the eligibility requirements. They have to do everything to fit the program, but they don't draw the line based on funding. And so what this $200,000 that we're holding that is not committed is just in case Harney CREP exceeds the $500,000 dedicated by the legislature. It takes a pretty big process to go back to the legislature to ask for additional dollars. This is a buffer. We do not believe that this program will hit the $500,000 mark, but we also had to have some funding available in case it does, because the federal program does not let us say that we ran out of money. So that is held, again, we won't ask you guys to delegate it. We'll watch the program and see how the funding goes for that. Today, what we are asking for your approval on, and then we're going to move to public comment, is a few items. The spending plan columns that are titled Other Funding Received and Delegated. That's on your spending plan report. And the column that is titled 2021 Spending Plan. So those are the two columns that you approve today. We will then have you approve tables 1 through 3 of attachment D, and that is all of the delegations of authority, and spending plan policy decisions or carry forward. So we'll be talking through that after we have public comment, and that the WEED grant, the small grant, and the focus investment partnership programs, that the recapture for those programs remains in those programs for future granting. And I can explain that if anybody has any questions. We do have, in addition to the $300,000 error that I mentioned, we do have one other error in attachment D. So when there is finally a motion, the WEED grant program this year has asked us if they could have a July 1st delegation date rather than July 27th. So when we get to the motion, we will remind you of that. They ran an expedited grant cycle this year because of COVID, and had asked for a July 1st date, and we put down the wrong date in our delegated authority. So I'm going to stop my screen share for just a minute and note about the delegation of authority, which is that spending plan attachment D. There are a number of grants, for those of you who've been around for a while, there are a number of grants that you approve directly. And there are a number of grants where you delegate the authority to the director. We run a process that you have approved, but then we are able to grant out those funds directly without waiting for the quarterly board cycles. So the vast majority of our money comes back to you all for specific approval, but there are a set of funds, including things like the WEED grants, the small grants, the CREP program, and a number of others that are listed on that delegated authority fund that you say, yes, that's what we want the money used for. And OWEB, we want you to run the process that is approved to distribute those funds. I'm going to pause at this point, and my recommendation to the co-chairs is we turn it over to public comment. We then come back and I can, we have allowed 45 minutes for discussion about any part of the spending plan you all want to talk about before we get to approval. But I think moving to public comment, and I think we have Kelly Beamer is on for public comment. April, I do not see Jan. Is that correct?
She was here.
Yeah, I saw her at one point.
Okay, so maybe we'll start with Kelly and Jan might join us again.
I sent her a note also.
Okay, thanks, April.
Okay, welcome.
Can you hear me? Oh, great. Okay. Hi, everyone again. For the record, Kelly Beamer with the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts. And I have, I'm just looking at April's beautiful profile picture, which is amazing right now. I wanted to provide some comments specifically on land acquisition in the spending plan, and just spend a few minutes talking about the importance of land acquisition and why we see it as a crucial pillar in the spending plan. And I know most of you know this, but the work of land conservation and our land trust community really provides permanent protection for fish and wildlife. These investments are investments that stay. They don't change with the land ownership of the land as it's passed to different owners, and perhaps efforts for restoration could be lost. These are investments that allow land trusts to work with easements or fee title acquisitions to ensure the protection of fish and wildlife in perpetuity. And our members, as a matter of practice of being accredited land trusts, develop stewardship endowments that will then yield funds to steward those lands in perpetuity. So just, it's something that dawned on me when I was up on the Upper McKinsey a few weeks ago. As I mentioned, there's a really unique opportunity right now to acquire and have dialogue with industrial forest landowners after that fire that we've never had open in the past. And you think about being able to acquire upland forest and allow the natural cycle of woody debris to enter the river, we're saving ourselves a lot of future one-time restoration investments. So again, we just start seeing things for the long game, and the investments are something that live on for a long time. And lastly, I just want to talk about climate. We are in the middle of an extinction event. It is heartbreaking, as we were hearing earlier. According to the Campaign for Nature, we've lost a staggering amount of biodiversity, 60% of terrestrial wildlife in the last 50 years. And in looking at our national strategy, unprotected private lands are the most important for protecting biodiversity. So that's where our carbon hotspots are for biodiversity and carbon sinks. And it's a centerpiece for the current Biden administration 30 by 30 initiative. If you haven't looked that up, I strongly encourage you. It's building momentum. It's a call to action across private, public, tribal lands that really is about conserving 30% of our lands and water by 2030. And protecting private lands is critical to there. So I want to do a call to action to the OWEB board to realize that, as a state, we have an opportunity to implement that national vision. I want to thank you for devoting 10 million to land acquisition. That is a bump from the last biennium. It's a key part of Measure 76. In fact, it's listed when you read the statute as the first strategy to acquire land interests from willing landowners to restore and protect fish and wildlife. And OWEB is our only statewide source of land acquisition funding. Our members leverage it terrifically with private, federal, and as the carbon markets are emerging, especially voluntary carbon markets, we're really trying to leverage those as well. So lastly, I just want to say, in terms of Maida's last comments about keeping that reserve fund and looking for, some flexibility down the line, we're seeing larger, more strategic, large landscape grant applications coming in. Last year, you approved $2 million grants for projects that will forever have an impact on Oregonians and our ability to protect fish and wildlife. And I don't see that demand going away. So thank you for increasing, and I ask for you to consider even just continuing to dedicate more of the funds to land acquisition going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Any comments for Kelly or questions? Bruce.
Thank you, Kelly. I'd just like to comment that the issue of at scale has come up a number of times in the Climate Committee. The importance of at scale projects, and what you're talking about leads into that. Obviously, they tend to be, they're going to be more expensive, but for bang for the buck, working at scale gives us more benefit than the same amount of money spent on smaller projects often. So thanks for that.
Anyone else? Okay, Jan, are you ready? Oh, wait,
No.
Alan has a comment. Alan?
So, yeah, this is a question for Kelly. Kelly, you saw a little bit of bump in the acquisitions. We're at 10 million. And you're aware of our budget processes. What would you think would be something that Colt would like to see in our budget, resource-wise?
Thank you for that question. You know, I think that it's kind of a question for a partnership question with staff, and we have been working with the acquisition team. I would love for the spending decisions to be made on the quality of projects we have and not by the limitation of funding in the line item. But we are seeing statewide, when you look at across the state, about $40 million of land acquisition needs annually. So every bit counts. You know, the 5 million that's in reserve, that could be a game changer. You know, you saw that adding 2 million to the Rainforest Reserve. I know there's one project that is a historic acquisition project that will be coming before you in the coming years. That is a chance to have a huge impact. So you know, I appreciate the question, and I almost think it's worth sort of looking as demand is upticking at the projects, project demand over time for OWEB.
Okay. Thank you.
Any others? Okay, seeing none. Jan, welcome. Are you with us?
Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank
Oh,
you.
great. I'm sorry I missed this morning's section with the partnership. I was traveling, so I had signed up to speak during this session instead. Because my comments are about climate. The Oregon Conservation Partnership strongly supports the changes you're making in the climate area under the governor's portion of the budget. That fund shift will be very helpful. We supported OWEB's recommendation during the legislative session to also add the climate water vision position, and that along with this funding will really help a lot. The governor's EO 2004 that you're familiar with calls for development of a program on carbon sequestration on working lands as part of her greenhouse gas reduction programs. And that's the area that we're working on right now. Most of the natural resource agencies actually are asked to take part in this program and to address their existing programs to look at potential funding opportunities. So OWEB's attention to this program, and you're forming the committee, this money will really help add to those things by developing some soil health frameworks and the other needs that will be important to bringing together a program that will provide that sequestration opportunity, both for the ag lands and the forestry lands, plus the blue carbon, the natural lands, wetlands, coastal areas. Regarding OACD's role in climate work and sequestration, we've participated in the DEQ Cap and Reduce program as a member of the RAC over the last 7 months. And the EQC heard the last draft just last week, and they are preparing a new draft of rules that will be out shortly that I hope you'll have a chance to look at. We also have been working with the Global Warming Commission on their study report, providing information throughout the system process. And we're getting ready to do our final comments this week. And you will see on August 4th what they came up with for the decision on their program. We're working on our OECD Working Lands Handbook, but this is a guidebook for working lands that will help all of our partners. We're going to present that at a workshop on November 10th, which is part of our November 9th and 10th annual meeting over in Redmond at Eagle Crest. It'll be great to get back with everybody again. And I'll check in with you, Maida, later, because I'd love to have you come and talk with us then. So our next step after that will be to start on a sequestration handbook for the partners. We're also pleased to see this legislative session ODA support the SWCD manager position that for 3 years has been left unfilled. And in addition, a soil water conservation position so that we can work with those two people to enhance these programs. And thanks to NRCS for their 5 soil scientists coming on board that will also be important to that program. So we look forward to getting started on sequestration with your help. And lastly, I'd like to thank the 3 of you who are leaving the board for the work and commitment. I miss being on the board with you, but I've enjoyed working with you even subsequently. So thank you for your good work, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. It's good to always to hear from you and what you're getting done. Any questions or comments for Jan? I don't see any.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Maida, do I turn it back to you at this point for deliberations?
Yes, so I am going to do one more share screen and just scroll through. This is on page 118 or 58. 58, yes. 118 or 58 in your board book. I'm just going to show really quickly the carry forward and spending plan amounts, mainly just to open up the conversation and see if y'all have any questions about them. So get my mouse to work here. All right, can folks see it starts with table 1 carry forward? Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is again page 118 or 58 in your board book. These are the tables 1 through 3 that you'll be ultimately approving. The first is carrying forward funding for small grants, accepting funding for intensively monitored watershed and BLM aquatic restoration grants. And then this remaining set of items are delegations of authority for a variety of programs, as I mentioned, that you delegate the authority and we manage the program, with the one shift being that for the weed grant program, we would like that date to be July 1st of 2021 instead of July 27th. So at this point in time, I'm willing to jump wherever you all want to in the spending plan to talk, but what we've done is set aside 45 minutes for any questions that you all have before we get to final approval of this year's spending plan. Jamie?
Thank you, Maida, and thanks also for members of the public for your comments. Really appreciate that, Kelly and our former colleague. The question I have, it was regarding your initial report, and it's just a kind of verification, dotting I's and crossing T's. You talked about the holding over the grant funds. The rationale you gave totally makes that sense. And I just wanted to verify that. Are you talking about still within this biennia, so not making allocations now, but potentially bringing back next year? Or are you talking about holding over from this biennia to potentially to the next? The second is, are there any limitations to us doing that, taking that action? And really the bigger question behind that is, if it is a carryover, especially to next biennia, is there any risk of it being taken away?
Great questions. Thank you. Let me start with the second one first, but I'm going to speak to the first one second, even though it won't be as relevant when we get there. So we are talking about holding them and still using them this biennium. And really it's to look at things like what Kelly mentioned in terms of the acquisitions program. The other thing from our perspective, and I meant to mention this before, so I apologize. We very sincerely hope that we do not have a downturn like we did in the last biennium. But the other reason that we as staff talked about that $5 million is just giving us a little bit of buffer in case something happens, that we're not coming in mid biennium and having to reduce amounts because revenues go down. So that $5 million is in the worst case a buffer for something that might happen related to COVID. In the best case, a buffer for a really large acquisition or focused investment project that might come forward. To answer your second question though, Jamie, we are very lucky at OWEB to have a 6-year limitation on our grant funds. So you'll notice in that spreadsheet that I provided, there's actually a $12 million beginning fund balance that we're bringing in. We have 6 years to spend those funds. And so there is not an issue in the OWEB program of funds being swept. And Cindy in our office has worked really hard over the years to make sure that as funding approaches its 6-year time limit, that those funds are spent down to zero. So we never have a point where there's the legislature has funding that they're taking back.
Thank you. And obviously there are a lot of needs across the state and a lot of important work being done, but just wouldn't want to be wisely cautious as staff is suggesting without risking some of those resources and allocations. So thank you for that. The other is more of it's more of a potential telling the story question, and it has to do with the pie chart you had about the percentage of spending. So it looked like about 14% of the funds were going into admin. I imagine a big portion of that is staffing related. And given that some of our staff work is with both partner agencies and potential partner agencies, helping to understand the process, helping to understand, I know there's a lot of hands-on support work that staff does and almost coaching, if you will. I'm just curious as to whether some of that could be also framed and described as almost an organizational capacity building type of activity. Obviously not wanting to, being really clear about what we can and cannot spend money on, and also not wanting to do a kind of nose of the camel to get into that work specifically, but just in terms of kind of the telling the story, because I think simply calling it admin work doesn't capture my understanding of all the really incredible work that our staff is doing.
So thank you for that clarification. It is not admin. It is actually capacity grants. We do not put our operating dollars into this spending plan. So if I can pull it back up, but that section of the pie chart is capacity funding. And that is the money that goes to soil and water conservation districts and watershed councils to do the work on the ground. And also goes for the organizational collaboration and the statewide partnership. So that is not our administration dollars. Those are specifically grants that are going out under the capacity category.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes. Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Maida. Brenda McGomb for the record. First, my apologies for not remembering what the restrictions are on all different colors of money. So this is going to be probably a silly question, but under the governor's priorities, you've moved that budget up to $350,000 delegated funds for climate-related work. And so 2 related questions. One is, what do you see as the added benefits of increasing that amount? And secondly, wouldn't you expect climate-related work to be implicit, if not explicit, in many other categories of funding that you'll be expending?
Yeah, thank you for the question. And I'm actually going to have Renee join for this part of the conversation if you're on and available, Renee. I was going to try and pull it up. Oh, here. I'm going to pull up a share screen really quick, and then Renee and I can both speak from this for the climate related initiatives. So hold on just a second. This is the governor's letter, and I'm hoping you're seeing it says climate related initiatives, $350,000 towards the top. Is that the screen that you all are seeing? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Liza Jane?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. So these are the areas, Brenda, for the $350,000. We absolutely recognize, and that this is on page 126 if you're following along in your board book. We absolutely recognize that the work that we do throughout our restoration projects and other areas is tied to climate. This is some very specific initiatives that have been called out through work with partner agencies and the Global Warming Commission, that $350,000 would be spent on to advance some very specific work around particularly natural working lands and carbon sequestration. And Renee, do you want to speak to those real quickly?
Sure. Just one other piece I would add for the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director, is Brenda, within this line item, these are really catalyzing investments. It does not preclude climate-related investments, as Maida said, elsewhere in our portfolio, but the governor's priorities are really to help kickstart some important things. So the 4 bullets, actually 3 of the bullets that you see here have been identified as part of those interagency processes, in particular, the natural working lands process with the Global Warming Commission. So really some catalyzing investments around soil health, helping to ensure planting in forested landscapes is being mindful of climate impacts that we're expecting, and then blue carbon opportunities. That last bullet was incorporated based on multiple conversations and check-ins with some of the land trust partners. Kelly mentioned the importance during her public comment about having a sequestration and carbon market opportunity for those local partners, and we have to really dig in and look at how do we not have our investments preclude that opportunity for local partners. Those are things that we have to work through, given some of the expectations around our easements through, in particular, land acquisition. Yep, go ahead.
Thank you both. Just a quick follow-up. I guess my thank you for pointing out the items in the book. My concern here is that there's a huge urgency to get things done. There's a huge urgency to reduce greenhouse gas emissions associated with all aspects of work done by all state agencies. And there's a huge urgency in terms of how to guide people into understanding how to sequester carbon and store carbon in the work they do. And I guess maybe I'm not understanding where all of that fits in to this item.
So I might speak broadly to that, and then Renee, if you want to give specifics. What Renee mentioned, I think, is really key. That this governor's priorities line item is used, we've used it over the biennia to very specifically say, here are some things that if we do these things will catalyze that bigger work. So strategies around soil health and making sure that we can get those out to our grantees. Brenda, to your point, the goal is to get that information developed and available and out to grantees so that they can start using it. So in this category, there are very specific line items that we believe will actually launch and catalyze bigger efforts. The climate committee's work that you all are doing is looking broadly across our granting programs at some of the things that you just mentioned. So both of those things can happen simultaneously. This really is just a set of specific actions that we believe will help to really launch some work around soil health, around restoration planting plans, around blue carbon, and around the sale of carbon credits. So some very specific actions does not preclude the much broader conversation that the climate committee is having.
Yeah, thanks, Maida. So maybe I should turn it over to Bruce since he's chairing that committee, but I guess I'm not seeing where the funding's going to come from to move forward with some of the ideas coming from the climate committee, but I'm going to let Bruce pick it up from there.
I think I can maybe answer that. That would come within the existing line items that are out there. That is about our restoration grants, for example, Brenda. So it is not, like you said, climate flows throughout all of those things. So we have not broken out something for climate funding for a restoration project until that comes about as a part of a future spending plan. You are absolutely right. It is not contemplated as a separate line item in this spending plan. It is contemplated as being incorporated in a future biennia. Absolutely, if there was something you wanted to consider there, but it was not designed for this biennia and is not ready to be a separate line item at this point.
Okay, thank you, Maida.
Yeah. Bruce?
Yeah, a couple things. I'll thank you, Brenda, for bringing that up. I think when we get to as quickly as possible, I believe you used the word urgency 3 times, Brenda, and I agree with you. When we get to project selection across the board for OWEB projects and have as a criteria the rating of climate action, I think then I'll be satisfied that we're on the right track. My specific question outside of that for you, Maida, was why are the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership and the Sage Grouse, SageCon, why are they not included in the governor's priorities?
Excellent question. And I'll speak first to what the intention of the governor's priorities is. And that is something that Renee raised as we were starting the climate conversation. And that is, those are catalyzing investments that are initiated to really launch new programs. So the Tidegate program, for example, there are a set of investments within the Tidegate program that are really launching a larger initiative. There comes a point in time, and this really has been conversations with governor's offices over years, going back to Kitzhaber 1, where there are ongoing investments that are not necessarily catalytic. And that does not mean that Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership does not do amazing catalytic work, but they are an existing organization that the governor's office over time, again, going back to Kitzhaber, has chosen our agency to be an agency to provide some funding towards those programs. We have asked to limit the governor's priorities to those things that are really catalyzing investments. In return, governor's offices over time have asked us if there are some standing areas that we could fund. The Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership we have funded since its inception. And so it has been a consistent line item. Sage grouse in this area is new coming out of this administration. So you're right, they both come as important priorities of the governor. The governor's priorities line item is really about catalyzing investments, and these are more about maintaining things for the long term that really fit within the priorities of the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board.
Thanks. I understand the rationale there. What an additional question I would have then is the amount of these funds that are going to these non-catalyzing, these ongoing projects. Does the OWEB board have the same fiduciary responsibility on those, since they're coming from, as directed evidently from current or former governor, as we do on other projects? How often do we look carefully at the amount of money, what the bang for the buck in these specific projects? When does that happen, and how does it affect our funding?
Yeah, we follow the exact same process with these funds as we do with others. So they are required, they work incredibly closely with staff. We have a staff person assigned to each of these. They are required to submit a grant application. They are required to follow all of our Measure 76 requirements. So anything that they submit funding for has to fit within, for example, in the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, we are funding activities that are approved through Measure 76, the same thing with sage grouse. And so I would say they receive as close, if not closer, scrutiny. I sit on the board as a required member of the Lower Columbia Estuary Partnership, so receive quarterly updates. So fiduciarily, we keep incredibly close track of these. We run the proposals through the Department of Justice for approval as well.
Do they come through a committee?
They don't currently come through one of our committees.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We'd be glad to talk about that further with the coordinating committee. Randy.
Randy Labby for the record, public at large. Maida, I have a question relating to that pie chart that you showed earlier for the new spending plan. And thinking, this is somewhat of an aside, but thinking about the board's deliberation on the percentages of the various programs, there was always some concern that the FIP allocations were going to erode the open solicitation. And I'm kind of memory challenged, but the percentage looked like it was an uptick in open solicitation this time. Is that right or wrong?
That is correct. And Randy, a very astute observation. I actually thought Alan might come with that one. I wasn't sure which of the board members was going to catch that. Because of the incredible increase that we had in funding this time around, that 10% increase of which we're putting a large portion, holding back $5 million, but putting a large portion into the spending plan. That actually shifted our balance this time and lowered the amount in the focus investment program, not dollar amount. Every dollar amount, as you noted, was increased. However, that may shift again, two of the areas, that $5 million that we're holding in reserve, if it is not needed for a downturn, could go towards additional focus investments, or it could go towards additional acquisitions, or both. And so I think the percentage that we'll see in the spending plan at the end of the biennium will be a reflection of where that additional $5 million goes. So yes, at this point in time, we are under the 25%. We were over it last biennium. So there has been, it's bouncing around a little bit based on the additional revenues that we received.
Thanks. That's neat.
Yeah.
Okay, any other comments? Well, this is Liza Jane for the record, and I got to grab my bootstraps here and just.
Liza Jane, Alan has a comment.
Oh, good. I'd rather hear Alan. Go ahead, Alan.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Alan Henning for the record. Made a bet last March. There was a recommended amount of $400,000 for, or before last March, there was a recommended amount of $500,000 for the statewide organizational partnership technical assistance programs. And those are the organizations that's the network of watershed councils, SWCDs, Coalition of Land Trusts, and Ocean. And we at one point were supporting them at a $500,000 rate for their work. When we were adjusting the budget, we dropped their funding by $75,000, and so they were looking at $425,000. We're increasing that, I think, by $25,000. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Are we looking at funding amount in this biennium for $450,000 for them?
It was dropped to 400,000 in March, and then we added 25,000 back in to bring it to 425,000 as the total.
So the total for them is 425,000 for this biennium?
Yeah, and in part, they've been able, COVID has taught us a lot. Their office space was greatly reduced because they no longer have their office space down in Salem. So that is a reduced amount, and a conversation that from the 1921 biennium, it is increased from what we had proposed in March based on conversations with the partnership.
Okay, so the numbers that I'm looking at in attachment B, I'm not sure I can get to 425,000.
Attachment B, like boy?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you go down, hold on, I have to zoom in. I want to make sure I've got this right. Yeah, it's 225,000 in the first biennia, or in the first year of the spending plan, it moves to 425,000. So line 34, the second year is $425,000.
Okay, I'm looking at the wrong line.
That's all right.
What's the possibility of making them whole again to bump that funding back up to 500,000? We heard earlier today, both from Colt and from the executive director for Watershed Councils, Organization Watershed Councils, about their activities. And I had mentioned this at the March meeting that of partners, they're probably some of our strongest partners. They have been over time, and they continue to be. And they're out there on the cutting edge. I know they've restructured their own finances and made things work. But if we've received a fairly good bump because of where we're at in the budget, I'm just wondering what the possibility would be to bump their amount back up to 500,000.
Thanks for the question, Alan. And I will say I would not consider it a make whole again, because there's a lot that's shifted with the organizations over time in terms of office space and other things and other needs. So that said, I think kind of leveling to a baseline might not be the right way to go about it. However, the board has full discretion. And so to your question, Alan, about if you want to increase it, over the $425,000. That is, we had done an increase of $25,000 since March. It is fully within the board's discretion if you choose to increase that dollar amount more. So you have full discretion if you would like to increase it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't make a motion to do so, but
you can put it out in the universe.
Yeah, I could do that, and actually, I will do that. But I just think keeping them strong, and if this helps keep them strong, keep them moving forward, and keep them, I mean, they're fully engaged in climate change. They're on the ground. There are eyes out in the field in addition to the eyes we already have. And so they're just a strong partner.
Yeah, they do a tremendous job for us. So I really appreciate you raising that, Alan. And again, it is fully within the board's discretion what you choose to do with any of the line items, including that one, if you choose to increase it.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Great discussion. Thank you. I was going to say happy for the rain today, and I don't mean to rain on this parade, but I wouldn't feel good if I didn't just share my thoughts. And they aren't in a intention of taking away any good work that's being done. But it continues to come up for me when in the acquisitions work that we do. And I wonder, how much is enough, I guess. An ODF&W study found that, and the numbers are round, so they're probably not exact, but 90% of our wildlife in Oregon spends 70% of its time on private land, which is 42% of our total. And I don't often consider the land that we acquire and land trusts are managing as private land anymore, even though maybe technically it is. We're losing ag land so fast. And I worry about these spaces that are not producing a renewable resource anymore. I look at my own neighborhood where we have the Eagle Cap Wilderness. It's gigantic, preserved, protected, safe, and there's no wildlife up there anymore. They're all down on private land that's being cared for by people producing products. So I'm not going to vote against a $500,000 addition to the 10 million that we're already setting aside, but I also want to be clear that it is with angst to do that. So I just want to share that and make my position known for those concerns.
And we will make sure, I'm certain that Kelly and other land trusts are listening into the conversation. And I do know that in many cases, those lands do continue, they may continue grazing, I know on properties. And so I do think that they are making attempts, and there are other properties, absolutely, Liza Jane, that do not continue agriculture. So your point is very well taken, and I know that the land trust community is listening, and will be able to discuss those as we move forward with projects in the future.
Yeah, and it's not that one, it's an and situation, but so often it's presented as it's got to be one way, and both are doing great, and both need the project support. So I like putting more money into restoration, open solicitation, and helping everybody get good work done. So when I see more going one way, it's like, balance. Thank you for your ears. So no more discussion. Do we have some motions ready? Oh, Meg, please.
Sorry, I need clarification because I kind of got lost a little bit in that conversation. I'm embarrassed to admit this because I've been on here long enough that I should know this, but the line item that Alan's talking about, the statewide partnership support.
Yeah.
What does that do exactly? Is that
Yeah,
for any statewide organization? That's okay.
No, that is
Help me out
funding
there.
that is specifically provided to what's called the Oregon Conservation Partnership, which is the Ocean, the Oregon Association of Conservation Districts, the Network of Oregon Watershed Councils, and the Coalition of Oregon Land Trusts.
Okay.
The work that Courtney has worked with them over a number of years to make sure that the focus of that funding is very explicitly on those things that provide benefits to their members on the ground. So trainings, things like that. They've done tribal trainings, they've done climate trainings, they do riparian planting trainings, they do an amazing set of webinars and reporting. So all of the things that are funded through there must be things that are fully supported by that full partnership and actually can help their members lead to projects on the ground. But it is a grant that is provided to those 4 organizations.
Okay. Thank you. I lost track of that. And so that's the kind of line between what Liza Jane was talking about and what Alan was talking about in terms of where the money's going to go and what it's going for, kind of.
I think maybe not. I think where Liza Jane was talking about was the difference between funding restoration, open solicitation, restoration, and acquisitions.
Yeah, but
what Alan was talking about was specifically the line item for the statewide partnership.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
That's great. It's good to be clear. Anybody else have comments or questions? All right. I think we're at the point where we're going to consider some motions for this 2021-23 spending plan adoption. We have 3 proposed motions. Do we want to take those all at once?
I think you could probably take them each individually because we do have one adjustment to the second one, and that's the date for the weed grants.
Okay.
And a proposed adjustment to the first one in terms of that statewide organizational support. So maybe taking them separately would be.
Okay, Maida. For the first motion? Anybody? Thank you, Molly.
So this is Molly Kyle for the record. I recommend that the board approve the request, the spending request for the 2021 spending plan as proposed in, I believe it's attachment B.
Jason Robinson for the record, I second that motion.
The motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion? See none. All those in, yes, Jamie?
Just wanted to ask if there was any consideration, given Liza Jane's comments about the and approach and Ellen's comments about the importance of partnerships, if there was any consideration by the maker of the motion or the seconder about potentially proposing a modified adjustment to the proposed allocation.
Thank you, Jamie. It looks like at this point we're good with that as it stands. Okay, the motion's been made and seconded. Could we have a signify by raising your hand? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meg, your hand's up?
It's down again. Sorry. I'm in favor.
Okay. Motion passes. Thank you.
And I just have a technical question, I think, actually for Maida. So the recommendations were in 3 pieces. Do you want me to do it for the attachment D as well as the weed and small grant, or does it cover all of it?
Please, we'll break those up, Molly, if you'd like to make the second motion.
Sure. I recommend that the board approves table 1 through 3 of attachment D regarding spending plan policy decisions carry forward and delegation authorities for the spending plan.
Question, I will second that if that includes the adjustment to the date for the weed grant to modification to July 1st.
I think that's the third motion, isn't it? That we're
No, that is
That
the
is
second motion. Jeannie's correct. It needs to be changed in this motion.
Okay.
So I offer that as a friendly amendment, and if that's made, I'll be happy to second that motion. Molly?
Yes, that would be very acceptable.
Thanks, and I'll second that motion, that modification.
Thank you. So Molly's made the motion and Jamie has seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying yes and raise your hand.
Yes.
Yes.
Any
Yeah.
opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Molly, do you have one more for us?
There is one more. So I would like to propose that the board approve that all funds recaptured from the grants in the weed grant, small grant, and FIP implementation program remain in those programs for future granting using policies established for those programs.
Second.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, Jason. I'll defer to Jason.
Oh, great. I'll second it. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Motion's been made by Molly and seconded by Jason. Any further discussion of this motion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye and raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Good work, crew. Everyone.
Thank you all.
And we are on schedule for a break. Let's make it 10 minutes. So we'll see you back at 2 minutes after 2:02. Thank you.
And I see all 5 of our panelists are here for item G, which will be the next item that will start right when we return from the break at 2:02. So hang on just for another 10 minutes. Thanks all of you for being here.
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is now 2:02, and we're gonna start after the break on agenda item G, OWEB's role in managing funds for others. And Eric, before you take this away, I have to say I really love the page numbers added to our agenda. It's so helpful. So I just needed to add that comment in. But Eric, you are up, please.
All right. Thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And this item, which is on page 128 of your board books, it's a very brief staff report, so there's not a lot of content there, or page 68 if you're in the alternate version. In many ways, this item is kind of a reflection of and a progression building on our over 20 years of grant making history. When OWEB started, programs were built from scratch. They instituted some pretty sound fundamental practices in grant making, from the time that we solicit funds to the time that we collect final reports and post-implementation status reports and everything in between. And over time, of course, we've embarked on continuous improvement efforts, which we continue to do today and will continue to do in the future, addressing things that where we see opportunities for improvement in our fund-making process, grant-making process. But what that has meant over time is that people have developed confidence in OWEB as a funder, as a grant maker. And I think one reflection of that we heard today when Maida mentioned that the general fund appropriation made by the legislature this year was the first time we've ever had that. And so that is a recognition of the process that we have in place and the confidence that people place in it. And so that recognition applies to other organizations as well. And we've heard throughout the day today examples from I think all of the members of our funding panel today and the programs that they're partnering with OWEB on to pass through funds. And so the purpose of this agenda item, and it's also intentional that we put this right after the spending plan conversation, is to explore in a little bit more depth from other agencies' perspective about the rationale that they have for working with OWEB to pass funds through to help achieve our common missions and purposes. And what we'd like to do today is keep this more of a discussion than a presentation. And so I'm going to try playing the role of a TV host here on your screen. We'll see how that goes. We have 5 panelists that are all mentioned and named on the staff report, with one change. Unfortunately, Jeff Burns from ODF, who is the Partnership and Planning Program Director there, was called out, unsurprisingly, to wildfire duty. And so big thank you to Al Devos, who is taking his place today on the panel. And so we're going to have about 40 minutes or so of conversation with the folks on the panel, and then open it up with the board to continue the conversation. And what I'm going to do to start it out is I'll introduce each panelist, ask them to introduce themselves, their role within their agency, and also to describe either their existing or their planned funding relationship with OWEB and how it advances goals that are shared with OWEB. And from there, we'll proceed to our group discussion. So I'm going to go right down the list and first ask our friend Steve Brink to introduce himself and describe their existing, or in this case, planned funding relationship with OWEB. Go ahead.
Thanks,
Steve.
Eric. My name's Steve Brink. I'm the Salmonid Habitat Program Leader over at Idaho Power in Idaho, but I have been I've been part of the Region 5 review team in Oregon since 2013. So that really exposed me to the OWEB process and what we have planned as far as a partnership with OWEB is there was a settlement between the governors of Idaho and Oregon related to a 401 certificate for our Hells Canyon license process. And there was a part in that settlement that allocated about $6.8 million to be used for projects in the Owyhee and Malheur basins on the Oregon side, really targeted at some specific benefits. Primarily, you know, these types of projects are going to be some flood to sprinkler conversions, but it's really kind of dedicated at reducing inputs from those basins into the Snake River. And so the plan that we have is to use OWEB as a really established, efficient mechanism to distribute these funds to grantees.
Thanks, Steve. Let's turn to Scott Lightcap. Go ahead, Scott, and introduce yourself and the program relationship you have right now with OWEB.
Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Scott Lightcap, I'm the Fisheries Program Leader for the Bureau of Land Management State Office in Oregon, Washington. And we currently have 3 financial assistance agreements set up with OWEB under the government's what we call the Good Neighbor Authority, which allows the federal government to enter into agreements with state or local governments and transfer money back and forth, mostly to the local government agencies. And how those came to pass, we formerly, well, let me back up and explain how they work a little bit. So we work with Courtney on OWEB staff and multiple watershed council partners to basically agree on the nature of the work that will be done. It's usually of mutual interest, fish passage work, habitat restoration types of efforts. And then we route the money to OWEB, and OWEB then sets up the grant agreement with the individual partner. And so OWEB is serving as basically our financial manager, and it's been working fabulously. So now let me go back and describe how this came to be. We used to work directly with all of our watershed council and soil water conservation district partners. We would set up our own financial assistance agreements with them and move millions of dollars to projects of mutual interest. That had been working famously for about a decade. And with the last administration, when they came in, they changed the nature of that system. They wanted to basically review all of those partnerships to make sure it was still something that administration was in support of, which I don't fault anybody for that. But it required us to then take all of those potential agreements and route them through our headquarters office in DC at the time and wait for approval. And unbeknownst to us, they had one person in charge of that approval for the entire Bureau. And so if you do the math on how many partners we have around the West, basically that person was overwhelmed really quickly, and it became a black hole where we could not reliably count on that money to be approved and to move to partners. So consequently, our watershed council partners, SWCDs that had come to rely on this for their capacity annually, that started to dry up. And then the pandemic hit, and that was adding insult to injury. And so I reached out to Courtney at OWEB and pitched the idea, and we both thought, you know, this might actually work. And so the rest is kind of history. We set up these 3 agreements. They cover the northwest, the southwest corner, and the eastern part of the state. As I mentioned, each one, maybe I didn't mention it, but each one has about $1 million capacity, just under $1 million. It no longer needs HQ approval. And to date, we've funded 29 different projects to the tune of about $1.85 million. And that's where we are right now. They're working very well. If I have time for a little anecdote, Eric, I'll throw one out that I just heard last week when I was at a social function. A watershed council colleague approached me and said, you know, I have to thank you and Courtney for what you did. And I asked for a little bit more detail, and they said the timing of when this Good Neighbor Authority agreement came online was at a point where they were about to turn the lights off, lock the door, and cease being in existence as a watershed council. So our ability to partner with OWEB and move money in that route, a different route, made all the difference in whether they persisted or not as a watershed council. So that was, I had no idea it had that big of an impact, but that was fantastic to hear. So I wanted you guys with OWEB to hear that as well.
Wow, thank you, Scott. Indeed, that's a pretty powerful anecdote. Let's go to introduce Al Devos. And Al, again, thanks for the last minute agreement to come and join us today and share your thoughts. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Eric. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Al DeVos with the Department of Forestry. And yeah, I just got back. Today was my first day back in the office after being down on the Grandview fire outside of Sister. So our unit, the Federal Initiatives Unit at the Department of Forestry, we, aside from managing a lot of federal grants, we also all kick into that whole wildfire response system. So I've got my head back in the game here with a little priming from Eric yesterday about what the topic is. And I think I'll just start really high level. And then as the conversation goes, if there's other further questions, that's good. But being, you know, in our unit, we receive a lot of federal funds, and it's probably, we have a group of about 5 people that manage about 40 to 50 million a year in ongoing federal projects. And many of those we need to align to statewide priorities. And so we have, the Department of Forestry has our Forest Action Plan, but we also try to align that wherever possible to the Focus Investment Partnership and the Oregon Conservation Strategy. And, you know, Oregon has been a little bit of a leader in taking charge or taking responsibility for working across boundaries. And I think some of that comes with our long history of wildfire fighting. So, you know, a few years back, I can't remember exactly when, but the legislature approved Federal Forest Restoration Act. And it was due to wildfires. We realized that you can't fight a fire to a fence line or across it, and you can't restore a forest or a watershed to a fence line or ownership change. So we need to realize that there's an overlap. So the legislature approved some federal forest restoration funding for ODF, and I think it's about $2 million per biennium. And the big part of that is to help these forest collaboratives become functional and make decisions that are, you know, going to really prioritize the work that's going on. And part of that is, you know, prioritizing watersheds. And OWEB has been a big partner in that, helping us run the technical assistance, or we call it the task program, and building that collaborative, you know, just their capacity. And so that's been good. We also have just a couple of other initiatives that I'll highlight real quick that overlap. We have federal funding for a program. It's called the Landscape Scale Restoration Funding. Historically, it's been all departments of forestry that could apply, but in the 2018 Farm Bill, it's opened up to where municipalities and nonprofits can apply to that. And the crux of it is doing projects that work across boundaries and landscapes that are high priority based on some statewide resource strategy. So this year we have at least one application that's coming from a watershed that, you know, works with OWEB quite a bit. And, you know, this is a potential for us to help fund just some cultural review and assessments they can move forward in their plan. So we have that. You know, just tying in the conversation earlier, we have a Forest Legacy program, which is really acquisition of forest lands and keeping them, they're at risk of conversion. And so we've had some successful acquisitions in there. And now with the Great American Outdoor Act, that being funded, we're really looking at all the different priorities of watersheds and other things, and we'll be expanding how we partner on protecting some of these lands. And so, you know, the most recent acquisition we completed is that Wallowa East Moraine project. If you're familiar with that, that's important. And I think the other area where we have a really good overlap is that, you know, at the Governor's Wildfire Council response, the E-Board for Oregon, they gave our unit $5 million in state funding in January to convert it into completed projects on the ground by June 31st. And so I would say rolling out that program, we were able to model some on what OWEB does and realize that, hey, with federal funding that we're used to doing, state funding is also totally, we know the processes and other things to do it. So it's nice having a partner with that same capacity in the state. And with this E-Board funding, we're also able to take on some projects that part of our mailing list for that was, some of the prior OWEB applicants. So I think with this extra state funding coming in, in our strategic plans and working together, that we're able to have that capacity to cooperate. We're not one big natural resources entity, but I think we have a really good sense of trying to match each other's goals and priorities, where we can go on that. And I should say, I forgot one other thing though. We do work closely with the NRCS as well. And we do a partnership with some of that funding to support the CREP techs, or Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, and for them to provide TNA assistance. So that's another area where we work really closely with OWEB just to try to get some good landowner technical assistance on the ground. And so, yeah, that's pretty high level of where we are. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Irvin.
Great, thanks, Al. Let's go next. We're really happy to have a neighbor from the south here, Clayton Kreger. Go ahead, Clayton.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Clayton Kreger. I'm with the North Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board. I am the Watershed Stewardship Coordinator for the agency, which is an executive level position that was created to improve our coordination across programs and delivering our services on a watershed basis, and to foster partnerships throughout our region. And I'm really here on behalf of the Klamath Hydroelectric Settlement Agreement Interim Measure Implementation Committee, which is composed of several agencies, organizations, and tribes. We are responsible for the IM11, administering the IM11 Water Quality Improvement Funds, which is part of the dam removal process, which affects both Oregon and California. I was also the lead for the development of the Klamath River TMDL and the implementation of the Klamath River TMDL. So I've been involved in the Klamath Basin for some time, and we have been taking a comprehensive watershed approach to water quality issues within the Klamath Basin. Interim Measure 11 is one of the it's the part of the agreement in which PacifiCorp has been funding feasibility analyses on various water quality improvement techniques over the last several years. And with license transfer, PacifiCorp will pay into a fund up to $5.4 million with $500,000 a year until the power is turned off for operation and maintenance. So it's a pretty significant jumpstart on the list of projects that we've been developing as part of the preferred list of projects. It's a plan that the IMIC has developed. Originally, there was really no definition within IM11 as to how the funds were going to be administered or applied to projects. It was really based on the approval of the California State Water Resources Control Board, the North Coast Regional Board, and ODEQ. But through the years that we've been working with the IMIC, we've developed a good partnership working relationship, including the Klamath Tribes, Trout Unlimited, the Nature Conservancy, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Klamath Watershed Partnership. And we did not want to leave that partnership strength behind. And so we initiated an agreement with OWEB to become our fiscal agent so that the funds would not have to be spent at one time, that we could administer them over time in a more thoughtful and intentional way applied to projects. It's a voluntary program. Most of the lands we assume will be applied to projects on private lands. And of course, that will be voluntary. And so we used a selection process, a criteria, a matrix in which we evaluated several categories, and OWEB quickly rose to the top. There were other organizations considered, but due to your credibility within the basin for the projects that you've already implemented there, your flexibility in accepting input from the steering committee and all of our partners on that steering committee, we were just overjoyed that you all allowed to or consented to serve as our fiscal agent for these funds, which we think will be, it's a really necessary complement to the dam removal process. Water quality remains problematic. Fish disease is rampant, and there's a lot of work to be done. And a lot of it is focused in the upper basin. The concession I made as a California representative to this group was, we understand that your charter limits you from not really spending money outside of the state of Oregon. However, in our view, most of the work to be done is to be done within Oregon. So I didn't really see that, and don't see that as being a stumbling block. The funds have not been granted yet, although the license transfer is imminent. And then we will hope to get underway immediately. These funds are truly valuable in that they can be used for any aspect of a project. They can be used for design, assessment, planning, permitting, as well as direct implementation. So we see them as being, very powerful in that regard, because a lot of funding sources don't allow for those types of activities. We also look forward to partnering on some really innovative projects in terms of agricultural resilience and conservation. And we're already starting in that regard with our interim measure feasibility analyses, working with the Farmers Conservation Alliance, working with irrigation districts in the project area, looking at how to strengthen and improve their infrastructure such that they could use water in a more efficient manner, and that the conserved water can then be granted back to the Klamath Basin as environmental water. So those are the kinds of things that we hope to partner with you on in the future. As I indicated, the funds haven't been transferred yet, so this is all aspirational at this point, but Eric has done a great job of developing an agreement that we look forward to working under with you all. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot, Clayton. Let's turn to Jason Jeans. Jason, go ahead and introduce yourself and your programs in partnership with OWEB.
Hey, thanks, Eric. My name is Jason Jeans. I'm the Assistant for Management and Strategy here at NRCS Oregon. And, we at NRCS, we've had a long-lasting, successful partnership with OWEB. And so I was trying to think, why is that? And I kept kind of circling back to two different things. And I think one is that, we complement each other's goals and objectives. And, when you complement each other, we're able to really maximize the impact and the outcomes of those shared goals and objectives. The other thing I was thinking of was just past success. And we certainly have had past successes in our partnership. And obviously, OWEB has, as this panel can attest to, can demonstrate past success in being grant administrators. I kept circling back to those two things to think about, why our relationship works. And then, a couple of things that we have going on right now is we've got a technical assistance agreement that works through all of our Farm Bill programming. We have a very large workload and a need for technical and administrative assistance in delivering Farm Bill programs. That support is provided directly to entities like soil and water conservation districts, watershed councils, tribes, which gives them the capacity to not only deliver that program funding, but obviously deliver upon those goals and objectives that I was talking about earlier. And then the other one that we have is more specific to the Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. And those positions are targeting watershed restoration through the use of riparian management practices. Both have been very highly successful ventures. I receive nothing but great positive feedback from staff and all those involved in in both of those agreements. And so I can safely say that they've been highly impactful and a great success.
Great. Thanks so much, Jason. And so from here, I'd like to have a little bit of conversation and then open it up to the board for questions. And we heard from those perspectives, there were a variety of different avenues into the genesis of these partnerships. Steve mentioned being on a regional review team for a number of years. And in fact, he's still one of our star reviewers in the Region 5 review team. Clayton mentioned they had a formal process that's equivalent to an RFP type process for this. Jason mentioned long-standing partnerships there, and Scott mentioned his conversations with Courtney around kind of common goals. So one of the questions that I have for you is around some of the specific things that attracted your organization about OWEB's process, and that can be anything from our online system to the way that we do technical review or anything else that's on your mind. So that's the first part of the question. And then the second part of the question is what you might be hoping to learn going forward in these partnerships. And I'll open the floor up to anyone who wants to chime in on that question.
Well, I'll speak to that, Eric, in that, you said we had a very intentional process, and we saw the success that OWEB has had in bringing partners to the table. And I mentioned that, our process is based on voluntary participation. And so, your experience in that regard and your reputation in that regard and your ability to serve as kind of a potential sort of spooling or pooling of other resources from other organizations was, like I said, it's for us, it's aspirational. $5.4 million is a lot of money, but you've probably seen estimates of work to be done in the upper basin approaching, $200 to $250 million. And so we realize we're a good start, but it's certainly not going to finish. So what we're hoping to spark with you all is to build on the work that you've done there, the mission that you have there, and to create some gravity, some inertia to bring others on board. We're looking to partner with NRCS and Reclamation and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and we know that our objectives align with them through other planning processes like the Upper Klamath Watershed Action Plan and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Integrated Fish Restoration and Monitoring Plan for the Klamath Basin. And we've been building, relationships through the meetings and the documents that we've been developing for those plans. And we see you as a focal point for bringing those plans to realization.
Great, thanks, Clayton. And I saw Steve come off mute and also put his hand up, and then we'll go to Jason Jeans. Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, from our standpoint, to implement funding, the company was really looking at trying to find a way to make our resources, use our resources in the most efficient way. And the review team, in my opinion, is the key function of OWEB. It allows an objective ranking of projects. It allows some technical experts to fully vet these projects that are applied for by grantees, and it really allows a way for a funding entity to be confident that the projects that their funding is being used for have been fully evaluated, vetted by people that see a lot of them. And so that's really, I think that was the key part of what OWEB provided for what we were looking for. Aside from that is OWEB's just a big machine, and so there's just a lot of efficiencies gained by monitoring, administrative tracking, not to mention the fiscal agent part of it. It was just, it was a pretty obvious choice, to use them from an efficiency standpoint, and then just feeling comfortable that if a project is ranked and selected, it's been fully vetted.
Great. Thanks, Steve. And go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, I was just going to speak upon the technical review aspect of it as well. I've received a lot of feedback from staff who are part of that, and they just really, really appreciate that whole process. Being able to provide, their input on inventory, evaluation, design, construction process, seating plans, whatever it may be, is just invaluable for them. They also have gotten a lot of feedback that it's just a great opportunity for them to communicate with the other entities that are part of that. Not only regarding NRCS's approach, but also get feedback from them on kind of their agency's goals and objectives and approaches to conservation. So just a ton of good feedback on that whole process. I'd like to see if we can't get some others on staff involved.
That's always welcome and appreciated for sure. Scott, I saw you come off mute.
Yeah, from our standpoint, it wasn't so much the technical review side, because many of our projects have already been thoroughly vetted by our fish folks and our hydros with their partners. But what was really invaluable to us was the financial and administrative efficiency that OWEB offered, as well as the confidence in your skill sets there. It seemed like any hurdle I threw at Courtney in terms of, well, the BLM needs this. Oh, the BLM has this new software you're going to have to learn. And, oh, we have an extra form you have to fill out. And she's like, oh, really? Is that all you've got? It's like, this is what we do, and we do it very well. And she was right, has been right all along. So it was really refreshing to work with competent group. So.
Great. Thanks, Scott. And I see Al, you've got your mute off as well. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, I do. I think, for us, when we started the TASK program in our federal restoration program, we just had one person, not even full-time in that role. So just that extra capacity for OWEB to help us in those grants, that was invaluable. And, one thing, I think sometimes we don't think about what we do because it's what we do. But, just looking at Eric's role and my role is, both of our agencies get federal funds, and any agency that has federal funds is responsible to either have a unit inside that agency that monitors the progress reporting and financial reporting and tracking those very closely to, we call it 2 CFR 200 is our big reference on that. And so just having that background of managing all those federal funds, that brings a lot of wherewithal into the agency and knowledge in that. And just from personal experience, what I can vouch for, what I've seen with some of the e-board funding that we've had, or other projects that have applied from watershed councils that have been recipients of OWEB grants, is, it makes it easy for us when we work with those people as well, because you do an excellent job of screening them, setting them up for their progress reporting, and making sure all the I's and T's are dotted. So I've spoken to several watershed councils that speak personally, like, yeah, we do these OWEB ones, they keep us right on track. So it's good as a parallel state agency and a partner state agency that we're able to kind of move ahead and kind of support all of our cooperators out there and try to do it in a way where we know that they're performing and using the funds well and getting work on the ground done. So that just makes really easy relationship and efficient, just working at the state level as well. So that's a little bit more of an inside look, but I think it's an important one that we don't always talk. In the Department of Forestry, there are a lot of people that still don't know what our unit does. They just think we're the money bags, right? Like, hey, give us some money, but it doesn't work that way. There's a lot of other things to take care of. So,
yeah, thanks, Alan. I'm glad you mentioned that, because there are people that do the things you're talking about at OWEB that the board doesn't get to interact with very often. Tara Choate, for example, is responsible for making sure we're following all of those items in the super circular, that federal rule that you referenced. Leilani Sullivan, in addition to Tara, processes our payments. Cindy Silbernagel, of course, has been managing our business operations for 2 decades, and those folks are the ones that do the things that Al's talking about, and they don't get a lot of credit because they're not very visible, but we certainly appreciate them. for the work that they do, and that foundation exists upon which we can build all of these programs. Before we open it up to board comment and question, I would like to just hear from our panelists on the second part of that question I asked, which was if there are specific things you're looking to learn, and I would add into that if there are areas that you're hoping to see OWEB improve or grow in as a result of these partnerships.
Well, Eric, I'll start on that. It's again, as you know, we don't have a long-term relationship with you. There is a lot for us to learn. The relationship of our steering committee to your existing vetting processes, which we very much appreciated in the review process of our matrix of evaluation, but also how can we work with OWEB to do that bundling? That alignment with other partners? Can we bring other partners on projects to the table, and can we so much of what's difficult in large restoration projects, and many of what we're hoping to undertake is very large, is trying to get the funding aligned so that activities sequence in a logical way. And we hope that we can work with you and other partners to do that alignment so that our partners on the ground, our landowners and entities that are doing the work on the ground aren't jumping from one stone to the next without knowing whether the next stone is in place or not. So how can we streamline that restoration process for the practitioners, of which there is a growing number of well-recognized entities within the Upper Klamath Basin to do that work, such as, you know, Trout Unlimited and others.
Great, thanks, Clayton. All right, and seeing no other comments on that one, co-chairs will open it up to the board for questions and comments for our panelists.
All right, does anybody have any questions or comments for the panelists? Raise your hand, because you have to physically raise your hand because I can't see the hand raised for some reason today. All right, well, I'm going to go first then. Meg, did you have something?
I do, but I can follow you. Oh, okay. So I was just going to say that I think it's pretty much a common theme that, Clayton, I think you identified it explicitly, the idea of leveraging relationships in both directions, basically, for all of the partners. You know, OWEB has a network and all of you have networks, and, you know, getting more people. We've been talking a lot today about the importance of relationships in times of shortage and stress, which we're in the middle of an epic moment of shortage and stress. And you know, I think that there's value in a lot of ways that you're talking about, you know, financially and administratively and technically, but I think maybe the most important thing really is the expanding and deepening relationships among the people who are working in this area and who need help working in this area. So I really appreciate that. It's great. This is a great presentation because it really gives us a great picture of what that can look like. And I appreciate it, all of you coming here.
Well, thank you, Meg. I'd just like to add that, you know, I'm especially sensitive to that. I'm a member of a regulatory organization, although we do have lots of other, you know, functions and aspects of our program. And I'm from out of state.
Right.
And so I show up, and while we, you know, work with Tule Lake Irrigation District, which has, you know, properties within California, a lot of the work we've done, we sponsored through our 319H program. We constructed what we call a diffuse source treatment wetland, which is one of the water quality improvement techniques that we explored through the interim measure 11 feasibility analysis process. we need partners who know folks on the ground, and we need partners that understand that we're not there to try to extend our regulatory authority, that we're there to work both for environmental objectives, and it's got to be a win-win for the private landowner and for the environment. And I think the current crisis there, you know, actually offers us an opportunity in that regard.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
Jamie?
Just joining, excuse me, Meg, and my thanks to all of you for being great partners, but also helping us work collaboratively with this work. Kind of piggybacking on what Meg was asking about that relationship piece. You know, one of the things that we're working on, it's part of our strategic our strategic plan, is to develop non-traditional partnerships. So I'm wondering if the panel has any ideas on things your agencies have done or your organization have done to engage non-traditional partners, if you have any thoughts on that. And then also this concept of metrics. So we accomplish what we measure is so often said. So do we have common metrics? Something that's of the board's been talking a lot about is environmental impacts, climate impacts, and how we measure that and how we determine. I really like, Clayton, your comment about folks aren't kind of hopping from stone to stone, or there's that commonality between our agencies. So having some shared metrics. So whether around diversity, inclusion, equity, for those of you out of state, that's a huge focus within our state now, but also on climate impact ideas. If you have any metrics that either you've discussed before or you those that might be getting to Eric's point of any suggestions kind of you have for us on ways we can develop some of those common measures.
I don't know. I don't know if you all are going to start feeling like you invite the guy from California and he just can't shut up. But you've said the metric word, and I mentioned the Upper Klamath Watershed Action Plan, and I can provide to Eric and Renee the link to that plan. And within that plan, there is a prioritization tool, and it's linked to a series of conceptual models of both sort of an impaired condition or a impacted condition that links the resource to the impact. And then it has every one of those impacted conceptual models has a restored conceptual model, so that those linkages identify important processes or endpoints that you can measure as the implementation of the project moves forward. And the plan will have a monitoring plan associated with it. And one of the things we've worked on in the Upper Klamath Basin is we have the Klamath Basin Monitoring Program, which is a voluntary coordination framework in which we have 50 member organizations, and we've been able to coordinate the monitoring activities along the lines of constituents, parameters measured, methodologies, data sharing, and it's greatly enhanced our ability to really operate. I mean, people talk about adaptive management all the time, but you need information to operate in an adaptive management fashion. And the Klamath Basin Monitoring Program has greatly enhanced our ability to do that. And we will be relying on it for our program of implementation within the Upper Klamath Basin, our restoration program.
Barbara, I saw that Jason had a hand up earlier and Randy has a hand up as well.
So, okay, go ahead, Jason.
Great. Well, I just wanted to thank the panel. I've got to admit, I got pretty excited when we were going through the agenda and this agenda item popped up, because we really have a great opportunity here to create some awareness around some broad scale partnerships that we also work within OWEB. So I just want to come on and just once again thank the panelists, but also pose the question to those that are watching the live stream and our partners on the ground. how much are we coordinating with these agencies on the ground on projects? And are there some collaborative things that we're just not thinking about that we can start thinking about moving forward in the future, so we can create the most diverse partnerships and leverage the funds that are out there to the best of our ability? So thanks again to everyone that was on today.
Thank you, Jason. Randy?
Yeah, thanks, Barbara. Randy Labby, for the record, public at large member from Portland. I have a question for you, Steve. I'm not introducing a controversy to this terrific panel, but I wondered, and I understand if you want to defer to this, but I'm very interested, given your work on the regional review teams and given your knowledge of the dams in the Snake River, given your affiliation with Idaho Power, do you think that the science is advanced sufficiently to determine what enhancement of fish escapement, juvenile fish escapement, would occur with the breaching of the lower Fore River dams? I understand, there's so many variables, including ocean conditions and habitat and weather. Do you feel that there's a way of making a definitive, having a definitive understanding of how fish would succeed with that happening?
Well, from someone who, I actually worked on those reservoirs when I went to undergrad at University of Idaho. So I've been on those lower Fore reservoirs as a young fisheries researcher. I've seen them I've been a biologist at Idaho Power for 26 years, and I do manage our program, our fall Chinook program below Hell's Canyon. So I do have some, I do stay abreast on, issues to the Snake River, steelhead and salmon. And first of all, for those dams to come out, it's a big lift. There's so many stakeholders involved. There's a lot of variety, there's just a lot of things at play. From a fisheries standpoint, doesn't matter who I work for, from a fisheries biologist standpoint, would taking those dams out help Snake River, salmon, steelhead? Yes, I think, absolutely, it would help. Would that solve the entire issue for, Snake River Basin, steelhead and salmon as far as what they're challenging? No, the ocean conditions cycle, as you guys all know, and we're in a period where the ocean is just cropping the peaks off of any benefits you can see in the freshwater. The ocean conditions, they're not good, and we hear lots of talks that it's just going to get worse. I'm more of an optimist, and I feel like there'll be a turn to come back. But yeah, I think you're asking me, is the science in place that to say there'd be a benefit by removing those dams? I think there's enough science to say that. Are they going to come out by 2030? I personally don't believe that. I think that's just a huge lift. It took 20 years for the dam to come out on the Olympic Peninsula after it was a congressional, authorized action. It just takes a long time to do that. Those dams drain agricultural Idaho. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in those sediments. So I don't know if I answered your question or not, but.
Thank you. That was a good recap.
And Barbara, Ron has a hand up.
Yeah, I figured it out finally. By the end of my first day, I figured it out. So, Ron, go ahead, please.
It was me that you figured it out on. So, hey, so just quickly, we recently had an experience where we were introduced to a organization called Mano y Ola. It's It's an organization that's looking at increasing minority participation in programs, particularly the Hispanic community, on forest land, on non-industrial private forest land. And so it was just 3 weeks ago, maybe a month ago, that we held a conversation with them on how we can partner to, one, identify and do outreach to see how many of those groups here in Oregon, strategizing how we can outreach to those folks that we traditionally have not been able to reach. And they have some ideas on how we can reach that community. And since we spend quite a bit of resources on non-industrial private forest land, we thought it was a good opportunity to do that. But in terms of the question, I think, in terms of how we look to expand our relationships and our partnerships, sometimes it doesn't occur here in the state. And maybe this organization is actually, works across the United States, and the founder of the organization, actually, I think, lives in Louisiana. But their reach is broad across the country. And so I met them through actually my colleague from California. And so sometimes I think it's just a matter of having to spend the time and resources to develop those relationships and sharing those stories. So I want to thank you folks for the opportunity for sharing that with you, so that we all learn that there is another organization out there that's looking to be a part of our partnership here in Oregon. And I will post that website in the chat box for everyone.
Thanks, Ron. That'd be great.
Thank you, Ron. All right, I'm not seeing other hands raised. Did I miss anybody?
Al DeVos has a hand.
Go ahead, Al.
So, as Ron was speaking, I kind of was thinking about metrics and other things. And, we have a shared interest in water quality, whether it's non-industrial forest land, commercial forest land, or in ag lands. And so, just some work on that, maybe thinking about how we can come up with some common measures along the way that, we can just joint efforts and successes on that might be worth a look. And just shifting over to the collaboration, I should mention that we had a very neat opportunity probably about 8 months ago or so, where Eric Hartstein from OWEB, he came and started working in our private forest division, supporting as our deputy director. And that's really huge, just to get to understand the ins and outs of how different organizations work and goals, because a lot of on the lines of metrics, a lot of our funding from the state and private forest, it's very, it's siloed just by a congressional spending authority and performance measures. So we have funding to do like forest stewardship, but we have a little bit of say on what the high priority lands are that we're going to do this work on. And we have certain performance measures on that. But a lot of our reporting is tailored to just that, the reporting that's required. So, ODF is going through its forestry program for Oregon and developing some performance measures. And, there may be some room in there where we can find some commonality, but I think that's just going to be working together on that. Specifically to some of the grants that we have, they're open to all individuals on that. It's good to have some, performance measure what you're doing, but, statewide for natural resources departments to come up with a clearer understanding of what are our real outcomes that we want and how are we going to measure, what we put into it, how that has impacted that outcome. And that's the big, that's the big question, because we can't, we have a limited amount of money on a very large forest land, and the same on watersheds, but trying to identify some places where maybe we can measure our specific, impact toward that objective. It's really easy to talk about what we've accomplished or what we've done with that money in terms of, specific guidelines, but overall, I think we just have to keep working together on that and come up with some. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Alan, see your hand is raised.
It is. I just want to thank the panelists for coming today and sharing with us their thoughts on OWEB, and I'd especially like to thank Clayton. I've been doing a lot of work with Clayton along with DEQ and Region 9 EPA in the Klamath Basin. And it's incredible what's been done on both sides of the fence. And there's a lot of work to do, but Clayton's got incredible vision along with the DEQ partner, Mike Hyatt. And it's a fun group to be part of. More importantly, though, is it's interesting to see all of these gentlemen work with OWEB, and that's a testament to OWEB's functionality. I mean, we see OWEB play incredible roles, but now they're being sought out to be used as a role in a variety of different ways. And again, it's just a testament to our staff, our management at OWEB, and what they've done over the years. We're fortunate to be part of such an organization, and I think our panelists recognize that as well. So kudos to staff and management.
Thank you, Alan. So anybody else? Okay, I just want to say thank you to the panel for coming today. I really believe in these connections across state lines. It's just only going to make us all stronger if because we've got a lot of commonalities. So coming together is just going to make these projects stronger, and it's more important to have these relationships. All right, Maina, anything else to wrap up today?
No.
Did we do it?
You got a 2 minutes spare.
2 minutes. Well, all right. I want to thank everybody for your time today, and we will adjourn the meeting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you.